shining, never shady. Girl, same cute, but that don't faze me. If you ask him, then he say he got a queen and that she crazy. Please never play me. He said, please never break me. He's switching station to Mercedes, thinking that it faze me. I can love you for the dark and all my days, but you just never break me. It's a playground, better watch your man getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-piss got my new ones better. Playground, better watch your man getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-piss got my new ones better. Playground, bitches got a ring and feel safe now. They say a pretty bird, but I don't want a cage out. It's a playground, telling me mine I don't play about. I tell them rise up, used to cry river shit done dried up. I lost a couple bros on the climb up. I don't mind, but ain't lost nothing that ain't mine. Cause it's a playground, better watch your man getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-piss got my new ones better. Playground, better watch your man getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-piss got my new ones better. My new one's bad, he ain't entertained, he don't move like that. Tell him move right back, touch shots over time, let to shoot right back. Robust, you can tell how we move like that. It's a playground, bitches got a ring and feel it's safe now. I see a pretty bird, but I don't want a cage out. There's bad games on the road like a playground, like a playground. It's a playground, better watch your man getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-piss got my new ones better. It's a playground, better watch your man getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-piss got my new ones better.
Level up your gaming experience with over 8 billion playlists, only on Spotify, the official audio streaming partner for the 2025 Esports World Cup.
They said there's a limit in the women's league. In MWI, we say, limit? Watch us bounce. From the MWI queens everyone knows, to the stars who came out from nowhere, to the ultimate champions. Now, MWI is expanding greater than ever. Turkey, EECA, Africa, Mongolia, and beyond. We're stretching the map wider. MWI, where dreams get louder. This isn't just a tournament. It's your passport to the world stage. A spotlight for women in the EWC. No rules, no ceilings, no limits. Just this. We're vibrant. We're ready. We're limitless.
Different than light or diamonds. It's just who we are. No stopping us. Supernovas don't burn out. Just listen if you feel like there's something missing. We live only once, so live it up. Time won't come back around. We don't need four-leaf clovers, luckily to be living in the time of our lives. Let's get go a little too right. Illuminate the room like 1,000 stars. Running like a river through ya. Feeling you can't describe. You've no time to waste, so try not to wait too long. Yeah, you make a wish, you'll get it. Closest thing to heaven's right.
If I heard that you 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 way I live
Reach your impossible. Lenovo Legion.
We're on. You ready?
Yeah.
And we're back.
This is the pinnacle of all-female MLBB championship, where 16 of the best teams all around the world is here. Now, they're still here, but this is day number 2. Some teams will qualify to the knockout stage, and some teams will be eliminated. Welcome to the Mobile Legends Bang Bang Women Invitational here at the Esports World Cup. My name is Afel. Alongside with me is Chantel as well as Brigida. Now, Chantel, you were here yesterday, but Brigida, you're new here. How are you feeling?
Yeah, just yesterday or last night in some of the regions out there, I was on the casting desk, and I feel like I'm still not over what took place in yesterday's matches. But you know what? It's a new day, so new surprises definitely are in store for us.
You know, for today, I'm just really excited, and I can't believe that we are already in day 2. I thought that day 1 wasn't gonna finish because we have long games for some, but we also have shorter games. But at the same time, we get to see more about the teams, and hopefully also today.
Speaking of yesterday, it was a lot of sweeps and a lot of plays happened. So let's actually check out Kadia, top place of the day, and let's reminisce about what happened yesterday. Because honestly, even the opening match, that was intense. There was like, what, 15-0 KDA coming in from Club?
Yep. I'm trying to recall some of my favorite moments. Definitely one would be the Savage, yes, because I was there on the desk again. Probably another one would be the Estes Melissa shown to us by Team Falcons. That happened in Stream B, by the way, and that was 2 consecutive games of them being able to use the Estes Melissa.
I think for me, the best moment is we're in. Some of the teams are already at the lead, and then all of a sudden, it's the other team winning the game.
Yeah.
So I kind of feel like for the teams, they are really prepared. Day 1 was crazy. Yeah, the draft was crazy. We even saw some of the boxes being open. Uranus even, and a lot of Zetians.
I mean, I gotta say, a lot of records were broken, but we're gonna talk about that just a little bit later. Now, that's day number 1. It's a good opener just to have a rough understanding of where each team really stands. But again, today we're going to see some teams going to the knockout stage and some teams getting eliminated. So I kind of feel like day number 2, this is where we start to really start the competition where things are starting to get more intense. Things are starting to get more real.
I agree. Yesterday, it's been a day of, again, 2 streams, 4 matches per stream, and you get to see at least a glimpse of the meta coming in from all the different regions.
Yeah, and now we're gonna check out the Sony top reactions where we see our ladies here, how they reacted after the victory. Some really celebrated, some just like, it's just another Tuesday.
Yeah, I think some of for the more dominant regions, I feel like they are the team we're in. They're just okay on to the next game. But for the newer ones, like for example for Onyx Perty, they're just really more on the exciting type of reaction. We're just really happy that we get to show our performance or our strength in this league.
Yeah, and definitely there have been some, I guess, a little more frustrated reactions and emotions.
Yeah.
But I guess that's the nature of competition.
Yeah, I heard Stream B has a lot of reactions like that. Like some even shed tears. But again, like this is just one of those tournaments. This is everyone prepared an entire year for the MWI here at the Esports World Cup, and losing on day number 1 after a year's worth of effort. Even I would be frustrated.
Yeah, and it's not the same as before, right? We are doing a best of 3s. Before you can win a game and then suddenly have those points and be a tie on more dominant regions. So yeah, it's very different this year.
Yeah,
and now let's actually reflect back on that, because we're gonna check out the brackets just to see where everyone is really standing. And this is a good place for us to see who is on the upper bracket and who is on the lower bracket.
All right, this is gonna be Group A, where Team Vitality showed us a very dominant performance yesterday, as expected from the Indonesian region. So they'll be heading into the upper bracket finals against Team Falcons later on. But for the lower bracket, it's been very unfortunate. I believe they showed us some close matches against both Team Falcons and Team Vitality to some extent. But one of these 2 teams, they'll have to say goodbye later on.
Yeah, I think for Twos and Minds here, they really need to adjust since it's already their lower bracket. And for our Group B, we covered this yesterday on Stream A. We have Team Liquid winning up against Title Legends Gaming with a 2-0. I think that game went somehow long. We have 17 minutes and 45 seconds for that game number 2. Navi MY winning against Gaming Gladiators. I think the draft here was kind of controversial. A lot of, we could say, pocket picks for Gaming Gladiators. So we will see them at the lower bracket, Title Legends Gaming and Gaming Gladiators. But for our qualification match, it is Philippines versus Malaysia, as we have Team Liquid and Navi MY.
I gotta say, Group B looks very exciting, both on the upper bracket as well as the lower bracket. But now we gotta move on to Group C, where Navi PH, the players, they won last year, and we want to see if they can do it again this year. They'll be going up against Terra Queens, and then a lower bracket. This is the elimination match. It's going to be CFU Gaming going up against Virtus.pro, where we saw CFU Gaming playing on Stream A yesterday. And I kind of feel like everyone understands that this is a very strong team, but somehow yesterday, maybe the pressure got to them. They started playing not like themselves.
Yeah, it felt a little questionable a lot of times when we saw CFU Gaming, which is again another surprising thing to see them here in the lower bracket in as early as day number 2, because I think even in Chantel's power rankings yesterday, CFU Gaming was right there. And right here is the last group, Group D. I'd say people somehow already have expectations of how the first match here is gonna go, but for DreamHack Girls and Rising Rage, I wonder how overnight adjustments would happen in these 2 teams.
Yeah, DreamHack we really have to see, because they talked a lot about their jungler being the leader, but now we got to look at today's schedule, and this is for Group A. It's going to be Team Liquid going up against Navi MY, Navi PH going up against Terra Queens, Team Vitality going up against Team Falcons, and Onyx against Foot Esports. If you guys are seeing a theme here in Stream A, we're going to be looking at the qualification matches going over to the knockout stage, and later in Stream B, Title Legends Gaming going up against Gaming Gladiators, CFU Gaming against Virtus.pro, Twisted Minds, and WoW GG. And last but not least, DreamHack Girls going up against Rising Rage, where on Stream B is all the elimination matches.
I'm just happy that we're covering like Stream A, just the qualification match. But right after we saw the schedule today, and this is where it dwells in me that we are saying goodbye to some of the teams today. Sadly, though, but it's part of the competition.
Yeah, this is exactly why, hopefully, even though their matches just took place yesterday, they've learned a lot. They were able to regroup and talk about what they needed to address, because I feel like day number 1 was already enough to point out a lot of these things. Like they're so straightforward, I feel, even for some of the teams. You get to see exactly what they need to fix. But whether or not they're able to do that overnight is a completely different story.
Well, with 8 matches happening today, both in Stream A as well as Stream B, I'm pretty sure it's going to be difficult to actually start on one match. But actually, let's look at Saudi National Bank match of the day, where we can see this is going to be the focus. This is the match that everyone wants to see, and it's going to be Navi MY going against Team Liquid. Malaysia against Philippines. Hey, look at this. This panel is Malaysia and Philippines. Yeah. And since we have the mother and daughter of all series, we're looking like this might go all the way.
Yeah, I think this is going to be the first match that we will be having game number 3.
Oh.
Hopefully. I think when we
If
say...
all games in both streams are all 3 games,
it's not on us, you know.
Hey.
Hopefully not.
Wait, because if you think about it, the way Navi MY played yesterday, the way Team Liquid played yesterday, it somehow feels like it will indeed go to a game 3. But the thing is, will Team Liquid Philippines allow certain picks to go to Navi MY again? And how does Navi MY respond to the seemingly deep hero pool that Team Liquid Philippines has to offer?
Yeah, and as we're looking back at what really happened yesterday, I gotta say, a lot of games are very polarizing. Like when a game ends early, it ends like 9 minutes.
Yeah.
And when a game ends late, it's like what, 22, 20 minutes? Like very polarizing of the teams. And I believe like we heard coming in from the players, some of the players that really dominated the game, that was their angle. They wanted to give this psychological advantage against the opponents to say, day number 1, look how strong we are.
Yeah, I think also speaking of who is the stronger team, I think it is very evident on day number 1 that the teams from a more dominant region shows exemplary performance as compared to the emerging region. So there is a huge difference in terms of decision making. I think it all boils down to what you've said, that some teams or some matches were like around 17 minutes, 21 minutes even. And this is where the veterancy and even the experience comes in for all the players.
Yep. Which is why you get to understand where the frustration of some of these players are coming from. But this is gonna sound so inspirational, you know. But
Okay.
it's through these kinds of experiences that you learn.
Yeah.
That you kind of bounce back, you know. And
Okay.
right.
You know what? Okay, I'm gonna skip over that because right now we gotta see what the panel is really thinking, because we already did our power ranking. Now let's look at Brigida's Aramco power ranking just to see what you think. She has the advantage of seeing day number 1, and I kind of feel like for me and Chantel, some of our power rankings didn't really turn out the way we wanted. But let's check out Brigida's and.
Oh wow.
Twisted Mind. Now that's new.
Yeah. I wanted to put in something different.
Okay. But explain. Explain.
Because I already saw your power rankings. But yeah, for me, definitely I would be putting Navi PH on top.
Of course.
The players are indeed the defending champions of last year. Of course. And Team Vitality, I think this is a no-brainer. You just saw how well they were able to play. And whether or not I'm putting Team Liquid first or Onyx first was quite a struggle for me. But based on how Team Liquid was able to look very versatile in terms of their heroes yesterday, I had to put them there. Although I can say the same for Onyx, because it felt like their draft priority was very weird. It was like
even the Claude,
they were just going for whatever they wanted to pick at the time, but they still make it work. So
let me just defend myself. I didn't put it in any order. I was just like, what was the okay? Put here.
Same goes for me, by the way.
We didn't put it in order. She's really trying hard here.
Really?
Yeah.
We didn't put it in order.
Well, okay.
Hey, you know what? She's a real analyst.
No, it's okay
for
because
she's locked in.
You guys had to put it before day 1. So my advantage, I had an advantage. I had to put it in order.
Yeah, and here's the thing. The other day we had a meet today, and we had the privilege to talk to some of the players to really understand where they were coming from, the struggles that they had to go through, the tournaments or qualifiers for them to qualify here in the EWC. So let's enjoy this piece to see how did they get to MWI here at the EWC.
So tell us about your qualifiers. How did you guys get here?
We win in Myanmar qualifier and we get champion and we beat 4-0 and then we win, go to Riyadh.
Na classificatória para o MWI do Latam, a gente começou já perdendo logo no primeiro jogo. Então, se a gente fosse usar uma palavra, seria Fênix. Porque basicamente todo mundo não acreditava na gente, a gente começou perdendo e depois disso a gente ganhou tudo e agora estamos aqui.
Well, it's been hot since it was at the time when we were having our midterms exams and finals. So yeah, it was hard to focus on those both. And I was just finishing my finals and then the next day was my qualification. So yeah, I needed to stay strict on those both. But otherwise it was seamlessly easy.
Türkiye elemelerinden birinci olarak çıktık. Rakibimiz Kara Espor'du. Onları da 4-1 yendik. Türkiye elemeleri kolay olsa da EWC yeterince çok zor bizim için.
Türkiye elemelerini çok kolay bir şekilde geçtik. Türkiye elemelerinde çok zorlanmadık ama burada çok güçlü rakipler olduğunu ve bizi çok zorlayacağını düşünüyoruz. Ama biz de hazırız. Biz de iyi bir hazırlık süreci geçirdik buraya gelirken. Güzel bir bootcamp yaptık. O yüzden biz de buraya hazırız. Rakiplerimiz dikkat etmeli bu konuda.
我们是从中国赛区的选拔赛来打上这个 MWI 的名额的。对，就是先从小组赛晋级到线下的一个决赛，然后和 C 塔对阵，然后我们2-0赢下 C 塔之后就是拿到这个席位。
So yes, guys, that was TLG. So we're so excited to see them on the battlefield, and let's all support our ladies here for MWI 2025.
And there you go. We see very different stories. Some had an easy route in the qualifiers, but they understand that here is where the real challenge happens. Some lost the first game and then eventually came back. But yeah, like we heard all these stories, and now this is the real challenge. This is MWI. This is where the best of the best are.
I think the best attitudes that the ladies have during the interview was they are aware that in terms of the MWI, things will be more like competitive. So I think they're really prepared coming to the tournament. It's just that it's nice that we have qualifiers for other regions. Now we even have the Melcom qualifier. So it means that these regions are progressing. Can be slow, but still there's progress in the regions.
Yeah, and you see the other factors too, and how dedicated they are to actually making it past these qualifiers. Some had their midterms, they were going through their academics, but they had to also divide their time and manage it well so they could practice in preparation for all the upcoming tournaments. So really, the mental preparation definitely is there. So hopefully this time around, they don't hold back.
Yeah, and as everyone can see here at the panel, we have a lot to discuss, especially with the matches for today. But before we even start our matches, let's actually see back the players, the ladies. Let's see some hero shots. Let's get hyped for today.
Lining on all of them with a tsunami slap.
Able to take out the immortality, but look at the fist grab!
I gotta say, everyone is flaunting. Is like, okay, you guys look good and you guys play good. And looking at all the players coming in from yesterday, again, we saw a lot of different emotions. And I feel like, who do you guys think is really the more pressured here today? Because even in the qualifying to the knockouts, is it really the favorites that are feeling more relaxed or the challengers feeling more relaxed?
I think it's the favorites that are more relaxed. I could see a lot of pressure from other teams. Probably because they prepared very long. That the outcomes that they want isn't showing in the results.
I have to agree, especially with the teams who people had a lot of expectations towards. One is, again, CFU Gaming for me. That's a personal pick. No one probably expected them to drop down to the lower bracket as early as they were.
Yeah, now we're seeing the teams leaving their hotel. So it means that they'll be coming soon in the venue itself, because we got 4 amazing matches for today, and having both you ladies here, I'm really expecting to be here up until like, I don't know, 9 hours for today. It might be a 12-hour day, who knows?
You know what? There's a day actually that from day 1 we went straight to day 2.
Let's hope not.
I hope you're prepared for that.
I want to go to sleep, eventually. But anyways, as we see the players leaving the hotel, I saw both Gaming Gladiators as well as TLG, and they're just side by side, and they're going to be playing each other later in an elimination match. That must be very intimidating for both of them. It's kind of like, don't look disturbed, don't look stressed, don't look nervous, just be like, oh, we're okay.
Yeah, because like I feel for some of the players, it might just be their first time meeting each other too. Although definitely they've had a couple of interactions prior. It's so different once you're already on the battlefield.
Yeah, I mean, like, there's a lot of pressure there. Speaking of which, we got to celebrate a decade worth of achievement here, because make sure you guys vote at esportawards.com/vote, because Mobile Legends, we are nominated for 3 different awards for Game of the Decade, MLBB as Game of the Decade, M5 World Championship as Live Event of the Decade, and as well as Moonton being the Publisher of the Decade. So we'd like to say thank you to all the players, all the fans for keeping us here for 10 whole years. So make sure you guys vote, and I didn't notice it's been that long.
Yeah, are we also friends for 10 years now? No, just a kidding. Okay, it has been a long journey for everyone.
I feel like we've been friends longer than that.
Wow.
Yeah.
Am I part of that?
Of course you are.
Eventually.
But the jokes aside, it's really nice to see that we have the Esports Awards. So it means that the esports industry is acknowledged.
Yeah, and here's the thing, Brigida, I'm looking forward to see working with you for, 5-10 more years.
Wow.
And we don't have 5-10 more years for the next upcoming battle here, because I've got word that both teams are going to march soon onto the stage. So all 3 of us have to mentally prepare, because this is all going to be about qualifying to the knockout stage. And that's the big one, because we're starting with 16. Soon it will be 12, and then later on it'll be 8.
4 teams, right? We're saying goodbye to 4 teams, and those are all happening in stream. I wonder how the casters in stream be already there right now.
I mean, like, here's the thing. Like, let's set things up a bit as well, because we gotta talk about a topic of the day, because we broke records on day number 1, right? Day number 1, we already had like the fastest game win almost like ever. 9 minutes and 39 seconds. That's fast.
Yeah, and it's just day 1. What we can expect shorter games into the upcoming days. I mean, the teams could already adjust. So 9 minutes and 39 as compared to 10 minutes and 34 seconds is very different.
Yeah, and I also saw a difference in unique hero picks from 49 to 41. It does seem like this meta is a little bit more open, Brigida.
Yep. So more regions, we see more diverse options in terms of the meta and approaches overall in terms of playing the game, but it probably also has something to do with the number of games that we played. Definitely yesterday, we did see a lot more series compared to last MWI, so that is a factor.
We added more teams also this year, so that's one factor. So, I think for day number 2, we get to see more heroes being used here by some of the teams, because I think they're just discovering first, or they're trying to adapt first to the current or whatever it is that's being shown to them by the other team.
I kind of feel like for the elimination match, we might see more unique heroes picked, because this is do or die, right? It's now or never. If you have any kind of pocket picks, this is where you start to show it off, because if you lose, then that's it. You will not have any other opportunities after this. Now, I want you guys to hold your thoughts, because before we even start the day, I actually want to talk to our reporter to see what's going on over in Stream B.
Hey guys, welcome to Reporter Hits. This is Rose bringing you all the live action from Stream B. Now, yesterday we have a witness. Both streams get a clean sweep of 2-0 for all their matches. And today we will see another 4 matches play out in Stream B. For our first match, we have Gaming Gladiators going up against Tidal Legends Gaming. Now, both teams have failed to secure any points in their respective matches yesterday, meaning today's matches will be extremely crucial if they still want to continue their journey in MWI. Before we head on to the Land of Dawn, let us throw it back to the panel.
Thank you very much, Rose, for actually updating us on what's happening in Stream B. And for you guys to stay updated, make sure you guys follow our socials on Instagram as well as TikTok on MLBB Esports _women to make sure that you guys are always up to date, because I get it, 16 teams, 2 streams, 8 games, 8 matches for today. It's going to be very difficult, but yeah, make sure you guys follow the socials. And I'm pretty sure both of you guys are getting excited. Both of you guys are getting ready, because now we're about to invite both teams. Starting off today is going to be Team Liquid as well as Navi MY to actually get onto the stage. As you guys can see here, we're already starting up. We're already hyping up. And the stage is ready. You see the countdown, 30 seconds coming in. I'm on stage, so that's very exciting. So I hope both ladies, both teams are ready, because this match is for qualifying over to the knockout stage, one step closer to becoming the champions, the queens of MLBB here at MWI in EWC. So let's throw it over to the stage for both teams.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the second day of the Mobile Legends Women's Invitational at the Esports World Cup. Day 1, we saw dominant performances across the board, 2-0 results across both streams. But today is when things get serious. Stream A will witness qualification and elation for the teams as they make it into the knockout stage. And Stream B will witness elimination from the competition.
So the question for today would be, who will rise above and head on over to the knockout stages, and who will be crushed? Not just their hopes and dreams, but of course their keys signifying the tournament life. Here in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, the sands of time waits for no man, and of course women in this situation. At the end of today, we will find out who will continue their tournament life to become on their way to be queens of Mobile Legends Bang Bang for MWI 2025. And with that, let's continue on their journey to become limitless here at MWI 2025 Day 2. Starting off with the Cavalry. Presenting to you, Philippines representatives, Team Liquid. Team Liquid stands before you here today. The Philippines representatives made sure the world knows them from the get-go after a dominating performance in their opening match against Tidal Legends Gaming of China. Powered by CLA, who will be entering today's match as Sony MVP of the day and the current record holder for the highest kills in a single game of whopping 15 kills.
And their competitors, their challengers in the first series of the day. Representing Malaysia, it's Navi MY! Navi MY brought the fire on day one. Sharp rotations and fearless engages, and a 2-0 that left no room for doubt. And now they stand one series away from locking their spot in the knockout stages and continuing their journey in MWI 2025.
Wow, we sensed them as they were making their way down those flights of steps. All of our girls right here's eyes are locked in. All eyes on the prize. And this is the trophy of MWI 2025. Now, at the end of this match, we will be finding out who will be one step closer to the knockout stages.
So without further ado, let's head on over to the studio with our incredibly talented host and our queens of the analyst desk to start off day number 2.
Wow, wow, wee, wow. Thank you very much, Sandstorm, as well as Cheryl. And looking at both female teams, they look intense. They look ready. They got that aura.
We could see that they're really prepared. Even Kla, I think she's really excited to meet Vao Vao in this game.
I mean, how great of a confidence boost would that be to get a 15-0 on your first game on the first day, right?
I mean, that's a big motivator and also a big target on your back, because we got to see, like, okay, you know what? Kala is a problem. We got to see if Navi MY will put more respect onto that lane to make sure that she doesn't get going. But I kind of feel like for both teams, going for one specific target is going to be very difficult, because all 5 players, they have something to have in the game where you might ignore someone else and that other person might carry the game.
Yeah, and also they also have to consider that even the hero pool for some players are really that deep. For example, we have the allies for Ramisi. So they have to have all areas covered as much as possible, because they have the system. They know how to really work around the map, even how to lessen a lead in a game.
Yeah. I like that you talk about Team Liquid, because now we're going to check out their roster, because we really got to start talking about it. Like, what are their advantages coming into this match? Because again, looking back, when they came in, even though they came from the Philippines, not a lot of people had so much confidence in them. But hey, day number 1, they showed up.
Yep. I feel like even the audience in the Philippines who follow the women's competitive scene, they acknowledge the fact that Team Liquid is indeed an up-and-coming team, in a sense that they probably are yet to get a win from Navi PH. So it kind of makes me wonder too if that will be the same case for Navi PH's sister team, Navi MY, but this is a completely different team we're talking about anyway. So
I think to add to the social media thing, or people that follow TLPH, there's this thing where they call Kala now like the OHEB female version.
Ah, okay.
Because of the performance yesterday, because they're both under the Team Liquid organization. So it means that they now see the potential, or probably what Kla can do and the rest of the players of TLPH.
So only day 1, and we're already hyping up the players. And now, before we even talk about Navi MY, before we even talk about the roster, we gotta see how they really perform outside the game. So let's check out this video.
Goreng Dengan Team Lucky ni macam MDLID.
At least kita orang wakil Malaysia, korang duduk rumah je. Memang ayam lah kau. Kau suka ayam, mesti rank pun tak glory. Bro, tak bakal lauk. Kau tu lauk. Simpan balik awal. Kalau tak balik awal macam mana? Korang nak buat apa? Membazir je. Benda kau. MPL Malay gak ada yang keras. Sorry, kita orang bukan MPL. Orang yang berbelahan. Sila orang ni salah sebut. Kita lubis lagi sesuai. Sebab kita orang kan comel-comel, kecil-kecil. Sebab tu sesuai yang tepi. Comel kan? Tahu tak? Confirm kalah. InsyaAllah kita orang akan do our best, and kita orang takkan mengecewakan rakyat Malaysia.
Already committed as a 3-man stun. Shaw hit the mark right on Gaming Gladiators, pulling on.
Kita orang dah buktikan dah hari ni kita orang bukan lauk sebenarnya. So kita orang dah melaukkan GG. Tak buat apa-apa dah menang ah.
5 members of Navi MY rush down the crystal of GG. Up against 2.
Bagi saya lah, cool kita orang lagi besar, kita orang punya layak lagi mantap. Ya, kita orang confident sebab kita orang dah pernah kalahkan dia orang. InsyaAllah, I'm confident 100% with my team.
So there we see them reading some hate comments, but I don't know, it's Southeast Asia things. It's normal. It's normal. But now we're actually looking at rising above because in the previous MSC tournament, Fafao actually had the most kills in a single game with 12 kills on the Roger. But day number one, game number one, Kala topped that with 15 kills on that Granger.
I think they are meant to face each other today. It's just to set up the record for these gold laners.
Yeah.
And I gotta say, for her first time in an international tournament up against a seasoned player like Fafao, the pressure could be there, but also she can do more from yesterday.
Well, we're going to see what kind of heroes they get because we're jumping straight into the draft here. Navi MY will be first pick, Team Liquid. Second pick, looking at the bans here, betting out the Harif, Kimi, as well as Badang, which is quite interesting. I understand Kimi, but the Harif as well as Badang feels very targeted.
Yeah, and even the Harith being in the bans again because...
yesterday they used it, TLPH.
I mean, even teams picking it up was surprising already.
I still don't like it, but yeah, we're looking at TLPH betting out the box set, the Uranus, as well as the 1-1. So noble heroes like the Yi Sun-shin has been picked up. Now I do want to see for both teams what is going to be the mid priority because we saw a lot of Zetiens, but coming in from Navi MY, Honey really likes that Selena.
Yeah, so I'm wondering if it will be indeed an option later on, especially as they're going for a YSS. So they do want to secure that early game or at least the space to work around scaling for their jungler or their possible one of their cores in this game. But for Team Liquid Philippines, an immediate pickup on the Hilda.
Yeah,
This is
too early, right? Too early. Same reaction with the Hilda. I was expecting that they will at least secure our lot. So because of that, Navi MY, they can actually use it. And here's the discovery from yesterday. We've been seeing a lot of Akais and even our lots, and it is actually a good combo to be together in a team. So I think for Navi MY, they can use it. But we also mentioned about the Selena.
Yeah.
So this could be a priority pick for Navi MY because if not, TLPH then can ban the hero.
Something to see as well. Will Navi MY pick up the gold laner quickly here because a traditional counter towards the Granger is going to be the Irithel, and they do pick up the Irithel. And they also pick up the Glue, which is a strong hero, but not without his counters.
Yeah, and it seems like the entire Arlot conversation might not be the priority right now for either of these two teams. I believe another great pairing with it is going to be the Fredrin jungle, but we are yet to actually find out what the plan is. But now we do have the answer. It is going to be a Joy into the Yi Sun-shin, so they're gonna go all out in terms of junglers for this game.
Yeah, also there's this thing that people think that Joy isn't can't be used anymore as a jungler, but if you change some of the items, then it's very viable, specifically suited to the other team. So now we see a Zetian ban for TLPH, so it means that their lineup for TLPH, they're leaning towards those heroes that are more in the setup play, so they don't want any hero that has the potential to actually stop or even slow them down during the process.
Yeah, and this is another interesting thing because usually the mid laners immediately show up in the draft, but it seems like they're kind of saving it for later. So again, the Selena option for Hani, it's still out there, but there's a Farsa too, which could be picked up here by Team Liquid considering that they banned out the Zetian. Or unless they're looking for the likes of the Jushin or the more close-ranged mages to go up against Navi, but would you really want that because there's a Yi Sun-shin?
Yeah, actually it's gonna be hard if there's a Yi Sun-shin. Farsa has been banned for this game. I think the story of the mages here is gonna be the ending part because when we saw the clip, right, they said that our pool is bigger. Yeah. I think this is where the story will change for Navi MY, knowing that we have a lot of heroes for Pulse 4 or for Mage as an option, but as long as the mid lane is winning, then it would be an edge already for the other team.
Yeah, but I wonder how How likely is it for Team Liquid to be the ones to deny the Selena though?
Because we're looking at a Matilda ban here as well, which does mean that, I mean, looking at both Joy as well as Granger, we do see that they are going for a more burst comp. Now, the thing that I'm looking out for is actually the Kalia, because this is an opportunity for Team Liquid to have some kind of catcher, because I kind of feel like they have the damage. They just need someone to set up.
Yeah, there isn't any crowd control just yet showing for Team Liquid. Ooh, the farm is banned though. How likely is it that we get to see another Lu Yi in play for Navi, since they're lacking their mid laner? But so is
we haven't
their
seen a lot
roamer,
of Lu Yi
actually.
after the patch
Yeah,
change.
true.
Even in rank, we were like, yeah, no, I don't like this anymore.
Or maybe their roamer, because Navi doesn't have their roamer just yet. So that could be another thing Team Liquid has to consider.
But they, okay, Jushin. So yesterday, I think for Navi MY, they got Kaleo together with the Irithel. So although if they take the Kaleo, it means that they should get a mage that is more on the burst.
Yeah.
Because if you have two scaling heroes and then more on the support XP lane, then it's not advisable to get the Kalea.
Yeah, right now, honestly, looking at the draft for Team Liquid, it does look like they want to be able to fight at any moment of the time, because having Jushin makes it easier for you to funnel the farm over to Joy or the Granger, because Jushin herself doesn't need all that farm to be useful in the game. So Navi and they do have this opportunity. Either draft so that they can fight anytime as well to stop the aggression coming in from Team Liquid, or just have very fast wave clear so that eventually you can scale up to the late game and then fight equally there. And now the Eve getting picked up, and even the Belleric to answer both the Joy as well as the Hilda. But if the Jushin pulls the Belleric towards them, then that could be disastrous for Team Liquid.
And that's the thing, the lanterns, they just constantly trigger the passive for Belleric. So what was the plan, or what's going to be the plan here for Team Liquid? They're lacking their
crowd control. I mean, like, you have crowd control on Jushin, but
I am thinking maybe Agatot could be an option here.
Wait, so Hilda roam.
Oh, wait.
Okay, so Hilda is going roam, and now Lapu is going to the EXP. Well, what do you think about this, Chantel?
Actually, for this one, I think for TLPH, it's kind of hard to dive against Belleric and even Eve, specifically if you are a Lapu. But it seems like they wanna go and just dive in.
I understand you, and now we gotta throw it over to our casters to start game number 1 of MWI.
And we're now up for the second day. It's going to be on to the qualifying stage through the knockouts. Upper bracket here, Mirko and Athena for the game 1, match number 1 for the day 2.
Wow, just wow. Athena, the panel have been talking about, breaking records, new heroes, savages all throughout day number 1.
Yeah.
We get a big gift here too. Day number 2, Belleric showing up. An old counter to the Joy that we saw in M6. Welcome to the Land of Dawn. Let's get right into game number 1.
And with that, it's going to be Fafao and Kala on the gold lane. The former title holder for most kills in a single game. She could try and get the title back just along with this game on number 1. But let's see if there will be records broken yet again today. But looking forward here, basing onto the draft, this is not something that we see every day, especially with this Belleric for Remon.
Yeah, it's definitely an unorthodox draft coming in, unorthodox pick with the Belleric here for Remon. But yeah, the rivalry is still within that goal lane. Fafao last time 12 kills, remember, but man, it was shattered by Kla on a pick that we saw yesterday. The Granger again for Kla, so it's a comfort pick. Though, we gotta talk about this matchup because in day number 1, I think every time we see the Irithel, we see most people just stay away from the Granger. Again, trying to avoid that counter matchup.
You just tend to somehow pick the safer route, if ever. But looking at the emblem builds as well, more so we are focusing on the gold to gold here with a Quantum Charge and of course a Pure Rage here for Kla.
Yeah, for Fafao, it's also the Master Assassin, so really trying to capitalize on that winning matchup here to get the better of Kla. But so far, I mean, we got a recall battle.
Okay.
There's Soju flexing, sleeping as well on Remon.
We see you. And Soju and Remon here will just play a very big role. As a panel have mentioned, they were quite surprised that it's going to be a Hilda onto the realm here, Mirko. And we're quite There's one question, how about crowd control? But Zaishi there,
Yeah.
sliver of HP left. That's an early aggression here for Navi MY.
It's good that you brought up the Hilda, because usually when you pick up the Hilda, you would want to have mid-prio, but that's not what TLPH have right now.
Exactly.
Hani winning out that matchup already now. Ramisi, able to play, gets all the stacks in. Electrifying Beat's gonna be ready. Revan walks up, shot pops into Slime Slam, and it's gonna be Reno wins in the retreat battle. RWM to zone him in the back now as Ramisi's gonna be caught, but still has the dashes to get herself away. Now the Lancer Flare from Zaishi.
That's a very good women-to-women formation here. The defense onto the turtle take was so beautiful. Navi MY has capitalized on the global presence of what Hani can provide. And as you've mentioned, on the mid lane comparison, you could do much with Eve alone. Yes, you have certain crowd controls here just to control some certain players here for Zaishi's Jushin, but still you cannot deny that Navi MY just has that boxing square. They could be really useful, and now onto sticky situations, that is where Ability really, really shines.
Definitely. I mean, now it's just really, really tough. The thing is, this is something that I actually spoke with the panel about just yesterday. The Juicin. I'm not really a big fan of it. Hold up, that's, oh my lord, Soju getting countered by this Belric. Back to the point, the Eve is such a good pick against the Juicin. It's so tough for the Juicin to do anything in lane just because of that lane matchup.
Yeah, and exactly. You have to commit for the flicker just so you could reach Hani, but Ramisi will be reached here by Arena. And talking about not only onto the mid lane, but also onto the roam setup. Imagine the roamer here for Navi MY getting the first blood this early. And Papa right now being doubled down by Client Zaishi. Even the ultimate has been exhausted here, Mirko.
At least they're able to find pressure elsewhere in the map, right? They're losing out in that mid lane battle. They're losing out in the invades because of Redmond just constantly holding her ground with the Wrath of the Triad. Soju, it's going to be harder and harder to get in. But Shah, again, yo, Navi Malaysia are doing so well at just pressuring and invading, giving space for Rina to constantly invade. Now already a level ahead of Ramisi.
And their confidence is really reflecting onto their game, according to the pre-game interview, right?
Yep.
And now for Navi MY, this is the kind of aggressiveness that you want if you're up against TLPH. And mostly because you want to win onto the macro. Speaking of the macro, turns off Arena, Daiki alone here.
This is a strange move for Daiki. All alone now, it's going to be the Traces coming down. Rina looking for the kill. While Daiki is... They're almost turning things around. Shah will be able to pick up the kill. It looked kind of close for a second there, but it will still just be a free kill and a turtle up top. Good rotation for Navi MY, stopping any sort of trade from happening. And Remen, she can take as many shots as she can. It's all good.
And Navi MY just predicting that, yeah, TLPH will try and put pressure onto other lane because they're losing onto the macro. An overall goal difference right now, starting to build up here onto the side of Navi MY, even though it's just around hundreds. But still, a lead is a lead. And taking a closer look here onto the plan for Daiki, I do agree that that was somewhat questionable. She didn't have to somewhat contest that one alone onto 3 members, but maybe sort of a decoy just so TLPH could get some pickups. And so far, 5 minutes into the game, still 3-0 standing here onto the close score.
We've always been highlighting TLPH as a team that just does so well with macro, but so far, it does seem like they are being out macro. Navi Malaysia have just been one step ahead everywhere on the map. Good damage on Soju.
Wow.
Motion her back, rather dry it. His Fafel was able to pop in and sprint and the heavy crossbow! Getting a shot onto Ramisi. Zaishi gets the trade, but it's a jungle for gold. Ramisi's the one you kind of want to have alive right now. Rena's capitalizing so hard on this.
And TLPH is just bleeding hard right now. You've mentioned we're not really that sure if they're going to be in a situation like this, but it's early into the tournament, right? It's just day number 2, your second match, and Navi MY finally found a weakness of TLPH. Full-fledged competitiveness here for Navi MY, and not only that, they're managing their lanes so well right now, Mirko.
I like how you get a shot of the trophy and then it goes to the players. Navi MY certainly. They're coming into this tournament as I would say a lot of people didn't really expect them to be a favorite, but they're showing off their skill set here. They're showing off how good they can be if they get a proper draft, they play their A game.
even when they were reading comments earlier, right?
yeah.
They were like, we don't care. We're here to play. We play for ourselves. And we are here to stay, right? And for Navi MY, they're saying here, on the jungle yet again, the last turtle for this round being eyed out by TLPH. Will they be able to contest this one? Soju onto the back, just eyeing out Rina. I think this might be somewhat of a turtle for Navi MY.
Yeah.
Ramisi is still far away.
She's been able to get the level advantage back though now, level 10 to 10. But Rina, yeah, will certainly pick this up unless, yeah, close.
Okay.
What that's Sonata. It's gonna be a solid real room inflation as well. Taiki pops in the Raven Spider. Remen, Raven play Raptor to try and locks her down. Remen picks up the kill. Sean in the back. He's going for the slam, spread, but that's about it as Ramisi clears up top again.
We thought that Kla could actually go and still off the turtle, but remember there's still the referee here for Navi MY. Plus, I like the fact that the Shah just targets Kla on the backside, just totally dominating her, zoning her out, and that's the kind of XP, or that's the kind of blue that you would want against a Granger that you know was the Sony MVP for yesterday's matches. But now for TLPH, they're really struggling. But one thing is for sure, Ramisi is doing a great job onto closing off the gaps, as you mentioned, onto the level. And of course, she really capitalizes onto the item as well. And now onto the bottom side, we could see some pressure happening right now.
Oh, Shaw with the flicker forward, able to get the full stacks on Claw. Actually not yet, that's gonna be the free hits from Claw. Popping it in, Honey! Very aggressive RWM! Punished instantly. Ramisi in the mid lane just split pushing now. 2 members down for Navi MY, and the early lead goes down. It's a disaster for Navi MY. A turn to mid lane, almost falling. Remen having to use that Raptor to try it, but a turret down below will be taken by Kla.
That is exactly the position that you want if you're TLPH, closing off the space between Kla and Hani. And now, once they've got that opening, all they have to do is open it wider. And even onto the top lane, TLPH finally got the groove and tempo back, eliminating all of the outer turrets, now targeted in the mid lane. Bullets being thrown out here. 5 members of Navi MY defensive here on the mid lane.
And this is the macro we were expecting at the early game. Good spot by Hani there. Spots out Ramisi. He's going to have to be way more clinical, Athena.
Yeah.
Like, Hani's real world manipulation in front like that was... Honestly, it was quite it. Team Liquid literally just capitalized on that. And I really think it's also just the forced errors.
Yeah,
Liquid have been split pushing so well.
I do agree with you. That wasn't a situation that Hani should have used the RWM, as you mentioned. But she's doing a great job onto spotting each and every bush, preventing. But wow, Arena against Soju on the bottom side. Looking back here on the big objective, Lord upper grab. TLP just hovering over. As you mentioned, this is the kind of aggression that we want to see, and it's happening, but Navi MY just isn't letting anyone out of their sight. Each and every bush checked out. Soju might be chased down, but on the back lane, Clad delivering that much damage onto the Balearic Fremond.
Double Death Sonata. A big weakness of the Balearic is the fact that you are just so easy to cut away against Claw. That Sonata with the Rhapsodies coming down, but look at Fafao. Heavy crossbow coming down. Claw able to get away. Taiki, Raven Spider. A bit too early on, and that is a big resource that Navi Malaysia now have baited out from Liquid.
That's going to be a big shot goal here for Navi MY, and as you mentioned!
Dive to the back, that's Daichi taken down. Now Taiki as well without the Raven Spider.
Oh, no.
Soju looking for the kill on Hani, but Remen's right there with Revitalize. Claw zoned away, and now it is up to Ramisi to pull off a miracle steal. Rina popped in a Mountain Chakra, throws out the stun. Fafao going to the bushes, trying to read things out. Ramisi taking very low. Ramisi looking for the stacks, won't be able to get the full stacks on it. Not even the electrifying beats as Fafao takes her down. That's a free Lord to Rina, unless Claw, will not be able to get close enough. Soju tries to fight, but ends up getting beat down inside of enemy territory. One last shot should be enough. Soju's buying just a bit more time, but she will fall to Fafao.
But still, that was a terrific job for Navi MY. Even with Fafao just going on the bush, on the bottom side, just checking out Ramisi. We thought that she could go for the turtle, Lords rather, but still we cannot deny how much of an advantage you have with a glue, just zoning out Kla, and without Kla, there just isn't enough damage here for TLPH. And as we mentioned, very crucial mistake too for Daiki as well with the Brave Spider not landing any of it onto the members of Navi MY. Now, the tide has turned into the favor of Navi MY. But what's interesting though is that the gold lead just isn't growing that much. So close yet for TLPH, but now Lord will be marching onto the top lane, destroying the inner turret onto the top. Sha and Gremlin onto the front line, just dealing enough to sustain just so they can zone out and corner out TLPH here.
Despite the lore, despite the winning team fight, TLPH really playing to their identity. That macro game still strong for them. The goal lead, like you mentioned, Athena, isn't really that big now. Team Liquid are actually keeping their losses at the minimum. And it's due to the screening of Soju. Soju's been able to open up the map so well for Ramisi to constantly stay in the side lanes. They know where every member is from Navi Malaysia. And I guess if we're talking about improvements, that's what Navi Malaysia needs to improve on, right? How they can hide away from these screening heroes to stop the threat of a split push.
And the great thing about TLPH, even though they don't land most of the crowd controls or clashes into their favor, but looking at the items closer, you already have a BOD here for Clap. They just need one good position for her, even for Ramisi to land those bullets. Meanwhile, for Navi MY, this is a sticky situation now. And with that, you have to be really careful on who to target here for TLPH. They could just go and lead on when Daiki uses her ultimate, and that's it. That could be the shot call here for Navi MY. And so far, Ramisi is doing a great job onto leveling up the advantage here for the jungle-to-jungle comparison.
It should have been a whole lot more for Rina, that advantage, but right now Ramisi constantly shoving in waves in the bottom lane, other side far lanes, has given her, you can see that, way more gold distribution from minions. Whoa, Redmond baited out, Wrath of the Dryad gone. Yeah, that's where you can see it, the jungle creeps and the minions. She's been able to get so much more compared to Rina, who's really just been, more active, I would say, around team fights. Getting 1 kill, 5 assists. That's a big bot as well picked up as Kla goes on to poke Sha down.
And for Ramisi, as you mentioned, she's doing a great job onto trying to figure out a plan B, taking them out on the sickest situation here for TLPH. And looking at the goal difference, still hundreds here in favor of Navi MY. What we cannot deny, the TLPH just needs one clash into their favor, and that's it. Very crucial for Daiki to land those Bravest Fighter ultimate, but conceal play. Who are they going to target? TLPH was ready. No one was targeted. No one will be isolated. Soju yet again opening up the map, just giving more info before they try and dance with the Lord. It's going to be the second Lord of the round. Fafao, good hiding spot, by the way.
Great flanking position there. If Liquid decide to go for this and not check the bushes, which is going to be kind of wild though, because Soju, oh no, she's going to go for the aggressive route. Fafa on the back with a heavy crossbow already. The damage! 3-mana mobilization from Sha. Oh, Daiki! What a dodge from the Bravest Fighter. Daiki unable to land the stun, and it is all Navi Malaysia. No Daiki, no Saichi in the mid lane. Slam with the spread lands on Kla. Luckily for her, it won't be the mount on. Ramisi zoned away. Rina gets a free Lord yet again for Navi Malaysia.
The 3-woman mobilization miracle was just beautiful. I wish we could see an instant replay on that clash. Definitely Navi MY. With one clash now, the goal lead is slowly picking up the pace, and as we requested, thank you so much for the instant replay. We can definitely see on how Sha capitalized on the space and members just close by here for TLPH, plus Hani with the RWM. Ramisi and Kla can do nothing but stare back, especially onto what Navi MY did there. That was full on macro and micro play here. Advantage for Navi MY.
Lord up top. This composition is built for a siege too. So good. Mountain Shocker used up already. Zoning Ramisi away. Kla looking with an angle. Looks for a Daiki. Daiki with the Bravest Fighter will be able to get a few shots down, but gets very low. Mounted on, brought back to the team, and they fall under the RWM with the regular Dryad. Catching Ramisi. Saichi in the back looking for the play with the Crimson Beacon. Kla gunning down the front, but shots just so tanky. They've only just dealt with the immortality. Navi MY looking to utilize the Lord a bit more. They will get a base turret and a tier 1 in the mid lane.
Very good plan here just to defend their turret, but Navi MY. Rina taking down, yes, that's hefty bounty here for TLPH. But what Navi MY needs to do right now is take a closer look onto Cloud. By the way, 0 deaths still.
0 deaths.
Even though she doesn't have the best KDA yet, but you cannot deny the damage, especially onto the damage ranking. She deals a whole lot more when she got that position. And as we mentioned, she just needs someone to somehow take a hold of the members of the front laners here for Navi MY. But it's just not giving right now. Even Soju targeting Rina just so they could balance out the clashes here. Make it easier for Kla and Zaishi to defend. But still, Navi MY has most of the advantage here for game 1.
Wow. Navi Malaysia. I mean, we've been talking about the rivalry, and so far, Fafao, yeah, she's on the winning end right now. Kla, not really the best of games, but despite it all, like you said, Athena, 0 deaths. That's quite impressive. And really comes down to if she can get stacks on the Sky Piercer. Because if she gets just 2 more stacks, I'd say she's ready to carry the game. Then the rest of the team will have to maneuver in a way where it's so tough. It's really tough to even consider the win conditions right now for Team Liquid, just because of how many counter picks Navi MY have in their own composition.
And this is the tricky thing on why our panel was quite surprised onto why the Hilda was put onto the roam. You would want more setup. And even Chantal was like, the Jushin does have some, but you would want that instant lockdown.
Yeah.
You want more time to really choke them out. But for Navi MY right now, they have all of those criteria, right? You have the standard here for Redmond, and Fafao, by the way, already has the rose gold meter. So even if Ramisi cuts her off guard, she still has that split second of defense just so she could survive. And a lot can happen in a split second, right? And Fafao just hiding out, waiting for someone to take the bait or check out the purple buff. And now the Lord is being danced around by Navi and TLPH.
They gotta bait that Raptor Dryad somehow to give an opening for the Joy for Amisi to look for a play. Rina pops in the Mountain Chakra, gets vision of everybody on the map. Soju still looking for the flank. Fafao in the mid lane, constantly getting the mid prio over. Daiki's confused whether she should clear the wave or rotate in.
So many things to consider here for TLPH. They also need to take a look on the minion wave. That's all in favor of Navi MY. And now they're forced to somehow retreat back, clear some of the waves incoming onto the top. But right now, onto the jungle, Soju, half-life left. Still immortality here. You have so many bushes around the Lord. But Daiki, will he go for the trade? Will she go for the setup?
In the back, Rina still able to go with the Mountain Chakra. That's going to be Soju mounted on Claw! On
Flicker.
She's still able to flicker out with the Wind of Nature in the back line as well. Soju tried her best to go for the kill. Daiki has to run away. No Bravest Fighter. That's the CC immunity. 2-man stun. Now on the back with the Bravest Fighter. Still not enough to take him down despite Claw's best efforts to go for the kill. Hani is too clean with it. Pops in the Winter Crown. Stays alive. And now Navi have a whole evolved Lord marching top.
Frontliners here for TLPH having the hardest time for game number 1. And so far, even though Soju is doing a great job onto giving information, their defense just isn't enough for all the burst that's coming from Navi MY, and now they're left to defend. Navi MY onto the defense, complete 5-woman setup here if ever. Ultis are also on the spot.
Rina in the back, Claw buys immortality or has immortality, buys the Winter Crown in time. But no, Claw still falls in the end. That was a stompy stomp if I've ever seen one from the counter picks, from the execution. Navi Malaysia are coming into MWI 2025, guns blazing.
That was the kind of dominance that they want to show on their play, onto their game. And Navi MY just capitalizing on their early up until the end, right?
We saw glimpses of the Malaysian brilliance just last year in MWI with the homegirls. But I think Navi MY this year have taken that to a whole new level. They have literally just beaten a team that most analysts predicted to win this matchup.
Most of the time, right? Even on the comments of our live stream, there were doubts onto Navi MY's capabilities, but now another convincing performance onto our day 2 opener. Now you see that they are a heavy competitor. They are another full-fledged powerhouse in the making here. And we're just a second day onto our group stage. I could only imagine what more can they show. Will this be a sweep yet again? Targeting and locking in onto TLPH. Their path right now seems smooth, right? And to break it down for you for that game number 1, let's toss it over onto our panel.
LaSalle.
Thank you very much, Mirko, as well as Athena. And even though it was a stompy stomp, but because of the mid-game, the macro coming in from Team Liquid, it was a very prolonged stompy stomp. But personally for me, I kind of feel like the one that really won that one was the draft, right?
Yep.
A lot of outplays in the draft that really helped them out in the game.
I think when you look at it, the Eve and Balerk alone could actually stop the threat from Soju, even Daiki.
Almost everyone from the team.
Almost everyone. So I think that's the reason why TLPH just opted to go for the split push. Yeah. And then there were moments wherein they want to go for the team fight, but it just so happened that they also had the glue firm shot, who did play very well on that game, like doing the split against the other heroes.
Honestly, like if we're just looking at basics here, every single lane, it's a lane win matchup. Irithel against Granger, Eve against Jushin. And honestly, Yisun Shin against Joy that wants to farm fast, but Yisun Shin farms faster. It just feels like they just got a tier above with all the picks.
Yeah, and that's probably why I think even for the possible other option of Team Liquid, which was to gain a little bit of control even, there's a Hilda which could potentially be a lot more aggressive. It could scout a bit more. There could be some information here and there, but they can't do that. And the moment they weren't able to get the turtle, I feel like that's where they just accepted their fate to just rely entirely on the macro.
I just noticed Raimundo ended the game with 2-0 and 14, and she's the roam. She decided, I'm the carry now. I'm not going to die.
Yeah, there were moments wherein the Ancient Seed was used masterfully by Raimundo here. Imagine, you have players from Team Liquid, PH that wants in for the dive. You have the Ancient Seed, and then everyone is just taunted. And then the team fight stops there for Team LPH. And then Navi MY, they have the Yisun Shin. They have the Irithel. And if you look at the hero composition of TLPH, there's no really crowd control.
Yeah, and I guess that's also why Fafao had such a great time.
Yeah.
There was no need for Fafao to get the Purify. There was no need for Fafao to be too mindful of her positioning.
Yeah.
But still, she was. And there were moments where she literally put herself in hidden spots just to be the one to surprise Team Liquid, because she knew that there was no one that could potentially stop her. Zaishi, the possibly only crowd control, was too busy zoning other members and doing other stuff.
Yeah, if we're looking at TLPH, they really have a lot of chase, but they don't have any kind of lockdown, because when it comes to the later stages of the game, you have to make the tough decision. Who do you want to target? Do you want to target the Eve? Do you want to target the Irithel? Do you want to target the Yisun Shin? And at late game, every one of them is a threat.
Yeah, and we saw earlier that there's a huge difference in terms of the damage dealt for the players, probably because of the way that they can initiate and actually stop or end the team fight. So we could see here the difference in terms of gold.
Not that much, honestly.
Not that much, yes, but I think it's more on the execution or like the opportunity for TLPH to win a team fight. I feel like, yes, they have the items for Kla, even for Ramizi, but I think it was not even half of the damage of Kla that Ramizi was able to deal against the players of Navi MY.
Yeah, there were no deaths from Kla in the game, at least leading to that last push done by Navi MY, but they needed damage, they needed a way to come back, and that clearly was something they were not able to achieve just yet. So Navi MY, even with the lineup that could probably have the better late game, so that's when you know that it's it's just so tough for Team Liquid.
So let's go step by step. I want to talk about the changes that they could make, but for now we're gonna look at the head-to-head of the EXP laners here, just to see when an EXP laner does well, the jungler does well as well. So now we gotta look at Sha as well as Daiki. 12 average KD against 0.33. Daiki really didn't have a great game for this one, and I don't know, did she herself make a mistake, or did Navi MY just punish her every single time?
It's just the skill set, the difference in skill set for their heroes. I think there was a time. This
that
perfect sample. This moment, she uses a bravest fighter, and then she just realized, okay, I'll just die here anyway.
It was slightly miscalculated because she almost got it. I probably, if like there wasn't a backup or if there wasn't a bodyguard alongside Rina at the time, but even then it could only do so much because in the other parts of the map that wouldn't guarantee that they'd be completely winning out just yet.
Yeah, really holding the name of the ultimate bravest fighter. She really showed that she was brave, but it came to a point where it becomes almost predictable by Navi MY. It's like we save our skills, so when she dives in, we just punish her, and that's what we saw in this game. So while we're looking at the highlights here, Chantel, what do you think TLPH really needs to adjust? Because let's remind ourselves, winner will be the first team to qualify to the knockout stage.
I believe for TLPH, this is the time we're in it. They don't really want to overcomplicate things in terms of draft. The Lapu-Lapu last pick, it's something that we didn't really expect coming from TLPH. Even the prioritization of the Hilda was somehow questionable.
Yeah.
Yes. So yeah, it's more on the priority and their sequence of the heroes that they would choose.
Yeah, if any, there were some teams who really didn't care about the sequence, but they had plans in mind. They knew what had to be done. That was the time where I believe it was Onyx picking up that lineup,
Slowly building
up, and then we had so many questions in mind, but heading into the game, we see that they had 4 ruptures. So it was the early they were after all. But this was different because they had no direct answers. They had no clear answers to the numerous problems that we already saw coming from the draft itself.
Speaking of the draft, I kind of feel like we got to talk about this, where not all flexible picks are created equal. Because when we're looking at jungle, roam, and EXP, that's the one where there's a lot of flexibility. But not every hero is a 10 out of 10 flexible. Something like a Hilda, I would say, is only like a 2 out of 10. Like on the EXP, she's great. But in the roam, it's very conditional. So I kind of feel like for the teams, prioritizing a very flexible pick, you really got to think about it. How flexible is it really?
Yeah, if they are to choose a flexible hero, they have to make sure that it will check on all the points that is needed up against a specific team, because Navi MY is also known to be a team that is good at macro, even initiating team fights. And just because I think the story behind, or the reason behind the Hilda pick was because of the YSS, but it just ticks the box against the YSS, and there's no really answer to the rest of the problems for TLPH. So too early for the Hilda. Could have been an EXP lane, or probably another EXP lane that has more to give in a team fight.
Yeah, because earlier, Navi MY felt like they already saw the immediate answer from Team Liquid Philippines, and they were just able to draft better around the Yi Sun-shin. So, I mean, the Yi Sun-shin Prio is a different story. That's a power pick nowadays. So, yeah, I believe that's also what Team Liquid Philippines definitely needs to work on.
Now I want to talk about Claw, because in that game, even though she didn't get as much kills as she got yesterday, but still, her positioning is very, very good. Now, she got the Granger early, but then eventually got countered out by the Irritel. Do you guys feel like maybe it's a good idea just to delay her pick, maybe even the 3rd pick, so that you can have the bans later on?
Yeah, that's a good point actually, because knowing that both gold laners have a larger hero pool, right? So I think, that's a good option also for TLPH, so that they can have other heroes that could actually support Kla, because Kla alone can play individually in a safer manner, wherein she's not a player that needs to be tended to.
I mean, even just yesterday, she was one of the players confident enough to bring out the Harith in like current meta, and she was able to play that relatively well. So I believe Kla also has like a multitude of options to choose from if ever they are forced to that point, which is again all about the sequence, I guess, because even the mid laners, right? We were talking about it earlier. Like, oh, it was so surprising to see all the mid laners just come in the second phase of the draft.
Yeah, Kla is amazing, but we still have to remember this is a 5v5. You need a proper support, proper peel, proper distance given to the player to be able to actually contribute into the fight. So we're going to jump into the draft very, very soon. So I kind of feel like we're all in agreement that TLPH, they can give out very amazing drafts against Navi MY, where they're known to have a larger hero pool as well. They just got to be careful not to get trapped, right? Because if there's a possible counter, then it's a possibility that Navi MY will pick it up, even the Belleric.
Yeah, we were all agreeing during the game while watching that Belleric answers everything that TLPH has. So knowing that this is the threat from Navi MY, I think for Coach Moody, since he's also a coach for MDL that has a lot of like hero
global bans,
the global bans, right? So I think this is where he could change things up coming to game number 2, or probably change the dynamics even for Kla, because I think they're focusing too much on having Kla as the center of the damage. So there's no really way for Ramisi. Yes, they had the Joy, but the Joy earlier, if stopped in terms of the jungling pattern, is just forced to go for the split push.
Yeah, and Navi MY clearly was the more successful one to do that earlier in game number 1, even despite just having the Belleric and the glue. That's so surprising in itself, because it was Team Liquid who had the Hilda, and I feel like you could just immediately associate the Hilda with disrupting so much from Navi MY supposedly, but that wasn't entirely the case.
And now we're jumping into the draft here, where Team Liquid, this time they're going to be first pick, and Navi MY, they will be the second pick. So in this situation, they do have priority in actually getting some setup or win condition on for themselves, maybe even an opportunity to take away the Yushin Shin.
Yeah, Yushin Shin, good point. I think if Navi MY bans out the Yushin Shin, then there's the answer for TLPH. It means that Navi PH works around a jungler like YSS, so they would have a better idea on that. But anyway, TLPH, they're banning out the usual heroes, Farsa and Wama even. Farsa meaning they still want Kla to have somehow safer area in terms of the laning.
I am leaning towards the idea that Team Liquid Philippines might want to revert back to the more common comfort picks, similar to the Fredrins and all that, for their draft. Heading into game number 2, I feel like that's something more familiar to them. Also granted the bans that we have so far.
Speaking of bans, I think this game, Uranus and even Baksha will be open, and it is open. That has been a trade here for Navi MY. Okay, we ban still the Harith and have TLPH choose between those two heroes, even YSS, and then they get the better trade because Baksha, they got it, and then Uranus YSS.
It's an amazing opening. Even our draft Brigida, I started with Baxia, and I was very happy with the draft that I got. And yeah, Baxia is a very good opener, and now it comes to the question where you just don't know where this Baxia is going. Is it going EXP? Is it going roam? Is it going jungle? This is one of those heroes that, personally for me, is like an 8 out of 10 in terms of flexibility. It legit can go anywhere.
Oh, okay. Never mind the YSS.
Speaking of which, this Lancelot was the one that Rina used to destroy gaming gladiators yesterday, using twice straight.
Yeah, Rina, I think, is one of the most proficient assassin junglers that we have out there.
I think I know why. I'm looking at the draft right now, and there's not too many lockdown heroes. Like the Kali is not there, the Badang is not there, and they took away the Gatot Kacha, and there's the Phobias like you predicted, and now the Moscow. So now there's more crowd control. But I wonder if this was a bait.
Okay.
Still no mages again.
Sorry, I'm surprised because I think Navi MY is trying to replicate their draft from yesterday. They have the Lancelot, Gatot, and CC for game number 1. Although Harith won't be taken here, even Parsa, so they're just changing some of the areas. But definitely, this is like their comfortable hero composition. This 3.
I see. And it kind of, like, wherever the CC goes, whatever you put in the XP lane, it feels like they're happy with that matchup already.
This is a combo that happens in Malaysia a lot as well. CC as well as Gato Kacha, where CC locks people down, and then it's a free ult for the Gato. Yeah, so it's one of those very annoying things that you see in rank. And even though it's in rank, it's very much viable in professional play.
Yeah, and I think Navi, they are also still considering the idea that the Vaksha might not just be the jungler just yet, because they took out the Suyo. So maybe there is still a chance that we get to see the Frederick I mentioned earlier, but I feel like they
too much of the
same
mage.
They need a lot of damage.
Yeah, they need a lot of damage lacking on since if they are leaning towards
they're banning the carry. So maybe
there's a chance here.
Maybe because they banned the carry.
And they banned the what if it's just Alice without the Angela all over? Because they did it yesterday. That did not have the Angela beside the...
I think that's a possible route because Zetian is still open. So you could have Zetian and Alice as 2 final picks. So they will have equal for both physical and magic, although too much on magic, maybe.
Like I said, no such thing. No such thing as too much magic, man. As a roamer, we need a magic resistant update. But either way, right now the final bans coming in for Team Liquid. They gotta be careful because Navi will have the priority here, and I feel like the priority is going over to the mid unless it's gonna be something very flexible. They banned out the Bruno as well, so they want to make sure that the Moskov has a good matchup. But honestly, there's still a lot of gold laners still open, even the likes of Granger,
Brody, even.
Irithel too. It's
Irithel, yeah, in terms of mobility.
Bane.
Why not?
I mean, who knows, right? Yeah.
Oh, the last time they did meet each other though in the qualifiers, they used Bane twice in a row.
Yeah.
And we have
the Selena, the honey special. So you were talking about how TL should really go for comfort. Maybe Navi heard as like, hey, that's a good idea.
Oh my!
You can see the smiles on their face now. And I think there's a story with the Selena of Honey, wherein even male pro players know that they shouldn't give her.
Yeah, they're
Selena.
like, ban it out. Don't let her have that Selena. Yeah.
Yeah, that's not going to be an option. But now Team Liquid Philippines, they still have chances to find a way to work around this. If I were the Fredrin in this situation, though, I would feel bad. Like
I would be like, are you sure, coach? I mean, I don't mind being a punching bag,
but maybe not anymore. Okay,
yeah, so the Hayabusa and the Zitian.
Okay.
Maybe there was a switch on a TLPH side. I think they were really looking forward to have a sustained
they probably
jungle.
were.
But then again, they saw the Selena, and it is Honey that is using it. So, Hayabusa is a good option here, or a nice choice for TLPH rather than having sustain. It's just that the only target for the Hayabusa mid transition into late game is gonna be the Selena and probably the gold laner of Navi MY, because you can't really burst out a CZ as early as possible. Gatot even in the Lancelot can escape.
Yeah, not unless the laning goes well for Zai, I guess. I mean for Daiki. But they wrap it up with the Granger, and yeah, because the Lancelot, there's too many iframes, so might not be the best option. But let's see how it goes. For Team
right now we can definitely see for Navi MY there is a lot of burst and a lot of control here. So TL, they really have their work cut up for them. I want to see how fast they rotate. So thank you very much, Chantel, as well as Brigida. But now it's time for me to pass it over to Mirko and Athena to continue on casting the second game in the series. We'll see. Will it be a 2-0?
Thank you, Lafel, Chantal, and Brigida. And now, it's going to be the Battle of Redemption versus the dominance of Navi MY for game number 2. Let's head on over onto the Land of Dawn. It's me, Athena. Together with me is Mirko. What can you say about that draft, Mirko? Specifically eyeing out a certain hero here for Navi MY.
Right now, all I can say is choo-choo because it's a train, Na'Vi. They've literally built themselves a train. Now, it depends what kind of train they want. If they get a snowball early, this is going to be a bullet train. It'll be going through the map super fast, but if they fall behind, this is going to be one of the trains that actually, gets derailed real quick. TLPH have a pretty okay composition to hold back, to weather the storm. It really just comes down to if Na'Vi Malaysia, again, get that snowball early because, this composition is kind of nasty if they do get a snowball.
So in short, TLPH needs to find a way to derail this bullet train. I do believe it's going to be a bullet train, especially with what Hani is doing. And as Chantal have mentioned, even most pro players, men pro players, bans out the Selena here for Hani. I was just supposed to say Hani for Selena. But still, you're on the mid lane. Early skirmishes here for Soldier and Ramisi.
The taunt over. Oh, first blood already for Rina. And hey, Athena, I just had a conversation with Rose outside of the talent lounge. She was already hopping out Rina. She's like, yeah, Rina, she's an upgrade here for Na'Vi MWI. Like, if she was there from last year, they would have beat Smart Omega Empresses. So, hey, shout out to Rose.
Yeah, and definitely we're seeing it. First blood, plus yesterday, they totally destroyed, am I right? GG with this Lancelot. Sweep with Rina's Lancelot, right? And now with Hani playing on to the Selena. Yet again, game 2 Selena here for Hani. They just want to go for the sweep here. Na'Vi MWI definitely for TLPH needs to watch out. They need to watch out for their tempo here. Crucial crowd controls here for Zaishi, even the ultimate as well with a Fury Phoenix. But right now for Na'Vi MWI, fast-paced action here. Rotation on the first turtle. Soju getting hit hard.
Abyssal Arrow landing too. Massive stun coming down to the back as well. But now look at Daiki with the Infernal Pursuit. Ramisi gets a kill back. 2-1. Na'Vi Malaysia caught in the tough spot. That's the power of the Phobias early during turtle takes.
That's what you want for Daiki. Even though she doesn't land the Infernal Pursuit, but the Dark Wave really matters. Just so she could just zone him out, slow him down. Rina taken down here. Daiki just regaining some of her confidence from game 1's Lapu Lapu.
Yeah, and it could also just be a rare case or a very, very common case of a caster curse. Right as we compliment Rina, we get to see a death.
Maybe it's a mere curse.
Hey
2.0.
man, hey, you know what? My bad. Lafel, I'm sorry. I'm sorry I cursed the girls, man.
And even Rose.
And I'm
you
sorry,
have
guys.
to say sorry.
I'm sorry. Both teams are equally good.
Yeah.
Yes.
If you want, we won't say their names, but we have to.
Yeah.
We really have to. And going back here for TLPH, regaining some of those accomplishments on the dominance. And even Clad, they're just picking off a hero which have much freedom that she needs in terms of positioning, and of course, if she is needed under a certain clash with a Sphere of Destruction. But right now, onto the farming. What's up? Is it going onto the favor of Ramisi right now?
I think so far it's actually quite even still between the junglers, right? Like, Ramisi has a level lead, I think mainly just because of the neutral objective take. So, Rina should be able to even it out a bit more. It comes down to turtle number 2, I'd say. Like, that's going to be the real determining neutral objective to see who actually will get the massive advantage. Because once Ramisi gets it, if she gets it, that's going to be a big lead.
But actually, for TLPH, they ain't scared of this Selena, right? They just open it up even for the drop for game 1. Wait a second. Did we see the right? The flicker here for Fafao this early.
Yeah, a bit of panic there, definitely. Seeing Kla walk up aggressively on the Moskov.
Yeah.
Definitely strange, you know? You won't expect a weak side laner to be walking up aggressively. And turns out it was right. She was right. Ramisi was around the corner. It's just, was it too early to show that flicker to pop it out? Now Na'Vi Malaysia in the struggle. Phobias already rotating the turtle.
Okay, going to be set up here. Further pursuit activated. Dark Wave is also there. Just getting a lot of damages in here. Sphere of Destruction hitting no one.
With AOG, look for the ult as well. Oh, Zaishi picks up the kill as Rina jumps in with a puncture. Fafao gonna be caught in the back now. Goes into the Rat City, but Remen gets Spirit Misery pinned down to the wall. Rina gets a kill back from Ramisi. Just gonna go for the poke of the Rose, but gets caught by the Shurikens. And Team Liquid continue that early lead and now capitalize on it. 2,000 gold lead up.
Fled onto the second turtle. Might be the deal setter here for the junglers, but not only that, also onto the laning. Just wow for Team Liquid. A very nice layer there for Daiki and as well as Soju right there. But let's take a closer look here onto our instant replay. The jump come from Daiki. We understand that Redmond has to go for the AOG, but what they didn't expect was the damage here being layered properly by TLPH.
Uh-oh. An attempt from Daiki, good zoning. Gets the job done. Daiki walks back up.
Oh.
Very aggressively.
That is nice. But shades up as well. Like, she's looking at them eye to eye like, what you gonna do? You should just back away now, girl. You don't have the flicker. But for Team Liquid, that is the kind of swag that we want. And now they have a huge lead. That's 3.4k gold lead right now. 5 or 6 minutes into the game. Navi MI still has a chance. You cannot eliminate the fact that this is one of the best picks for Hani.
Yep.
Still stable here by the 003 KDA. But looking at the gold difference, all of it is in favor of all the roles here are late for Team Liquid.
Oh, yeah. So far, this train has looked kind of derailed, you know? Team Liquid has done a good job weathering the storm, actually utilizing the storm to their advantage.
Exactly.
They've been winning the early game, a 3,000 gold lead. Really good abyssal arrows from Hani, but there's just not much they can do with it, right? Like, every time it lands, it's just poke. They can't all in onto Soju. They can't all in onto Daiki. And the Phobius gets actually quite a bit of value whenever the Selena walks up. You get those stacks or that the passive even faster.
And that's just what she wants exactly, right? And for Navi MY, they know that also. That's why they're just continually finding a way to reach somehow Zaishir and even Ramisi. But Ramisi is someone that you wouldn't want to waste so many resources at, right? And for Navi MY, they need to balance out some of the lanes because for TLPH, even though nothing is happening yet, look at the top lane. There's just Glad doing her job.
Yeah.
And now last turtle of the round, Soju on the front line and 1v1 on the gold.
SOD into the front as well. Good flicker out from Fafao.
Okay.
Challenging for an angle to go for a tier 2 to be following with the turtle as well. Now Rina trying to go for the steal on the turtle. Redmond able to get away with the top, but now it's gonna be the vengeance popped in. Shot brought back by the dark wave, and Zaishi gets the killing spree. Abyssal arrow landing, but it's only onto Daiki. The orange buff. An attempt to take it away. Clock gets it. The Rose and the phantom execution in the front. AOG. They try to save her. Clock gets away with the help of Daiki.
What a move here for Kla. Definitely want to go for the flawless record yet again. And for TLPH, they're just doing it. They're just sticking together. So even though an arrow or abyssal trap hits, Hani has no choice but to just back away. They couldn't just dive in straight ahead here for TLPH. And now they're just fully utilizing the advantage that they got. And Kla doing a great job yet again onto pushing off the inhibitor and on the bottom side. Hani going in. Oh no!
4-member Sun, the pin down, and the shredding shots coming in for the Moskov Claw.
Ramisi and Rina.
1v1 up top. Ramisi gets the better of Rina, but Rina is able to get away, just barely. Luckily, they still had the Holy Defense down below, but they're not going to have a tier 2 for any longer.
Yeah, and a bit of a struggle here to put some stacks onto Fafao's Sky Piercer, by the way. And looking at the trio here, Trinity rather, here for class itemization. Beautiful build, by the way, DHS onto the third. Meanwhile, a huge power struggle here onto the mid laners. Yep. We couldn't fill the damage yet for Hani. And prioritizing, of course, the Enchanted Talisman for the City Reduct. But as we could see, even though she's landing perfectly onto the arrows, they just couldn't burst down anyone yet from Team Liquid.
Yeah, that's a 2,000 gold lead between the gold laners. Like you said, the 3-item power spike. Yeah. And it's just strange to see, right? Because usually you would see this lead on a Granger, especially at this point of the game.
Yep.
It's a Granger that has to go for a trade with Redmond protecting her. Free neutral objective, and it's a big one. The SOD gets shot down. Redmond's recall gets cancelled. Oh, she takes it too. Just gets a free teleport down below to manage the waves and to go in for a 3-way push. Yeah. Great shield unity to dodge away from the Abyssal Arrow too. And Navi Malaysia, hey, this is a big concern. Their wave clear is not really good.
Yeah, and definitely it will be a hard defensive error because Team Liquid is just capitalizing with the clearing of each and every lane. They want it onto the same time. The Lord marches onto the top side. So most probably Navi MY needs to rethink. They know who to target, but right now it's not really giving. And right now onto the mid lane, we have Soldier with Shield Unity. Sha as well is really struggling.
Oh my god!
And Hani!
Shadow kill the back as an assassination on the mid and the gold lane. Fafao and Hani fall into the shadow kill over Misi. Claw having a blast down below, just piercing through the HP bars of Navi MY.
Okay, they're continuing. Soju just roaming around here onto the base. Navi MY left to defend for the crystal. Zaishi onto the top lane. They don't want any idle moments here for TLPH. They want to do everything as fast as they can. And now 4 members in. Soju on the bottom side. Rina getting hit out. AOG!
Good purify out. Now with the sustain out. Ramisi goes in for the shurikens and the shadow kill again out the Fafao in the back line. Still able to get the isolation on Remen. The SOD now landing. Rina getting caught as well. Has a revitalized Claw. Jumps back in. Has a bit of nature. And baits out Rina, but she's still able to survive. Daike goes in for the Dark Wave. And Ramisi cleans up in the back. Wow. Navi Malaysia stuck now under the crystal. The missile arrow goes wide as a pin down on Hani by Claw. As she goes in for more piercing shots onto Rina, onto Sha. That's a double for Claw and the crystal to follow.
And that's going to be it. Team Liquid PH regaining their confidence and their strong willpower and extending the series on to a game number 3. What an adjustment and what a play here for Ramisi as well. Just throwing those shurikens, targeting the back lanes themselves.
Wow.
And even Daiki, right? This is a better performance compared to game number 1 alone.
That was so different. And I think it has to be, again, because of a very all in or nothing type draft from Navi Malaysia, right? They kind of put themselves in that situation where, yes, if they win the early game, it would have been great. But TLPH, they're a team that you can't really do that to, right? Like they're even in game 1, even in an early game win position for Navi Malaysia, TL were able to recover a lot of times. They were able to stay even in the mid game. And here, man, that setup was just too much for Navi Malaysia to handle, even with the snowball comp.
You just got to keep a cool head here. And I'm not surprised for the game 3. We have the mother and daughter of all seers on the panel. Speaking of which, it's your turn, Lafal and Chantal Brigida.
Brigid Chantel, man.
My thoughts exactly, Athena. So someone has a reputation to really maintain, and both Brigida as well as Chantel has maintained their reputation. How do you guys feel? Like, you guys did it? We're going for game 3? First since yesterday.
Probably, I think we looked forward for a game number 3 prior to this game. But yeah, I just feel like for TLPH, they just knew how to adjust against Navi MY coming to game number 2.
There were clear adjustments made. Even like in terms of the bans that they did, you kind of get an idea of what they already want to do. But this time, they make it work.
I gotta say, in this game, Ramichi, she really locked in. She was like, okay, you know what? Let me stay quiet for this one, and let me just execute. And she executed so many people.
Hence the smile earlier that we saw. And yup, for Team Liquid Philippines here, in terms of the drafting, better like structure. I mean, everything is on point, including a hero that could be up front. Surprisingly for Clash, or I think for Clash, she's just surprising everyone that she can do. Very good performance with any hero. So even Ramichi here, 606. This is very different against the Joy earlier, but it means that she knows what to do if they are on the lead early game or if they are lacking in terms of gold.
Yeah, they maintained it so well, honestly, against the Navi MY, who I feel clearly weren't able to make use of how well their skills could have layered together. We were hinting towards the curtain call and the AOG, or potentially even the Selena jumping in and contributing to the engages that they can start off with through the Abyssal Arrow. But even the casters highlighted this. even when the arrow lands, like it doesn't make that much of a difference. You're not as confident to go in.
I kind of feel like we almost have to rewind the game all the way from the first 3 minutes, where earlier on even Rina was killed during her farm, right? So I kind of feel like the mid trio coming in from Team Liquid just ensured that Rina popped off yesterday, so just make sure that she doesn't get to do that again and let Ramichi do her thing. And sounds like a very simple game plan, but very effective.
Yeah, I think that's the reason as to why the priority of the items, if I'm not mistaken, for Daiki also was the Antikiras, just to somehow limit the physical abilities and even some of the factors in the game. And if we look at the goal difference, it's just really Team Liquid Philippines winning majority of the resource staking. So there was a lot of a difference in terms of the itemization or the items that they got, even on the map control. Very evident here for game number 2.
Yeah, I saw almost 3,000 goal difference between the Hayabusa as well as the Lancelot here. So yeah, honestly, a very fast, I would say, reactions coming in from Team Liquid. It's like, yeah, we lost game number 1, but don't let it discourage us. Just do better. And that's what they did. They did better.
Yeah, this is a game where Team Liquid definitely felt a lot more comfortable playing their lineup. Because game number 1, the way they drafted that, again, knowing fully well what they were getting themselves into, it really looked uncomfortable for Team Liquid. But this time around, even with the sudden need to switch things up, because I think a lot of us would agree that the plan was different for the jungler here of Team Liquid for this particular game, but it was such a massive adjustment done by Coach Moody, and it helped them get through this game.
Probably for Coach Aish, into game number 3, I think the Gatot isn't advisable to be picked as early as the second 2 picks, because it was their pattern from yesterday, even the Lancelot, so they could actually have an X Factor type of sequencing in terms of their pickings of the hero. Yep.
And we saw how Ramichi really popped off in this game. So let's actually look at the jungle difference here, because again, looking actually surprisingly, average KDA is not that much, but if we look at damage per minute, now that's where it really made the difference, where I kind of feel like Rina couldn't even enter the team fight compared to Ramichi.
Yeah, even the few times where she did try, those were the moments Team Liquid were already grouped up, so they had ways to answer back immediately. Even just a simple, well-timed Dark Wave coming in from Daiki already denied Rina of whatever tempo she wanted to set through the punctures, through the Thorn Roses. So that already was enough. We barely saw Rina actually pose a threat to Team Liquid in this game.
Yeah, I think the only time that there was an actual damage or actual threat from Rina was when the moment they were trying to defend their base, and it's not advisable that you have 2 heroes from TLPH that could actually dive. And all in all, for TLPH here, Ramichi, yes, was in the zone, just like diving at the back lanes of a Navi MY. So if you're Hani and even Falfao, there's always a threat. Hey, maybe Ramichi is gonna be here anytime soon. So there is the disruption already in the pattern, like their formation and defense and even offense. So yeah, I think that's about it for TLPH. Ramichi just had a great time with 303 in the early stages of the game, and even securing majority of the objectives because also of Daiki's and even another sustained hero.
Yeah, somehow this series, it's proving to be somehow a battle of the draft.
Yeah. I would agree.
The way that there's been such a big difference between the drafts of these 2 teams in the past 2 games played such a huge role in how the game eventually played out, because we were talking about all these flex options in game number 1, and that was clearly lying from Team Liquid. But in game number 2, we saw the, as you mentioned, Gatot and Lancelot priority, which again kind of limited the flex options for Navi MY, and now it's them who somehow struggled because they actually wrapped out the first phase with a CC2. So it's very clear where these
very
are
honest
going.
Yeah, and now this is our first 3-game series, courtesy of the both of you. Thank you very much, by the way. And I think this deserves to be the qualifying match to go to the knockout stage. And I would say for both games, it does feel one-sided for Navi MY in game number 1, and game number 2 was for Team Liquid. So in terms of how strong they feel, I kind of feel like at this point, like you guys said, draft, yes, but also kind of subjective. But if I were to lean towards, I would lean towards a little bit towards Team Liquid, because even in game number 1, when it was clear like the draft wasn't in their favor, they were able to hold out long enough and potentially even won that one.
Yeah, I would agree on that. I think it was stretched. Game number 1, we have the split pushing capability with the heroes. I think it's something that we could see on game number 3, not unless there is a specific strategy for the other team that could go for the snowball.
Yeah, because Team Liquid knew their macro so well. And Navi MY clearly have to find a way to, just the same way Team Liquid did it in game number 2, maintain that if they get it in game number 3.
And now we have a quote coming in from Rina. Of course, we've prepared something special for the match against Team Liquid. Just look forward to it. Most people know me for playing assassins, but who knows? I might pull out a fighter or tank jungler. You'll have to wait and see. Well, if we have to see, we got to see in game number 3, because this is literally the last opportunity they have for any kind of surprises.
Yeah, because even like yesterday, I was talking to Owl, like an Indonesian talent, right? And I was asking her, how familiar do you think Rina is with non-assassin junglers? And her only response is, yeah, she could, but probably it's not the same way we know her to play assassin.
Oh, does it mean that Navi MY, specifically Rina, really prepared, or
could be,
or
a
maybe
real jungle?
Yeah. Why not? Wait. Maybe possible. So yeah, I think it's something that Team Liquid Philippines has to be prepared. But knowing that they could also do that,
actually,
it all boils down again. It all falls to the idea that they shouldn't really prioritize heroes that will limit the flexibility or versatility of their hero composition.
Yeah, but the thing is, if you really change that, you're changing the identity of Navi MY, where the win condition for them is Rina as well as Fafao. So if Rina is using someone to really support, either a fighter or a tank, then you have to have a second win condition, which logically speaking, it has to be Honey. And at that point, it's a good idea. We've seen plenty of teams having mid as well as gold to be the win condition, but that's one of those things that you really have to practice before putting it into play in a $500,000 championship.
For Honey though, in I think the most recent tournament we saw her, again, it's been the Selena, which has been her go-to pick, and then following that was the Kimmy. But nowadays, the Kimmy in the mid isn't that often.
It's like
it's always banned. To be fair, it's always banned.
Yeah. So let's see if Honey does have other plans in mind, because as of now, Badang and Moscow immediately taken out for Navi. What could be the priority here?
Yeah, and same question goes to TOPH, right? Because they actually switched things up. They banned out a different hero. Both Uranus and Baxter was opened game number 2, remember?
Yeah.
So I think they will give again the YSS, if not Zetian.
But that's these
Hey,
that's the farce as the Zetian's open.
Yeah.
So
but they banned out the Farsa. Okay, so the question here is, since TLPH lost against the YSS of Arena game number 1, if they ban it out, then the left open heroes would be
Kimi? Kimi is open.
You just mentioned it earlier.
Yeah.
What?
Why not Kimi?
Yeah, Kimi is open, and the Baxia got banned as well. You just have to be careful of Ramichi because her assassins are good.
Yeah, I think that's a trade. We open up the YSS, we get the Kimi, because yesterday TLPH played well with the Kimi. And also it means that in terms of early game, they have high deep in okay.
But they got the Kimi.
They got the Kimi. Let's give YSS to TLPH. So TLPH, they have the option to go Arlot and YSS.
Yeah.
If not other
Arlot and
Focus.
I think
too much.
I think they actually want them to take the Yisun Shin, because like I said, like having the Kimi going up against something like a Hayabusa, Lancelot Link, that's much scarier.
Yeah.
Like Yisun Shin is an amazing hero, but at least the Kimi feels fine. But this does come back to our topic just now, where if you do want to put a tank or a fighter in the jungle, someone else has to carry. So now maybe they're good on their word. Maybe Rena's gonna show something else.
And they go for the Gatot Kacha instead, which
This is a classic Aster Chris. You say don't, and then they're like, actually, wait, did she say do or don't?
Even yesterday, I wasn't proud when I suggested the Harith, but there was a Harith.
You weren't proud of it, but hey, you were correct.
Okay, so they went against our advice and picked up the Gatot Kacha.
I think Phobius is a good answer here for Navi MY. But it depends on the early game of the YSS. Probably a glue still could be a nice
I don't know.
option.
I feel like Akai Arlit, Fredrin Arlit.
Akai Arlot.
Yeah, that would be pretty good too. Yeah.
How can we forget the best duo in this tournament?
Because we don't like Akai. Hasn't really shown up yesterday. Hopefully today's different.
Not unless the surprise Rena's been talking about was
Okay,
never mind.
she lied.
No, never mind.
Just like Mirko said, you kind of have to lie every once in a while just to throw your opponents off guard.
He still went for the Lancelot, okay, but not at around the same time where they did earlier.
Yeah.
Now they have sort of a clearer picture as of what may go on to Team Liquid Philippines. But with this, could the CC be a possibility for Team Liquid at this point? So they have direct
So
answers.
just did what Navi MY did in game
So
number
they
2 where
just
they
switch it up.
lost.
Because if that's the case, that's going to be the exact same.
All right, so Zetian.
Yeah, it's a Zetian. Okay, so more on control actually for the TLPH. It's just that I think they need one more hero to be up front because you can't really rely on Gatot alone in terms of doing the initiation. Okay, so you have the assassin or the jungler and even XP lane, probably the mid lane also for Navi MY. You can ban out the other EXP laners now for TLPH just to limit the possibility. I'm not sure if Boss 5 Phobius is an option or it is viable, but yeah, as much as possible, limit that one out, or probably more on the marksman. Here's Granger, Irithel, something like that, because you don't have, there is the Granger ban, so they're limiting the gold lane, but there's a high chance actually for Navi MY to go have the Ruby gold lane maybe?
Never mind.
Okay, they ban. Oh, never mind. Sorry.
Why is it every time you say something, it just
they ban
like it goes the opposite way? But they took out the Ruby. So
Just wait, Brigida, your time will come.
my time will come.
There's a time when a caster matures and they get it wrong every single time.
I must say Esmeralda now.
If it pops out.
That's intentional.
So, wait, I mean, who knows, right? But the ban on the Ruby is pretty interesting.
I thought they are the ones to get because Ruby actually, because they have Kim as the mid lane. They have the option to go.
I mean, we assume he's going to the mid, right?
Yeah. Ooh.
Now that's a flex. He can go gold, he can go mid. Don't assume.
Okay, they take out the Irithel though. So the XP laners are wide open still.
Yeah. I think for Navi MY, they can get
Glue,
Glue
maybe?
though. Glue, yes, Glue. Also, Glue possible?
Like the dashes though.
No, I mean like for Team Liquid. So like ban out the glue so that Team Liquid doesn't get the glue. Yeah.
Okay.
Right. Okay. Not unless they have another surprise ban to show us here.
Okay, what's the surprise? Esmeralda?
Esmeralda? No,
All
just
right.
kidding. I mean, the Lapu might not come out again, considering the draft right now.
And the C.
So
Okay.
they took out the CC instead.
For Navi MY, they're just focusing on having winning lanes.
Yep.
Particularly for the EXP lane. I think that's the science between the Ruby ban. Also, just for the sake of not having someone stop even the Lancelot and even the Phobius early game. So now for TLPH, you have
see like a Harif? Because it's been banned out for 2 games. And we saw Kla use it yesterday. Again, not the best of performance, but if we look
still
at
there, yeah.
If we look at the gold lane, it's really starting to get chopped down in terms of the options.
And it looks good together with the Zetian and the Gatot. Never mind.
I think they saw that there's a Phobius on the other side, and even the Lance. Although when we say Lancelot, it's a lot easier for the Lancelot to target the carry and even the YSS. So it all depends on the other front line of a TLPH. So you have the Phobius. The EX wings are kind of limited. I'm not sure if they will take the Rizla on this game. It's gonna be hard. Not unless Mathilda Phobius combo, but I don't see the advantage of having Mathilda with.
I mean, now that you say it, they might go for it.
No.
Right?
Yeah, sure.
The Mathilda Lancelot, even though it's
Mathilda
not that
Kimi is nice.
But the Mathilda Kimi, yeah, it can be. But there's a carry, so they have to worry about the potential
Well, there's the
stress.
Akai. And the Harriet. So we say both heroes just a little bit too early.
Yeah.
Now they come out.
And for the different team.
And for the different team. Yeah. We were actually drafting for the other one.
Yeah.
You guys were just tricked, you know?
What? Okay.
Pos 5.
Or the Gatot might just be.
They're pos 5?
Pos 5 already.
Yeah. I'm actually thinking Gatot Rome here might be a little bit better because the glue is still there, and I kind of feel like it's still okay to lock down some targets. Because even if you think it's hard to go for the Lancelot, just wait for all the dashes and then just pull him back in.
Oh, what if they get the Minotaur?
Oh!
Okay.
Okay.
I actually like this.
I like it too. The
You guys say you like it, but for who?
The Minotaur.
The Minotaur, yeah.
So you guys like Team Liquid? Oh, you know what? I gotta say, I did not see that one coming. I think Mirko as well as Citrina didn't see that one coming, that both our panel really like Team Liquid. But hey, I'm gonna ask you guys, who do you guys think is gonna win this one?
And for this round, I do believe that Eterna and Mirko didn't see it. Even me, Athena, for that one. But it's going to be the final game here for our first matchup, Navi MY versus Team Liquid Philippines. But Mirko, talking about the lineups here and the Minotaur being shown for TLPH. Thoughts on this one?
I don't think you want my answer. I answered last game. We know what happened.
Yeah. Okay.
Both have equally strong drafts.
My mistake. I'm sorry. They're both strong, especially onto the early game.
Oh, yeah.
They're really strong. And speaking of the strong competitors here for both of our emerging powerhouses here on MWI, there were some adjustments and heroes that are new to our eyes. Even though the Akai was picked certain times yesterday, we could see it rise, but I like it better here onto Rome.
Yeah, especially when you have a composition like this, right, with a Kimi as well in the mid lane.
Yeah.
You just want to peel, and it's great if you have someone to peel. But for the most part, especially in the jungle, I'm not a fan of the Panda. I'm sorry, right, to all the Panda lovers out there.
But we said it, right?
We said it. Got you, Panda lovers. But in the mid lane so far, yeah, Hani's been able to do a good job. Zaishi completely zoned away, body slam forward. Oh, there you go. Hani getting some damage back sent towards her. Let's take a look at the emblems.
Okay, well, checking on this one, of course, you have the concussive blast here for Raymond. You want that extra layer of defense as well.
Wow.
And usually, though, you would want to disrupt the whole plan here for Team Liquid. Even with Zaishi's ultimate, you could just, oh well, time to go for the heavy spin. And for that round as well for TLPH, counterpart get the Kacha there. But hold on, Kla being doubled down here by Fafao and Ramon this early.
Yeah, she popped out the regen, gets cancelled by the Synchro Vision too, so she's gonna have a lot of problems now in the lane, just waiting. Ramisi, waiting in that bush. If Hani walks up, this could be a free kill. Mountain Shocker up and available. But yeah, Hani's a bit too smart for that. Stays away from the bush.
Misi just holding back for now. First turtle up for grabs. This is the second Lancelot game for today for Reina. Daiki just loading them out for the first blood, as you mentioned, right on cue here.
Yeah, Hani walked up way too honest. Like LaFell said, you gotta lie. Rina hasn't lied so far. Nothing new, just with the Lancelot now. Double man, Dark Wave shot! Wins it out, but that's a massive CC tool to bring them all back. Shots caught all alone. Has the Dark Wave, gets everyone on it, and will be able to walk out with a win.
Wow! And that's how you play a Phobius, causing phobia here for TLPH. Yeah, you got advantage for the first blood here for Ramisi, but who's the queen now? First turtle stolen, and then plus follows here by Shaw. Just solely dominating 3 members here from TLPH. Let's take a closer look here on their insert replay where He's just getting ready with a Dark Wave, and then there goes the Infernal Pursuit. Not only that, getting a kill plus a turtle.
Yep.
So much riz here for Sha.
This Fury already used up Thorn Rose. Live cam for you. You can see Clark struggling. Remen, the assassin in the back, is giving the traceless from Ramisi to look for the gap closer, but Hani is able to escape as Remen takes the long way around the enemy jungle to escape. Mid lane though. Oh, this turret is gonna take a beating from Ramisi and Zaishi.
Definitely going to be somewhat capitalized on by Zaishi and Ramisi. Merman here going for the Battle Slam, but still we have to talk about action-packed clashes here happening each minute for Navi MY and Team Liquid. 2-3 on their kill score, around 100-0 in favor of Navi MY. But one thing is for sure, Klai's really having a hard time. First death, by the way, earlier here onto her. Eyes are on her. They just not letting her out of their sight here for Navi MY.
Yeah, but it really just shows you how scary, how terrifying a Phobius is in the early game, right?
Yeah.
Like, that Turtle 1 was literally just dictated by Navi MY, but it wasn't a team. It was just Sha going in, getting those massive dark waves, constantly proccing it on multiple members. That's plural.
And that is how you maximize, right? Even onto the smallest of the passive. Now, another turtle, second turtle of the game up for grabs. There's going to be a jump here by Rim onto Zaishi.
Okay.
Soju eyeing out Sha. She's like, hey girl, she's here right again. What's the plan here? Dark Wave won't hit, but Ramisi being showed out.
Oh, good time
Heavy spin.
Karina, that's good heavy spin as well. Daiki still in the back now. Sha is all alone, but is able to isolate the rest of the team from the turtle. Daiki doing the same thing, has the AOG though. But look at Sha, jumping back in now onto Zaishi. Forcing a play grim. It is Fury coming down now with Claw. Still able to get the damage done. Meanwhile, Ramisi rotating up top already, trying to get something more from the stray, but in the mid lane, Fafao has already cleared it up. Hani going with the laser beams onto the turret now. Daiki trying his best to clear it out and will be able to do so.
Even though that was a successful defense here for Team Liquid, but speaking of which, let's hold it on. Rina being chased down.
Walks up forward. Ultimate there as well. The fadeaway. Rina taken out as Hani tried her best to save her, but won't be able to do much.
I was supposed to say that took a lot from Team Liquid just to take down the shot. And onto the mid lane yet again. They don't want this game analyzed at all.
No, they just want to brawl it out right now. And it's TLPH who've been able to get the better of these brawls. Rotating to the bottom lane. Good clear from Hani. But she's got to be careful here. 4 members of TLPH have stationed down below Hani.
What?
Wow.
Very nice dodge here for Hani, even without the Purify itself activated. But for TLPH, going back to what we were saying, like, it took a lot from the just to take down a shot alone, right? But it started with there. You just need to start somewhere. And looking at the goal difference, it's not much of a lead right now for Navi MY. Leads into the favor of Team Liquid, but Fafao and Clad just doing their jobs as well, destroying out their turrets onto the top and bottom side. And looking back here onto Navi MY, yes, Sha has that sustainability, you have that innate tankiness, but you really has to be careful onto those kind of jumps. Just do it when it is really necessary, because sometimes you're like, if you're missing, Navi MY will be left defenseless, right? There are no frontliners here for Hani. Fafao might be targeted, but right now, body-to-body defense.
Heavy spin, but it's onto the back line. Daiki was free right there. Now the traction pulse. Almost landing on Sha now. Starts giving the knock-up as well. But this Fury still held down by Soju. Sha! Dark Wave onto all of them. Luckily, taken out before that can happen. One more shot with the Traceless. Ramisi doesn't go for a Traceless backwards instead with a Zaman Force used by Fafao to clear up the wave in the mid lane. Now, Rina holding the position. But she won't go for it. A big taunt again over Remen, and she will be caught. Daiki gets away with the AOG. 1 HP. The turtle buff gets her a shield too.
Very nice escape here for Daiki. Finally, first turtle here for TLPH. And that is what we're talking about. For Team Liquid, if in the early game, you have too much to handle here by Sha alone, with 5 members, it's enough. There takes just seconds for her to be torn down. Plus, I like the fact here that Soju is really proactive, not only onto the hills, but also onto trying to put herself onto the line just so Ramisi and even Class could get that position for the free hit. Quick switch onto our instant replay. That is exactly what happened. Plus, they managed to push over Hani. Just go back home here. And Fafao with the Zaman Force just to try and escape unscathed here.
Yeah, I can see the satisfied reactions there from TL.
Yep.
Getting the team fight win and turning around what looked to be a great start of the game for Navi Malaysia.
And now the lead is on to TLPH, 1.4k net worth. And even with the conceal play predicted by Soju, no one will be targeted here except for Daiki being followed up.
Yeah. Cancel's coming down. Oh, the AOG! Straight into the front as Ramisi capitalizes. And look at the damage. Claude just melting down these frontliners. Ramisi with the triple, looking for one more, and it will be Claude to take away the Maniac. Wants to go for a double for herself. You can see laughter from Daiki, from Claude as well. They know they've got the game in the bag now. All they need to do is stay disciplined.
They have to be really consistent on the targeting the perfect players. Speaking of which, on the STC replay, very nice side over there for Ramisi. She's like, oh, there you go. There you have it. And then Fafao, even with the Zaman Force, the speeding light is just too much. And this is what I'm talking about, the reaction from Coach Moody. Giving it a standing ovation with a takedown alone. A triple kill here for Ramisi.
I don't want to flex, but I got a picture with Coach Moody just earlier in the lounge. So just I hope that doesn't curse them actually. Now Mountain Shocker over to Shah. Good poke over. TL still holding onto the neutral objective. Rina looking for an angle again. Daiki holding that position, looking for the taunt in case Rina walks up.
Okay, going for the unbreakable. Perfect position here just to prevent someone from going onto the back lanes here for TL. But Kla continuing the damage onto the Lord. Sha as well, trying to somehow reset it. But Soju isn't having any of it. Daiki onto the front, Rina finding an opening.
Sha with the steal, somehow able to find it. Now jumps into the back line, but Kla is able to get rid of her before she gets even more. AOG landing on Rem and Soju looking to follow up as well. TL have dropped the ball on Lord. Fafao looks to be cornered here, but there's no way TL can push forward without the Lord in their hands.
Imagine, out of all the people there, just banking on Ramisi, you can do this. Kla, you have the damage as well. But Sha will be able to disrupt the process, take the Lord, even at the cost of her own life. But if it means to defend, extend the round, they'll take it. Team Liquid on the other hand, 3k gold lead still. Looking at the items, looking good here actually for Club with a 4-1 for KD as well. But the golden sub and the HS right on track. Able to tore down, nail down the Lord as fast as possible. Now Navi MY finally has the space to push off turrets onto the outer.
Anti-Chorus built up by Soju. Rina in the bottom lane, just clearing that out. Sha, 1 and 4. The KDA has not really reflected the performance, the level of impact that Sha has had on the game. 1 turtle, now 1 Lord. And also an early win for the team, all in the hands, single-handedly, of Sha.
She is definitely the game changer, game setter actually here for Navi MY. We need more of that. Navi MY needs more of that. They really want to take the lead here for Team Liquid. But on the other hand, considering how things went, Team Liquid needs to rethink of their strategies, who to prioritize, what to expect, on where will Sha come from, right? You have this Soju with the beautiful setup play. You also have the motivation roar, but you also need a bigger setup here for TLPH, preventing that from happening again. You have to learn from your mistakes and moving forward here. They're on the offense, breaking off the inner turret on the bottom side. Sha just eyeing out. How many members are here? Even the orange buff stolen from Navi MY.
Somehow, though, Rina's still holding her own. Level 14 to level 15 of Ramisi.
Yeah.
Daiki can be able to top, won't be able to find it. Sha gets away just barely, but up top, it is going to be the shove over. Endless battle picked up by Rina. Again, not that far off, but look at the damage dealt. This is the impact that you just don't see from the KDA. 38,000. She dealt more damage than Zaishi and Klein. They're on the winning side. Hold up, traction pulse. Almost finding Zaishi, forcing a flicker out. But now, with CL.
That might be a go. But Sha Oh, inflicting a lot of damage there. Yeah, I do agree with you. Never judge a KDA by its cover here for shot. And looking at what she has to offer, she's putting a lot onto the table right now. Huge contributions, clash-wise or even micro-wise. Now the Lord being rushed off by TLPH, not leaving anyone unchecked right now. They're going to take the W, but Navi MY continuously just shows around the map, relieving some of the pressure onto the lanes.
Yeah, this time there's no chance for Shot to get her hands on the Lord.
No
They started, they completely committed onto it, seeing that some of the members from Navi Malaysia were actually looking for a trade instead of the team fight. I'm guessing just because they're not confident enough in their items. Whoa! Shot jumps into the back claw, still able to kite away that melting damage. It's a fadeaway on Rina too! Claw on Fafao. That's a double for Claw as Daiki gets away with the AOG and Ramisi sets up for a three-way push into the base of Navi.
That is a mission success for Team Liquid. Rina, Shao, and Fafao out. Hani and Raymond left to defend for their base. This might be a GG for TLPH!
An assassination from Ramisi, a desperate move from Remen to save their chances of qualifying early. But it will be TLPH, Team Liquid, make it to the knockout stage of MWI 2025.
It's going to be a reverse, and TLPH finally getting the groove back onto their heads, causing a stampede right on. If I was on stage, I would have just clapped hands with Soju.
Yeah.
Soju was like, can I get a high five? Don't worry, girl. I'll go later. I'll give you that high five. But still, props to the whole draft as well. The adjustment, we could definitely feel it for Game 2 and Game 3. What a smooth performance, solid performance here for Team Liquid.
And have something else to look forward to. The knockout stage, and also a high five from Athena.
Yeah. Don't worry, girl, I got you. And that is somewhat of a motivation here for TLPH, continuing their bid onto the upper and now the knockouts, right? Yeah. Finally qualifying. Their hard work finally paying off. And still, the dominance is there for a shaky start. But what's happening was that it was a shaky start, but wait, we're just going to rev up our engines, get ready. We're out to catch you guys. We're out to catch you girls, right? For Navi MY, on the other hand, more improvements, but we see the process, we see the improvements as well.
They're gonna have to suffer a defeat going down to the lower brackets of the GSL format to qualify, or at this point, just fight for their lives.
Literally, right? And you would want to stay longer here in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, live at SNB Esports Arena. If you guys are around, you could definitely watch out for our games and for the next match also. But for now, of course, going on to the main stage, we have Cheryl with us. And I'm curious to see on what their thoughts are. How will they process that? Another win for TLPH. Let's hold on over to our stage host.
All right, now that was an incredible show opener right here for day 2. Now this time round, it wasn't sweeps across the board, and we have seen our first BO3 right here in Stream A. Now I have none other than Kla right here from the cavalry of Team Liquid. Now we're so very excited to have her here today. Firstly, congratulations on the win. Now first question that we have for you is that TLPH has met, at Navi MY before in a separate competition. However, that was where Navi MY actually took the win. So what did you guys change, or what have you found out about them before approaching this game to secure this win?
Okay, dati na meet nyo na ang Navi MY, di ba? At sila ang nanalo. Ngayon, ano ang ginawa nyo para naman matalo sila this competition?
Nag-prepare po kami ng maayos kagabi, and tapos pinaghandaan din po namin nila coach yung draft po.
Okay, we really prepared for this fight, especially last night, and really took the learning from our coach.
So it's all in coach. No wonder he was celebrating back end. Now, the next question that we have for Kla would be that this was a surprising best of 3. What did you guys regroup and re-strategize before you guys took this series?
Okay, di ba nangyari naging best of 3 at nakuha nyo yung match ngayon. Ano kaya ang ginawa niyo for that?
Siguro kaya po umabot ng game 3 kasi dahil kay Chantal and Vegeta. Tapos, nang bumawi lang po kami, tapos nag-reset lang po kami.
I think we won the game because of Chantal and Vegeta. Yeah. And of course, we bounced back because we really prepared for this.
Oh, so it's the casters that's helping here now. All right.
Just kidding.
Just kidding. Okay. Now, Clark, congratulations on getting Sony MVP. Now, you've broken a record right here with the Sony MVP for getting a most number of kills, 15 kills to your name, superseding none other than Fafao, who is the opponent right here today. Is there anything that you would like to say? What can we expect from you with this stellar performance, even in day 2?
Okay, ikaw may pinakamataas na kills ngayon, ano? At nalagpasan mo pa si Fafao. Ano kaya ang masasabi mo sa pagkapanalo mo ngayon? At ano pa yung aabangan nila sa mga susunod na laban?
Ginawa ko lang yung best ko, tapos malakas din kasi yung kampe ko, kaya ganun. Tapos sana patuloy niyo kaming supportahan sa next laban namin.
Honestly, I just really did my best, and because of my teammates, we really worked hard for this and we won the game. And I hope you will still support us in the next matches.
Damn, girl, you had 15 kills in one game and you're still like so cute and all, but an absolute beast over at the Land of Dawn. Ladies and gents, this is Claw, and we can't wait to jump into our next series. But before that, we'll hand it back to the studio. Take it away.
Wow, wow, wee, wow. You did win because of the team fight or the draft, but because of Brigida and Chantel. Wow.
I am overwhelmed.
You guys give them the time to readjust.
Oh my god, I am honored.
It's like, oh, we lost game number 1. Who's paddling? Brigida. Okay. We'll win game number 2.
We're honored to be mentioned in an international broadcast that we cost the game number 3.
Yeah.
But yeah, for this, interestingly enough, I thought it was actually going to be a long game. I mean, Sha played really well on this Phobius, even taking 2 objectives.
The best jungler in the game.
There was somewhere in Phobia's skill set a hidden retribution we do not know of.
Of course.
I do not know where it came from, but Sha really did a great job at extending this game. But we saw a lot of struggles in Navi MY's execution for this particular lineup. I feel like whenever they wanted to go in and attempt to do something, starting off with a heavy spin, if it goes wrong, everything just starts to go wrong.
So it means that we haven't seen a very successful Akai yet.
Nope.
In this league. Probably that has been a struggle for majority of our female players, but definitely for Navi MY. I think with this heavy crowd control hero doesn't really fit with a hero that Sha has. Yes, she can sustain, she can withstand every damage from Team Liquid Philippines, but it just so happens that after the heavy spin, it's just like Team Liquid, they can just focus and wreak havoc against other players of Navi MY, and all throughout the game, it's just Ramichi controlling the jungle area. That's why there's a huge difference in terms of the damage that Rina can give, and even Ramichi.
And I think even though they banned out the Ruby, that did not stop Team Liquid from finding ways to just disrupt whatever plans they had in mind. Because the Minotaur just had to stomp. And every single attempt could be immediately denied, or the tempo gets broken for Navi MY. So there were a lot of instances too wherein we felt like Navi MY just wanted to go for it, but Team Liquid felt like they were just too prepared to answer back.
And I can see that a lot of people are picking up the Akai, so maybe there's something in scrims, but I don't know, even as a roamer, I really don't like Akai, especially in a very high pressure match, just because this is one of those heroes that has a very small margin for error. Like other heroes, say even a Grok, even a Minotaur, you make small mistakes, is something that you can still recover from. But when you're using an Akai and you make a small mistake, you might end up helping out the opponents. So yeah, I don't know. I feel like there's a reason why the Akai is being picked up a lot by many different teams, but like you said, Chantal, we haven't seen any successful Akai plays, like win or lose, you know?
Yeah, given it is a flex, but still it's a hit or miss all throughout the game. And we could see actually a huge difference in terms of the damage dealt. If we look at Fafao, it is
Sha did the most damage, wow.
Yeah,
At least for Team Navi.
Yeah, I mean, for all throughout the game, I think she was the one that's really upfront against 4 players, if not mistaken, during the turtle fight. And even for your Team Liquid Philippines here, you can see that we have Zaishi, Kala, and even Ramichi sharing a piece of the damage. So if you compare the damage that Navi MY can sustain, every damage dealt by Team Liquid, it's not sufficient because they can't really burst a hero composition that has a Minotaur that can do sustain.
Yeah, Sha honestly had the highlight in as early as the first 5 minutes. I hope we could somehow get a glimpse of it here, but there was a moment wherein Sha was fighting up against 3 members of Team Liquid who probably thought they already won the team fight and could take out Sha as well, but it
And
took
Sha's
them
like, nah,
long enough.
I'd win.
Sha said, nah, and she was just too tanky. And that was just one of the many things she did to extend the game. But I feel like she did too much, and there was a point in the game that she already needed help.
Maybe she's like, if I don't do it, who will?
But the others, they could not. Like, they were just denied of the farm. Everything else, it just felt like the responsibility was too heavy for
It's
Sha.
like Navi MY, specifically Sha, had this moment, I got you guys, but who got me? Something like that throughout the game.
Okay, this conversation is getting more deep than I thought.
But that was
So what's happening is like, I thought we're friends.
Yeah, I think that's what happened on that game.
In some way.
Yeah, they could have made a play with the Sha in the
more
middle.
support,
More
yeah.
support. But yeah, I think the problem with the Akai so far in MWI is there's no really sure target. Whenever they use the heavy spin, I think we saw that during the highlights earlier. They zone out the Minotaur, but there's really no initiation, like follow up for that.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's a hot take, but I kind of feel like I really don't like the Akai. Like, I'm sure there's that 1 or 2 drafts where we know Akai as well as the Arlet play well with each other, but I don't see that combo. So why are you picking it up? I don't know if it's a hot take, but I don't know. Just don't pick the Akai, man.
You are reminding me of my draft in our podcast.
Oh wait, yeah, you picked up that
I picked Akai.
Yeah.
I picked Akai there. So now you're saying you don't like it, but that was as a jungler. But even then, the way we're seeing it here in MWI, it feels like...
I mean, to be fair, you pick up the Akai and I stole the Arlet away. So, you know. Like, I see what you're trying to do. I see what Mirko's trying to do. But now we got to look at the head-to-head for this one to compare both players. Because, again, like I kind of feel like this is a close series, but just... kind of has that snowball effect for Team Liquid. We're looking at Kla as well as Fafao. In every single category, Kla is looking pretty good.
Yeah, this is average KDA is high, 12, but if you compare in the average kill participation...
Oh my god, damage.
Yeah, damage...
4,000 to 2,000.
That's high for a game.
Per minute.
That's not too long, really. So for Klahi, it's just she knows when to join a team fight.
Yeah.
Because it's just 65% kill participation, and it's more on the conversion of the current farm that she has.
Yeah, and I feel like as much as Fafao wanted to do more with the Harith, okay, that's one. The Harith, not a lot of us would probably agree with
Yeah,
it.
We don't like
we
it.
don't like the Harith.
But second was TL drafted a lineup that had so much AoE, that had so much stuns, and that's the least you would like in a team fight if you're a Harith with a Zaman Force, especially considering that the Minotaur, once you already start using the ultimate, all other skills just get enhanced. So things get a lot more difficult for Fafao to, one, burst down the opponents, and then second, find the right position so she could make use of that Zaman Force well enough. So those are just like endless problems for Fafao here to perform on the same level as Kla.
Yeah, looking at Drive, it's very anti-dive because there's so many tools for them to have. The passive coming in from Zetian, Daiki with the taunts, and of course we're talking about the Minotaur, a large AoE ultimate that makes it so that Rina doesn't have really a lot of ways to actually join the team fight. So I kind of feel like maybe they tunnel vision on their own draft without considering what the opponent could have. And I kind of feel like that punished them.
Yeah, and also with regards to the Minotaur, again, the heals is there. We could say that it's not really that big of a factor, but small things that matter during a team fight actually gives you of a big impact as to what the outcome would be for that game.
So this is Stream A. We got to look a bit what's happening in Stream B. Just to remind you guys, for Stream B, it is going to be all elimination matches, and it looks like the game is still going on.
Wow.
And I'm a little bit colorblind, but I believe that it's already 1-1, and Gaming Gladiators are the one in the lead.
Oh, so it's game 3.
Yeah, I think because it's already the lower bracket.
8,000 goal difference.
That's huge. So, yeah.
Yeah, but
wow.
Either way, we got to remind ourselves, this is an elimination match. Looks like Title Legends Gaming are struggling just a little bit.
Wait.
We'll get more updates after this to see if Gaming Gladiators can actually close it out, because just to let you guys know, loser goes home and the winner will eventually fight the loser of today. The upper brackets. So the advantage for Team Liquid after winning against Navi MY, they don't have to play tomorrow, but Navi MY, the journey isn't over. They're not eliminated, but they do have to fight with one of the teams that actually won the elimination match for today.
Yeah. Everything is intense today. I mean, we just saw the lead for Gaming Gladiators.
We might actually see them win now.
Wait.
They might actually end it.
Yeah, I think it's endable for them. They even have the minion wave, and even Pandon is playing really well.
Actually.
Yeah. Never mind, Cassacres, they're not ending it right now. But either way. Okay, they got a Maniac.
Oh, wow.
And I got a Maniac in Stream B, ending it right now. Whoa, talk about chemistry. Stream A and Stream B ending roughly the same time.
Okay, so this is basically...
You guys affect Stream B as well. Congratulations.
Okay.
It's like a domino effect.
Well, this is gonna be the last day we'll be together on panel. Anyway,
Yeah, but
so.
we will be together tomorrow at the desk.
Oh.
But
Schedule
just for
could change.
match 1 and 2.
Well, let's
Schedule
see.
could change.
So this means it's Damon versus Navi MY tomorrow?
I'm not entirely sure. We do have to wait till the end of the day to see who's going up against who, but it does look like Title Legends Gaming, unfortunately, will be eliminated. So congratulations to Gaming Gladiators for keeping their run alive. Congratulations as well to Team Liquid being the first team to actually qualify to the knockout stage. And for Navi MY, it's not over, but you got to be prepared, because losing tomorrow means losing your shot at the championship.
Yeah.
Things are, the world is getting smaller for our players, and it's now or never for everyone. I think we get to see we grasp already whatever the strategy is for every team. It just so happens it's really more on the execution. So for players or for teams that are on the brink of being eliminated in the tournament, this is where the adrenaline rush comes in. So I think that's the reason why we see 3 games a lot today, even for the upper bracket game. So yep, that's it.
Lower bracket, upper bracket, no one's safe from the 3 games. Everyone feels pressured today, but in a good way, I feel. Like, hopefully they channel it to just really bring out the best in whatever they can do, because we saw so much of their potential early, or in as early as day 1. So day number 2 is the day where they just really flesh everything out, and successfully for those teams who have already won, congratulations, but that's the rule. Basically, just don't lose twice.
Yeah, don't lose twice, or even better, don't lose ever. But after this will be the Saudi National Bank match of the day, where another Philippine team will be playing Navi PH. So I don't know. I'm guessing you guys think they will win.
Pretty good fight. They will give a good fight.
It will be 3 games for sure. Right, for sure.
I didn't even want to say it, but yeah, I feel like there is a high chance, unless we run out of,
Yeah. Either ways, after this will be another matchup. So that's going to be interesting for me. I just want to see for game 3 and 4, if you guys are not here, do we get a 2-0, a 3? Like, if we go all 3 games, even when you're not here, then y'all are amazing. And I feel like a lot of production might need your services moving forward.
Sometimes they do the talent rotation, right? If they want,
Yeah,
so
they
the
just-
games to be extended.
I mean, even the players, shout you out. So after this, we got to prepare ourselves, because again, this is going to be the match to qualify for the knockout stage. And looks like for Stream B, it is pretty intense as well, because even the first series of the day, they went for all 3 games. I wonder what's going to happen in game number 2, especially for Stream B, because personally for me, I do want to see which teams actually get eliminated. Because yes, for today, people going to the knockout stage, that's going to be very, very exciting. But I don't know. I think they're going to crush the key today. And I still remember from last year, it's not our key. But even us watching, you can't help but feel emotional. It's like, that hurts.
It's like your whole dream is there, represented by the key, and it's just being crushed in front of you, right?
Yeah.
And there's a chance
It's your pride.
that some of the teams who beat you decide to pick your key
Yeah.
and add it to the bottom of theirs, just so that they get to be reminded of them being able to beat you once, and that hurts a lot more. Like, I don't know if you want to be picked in that case even.
Legit, I have no idea. That might be one of the interview questions that we can have later on. But either way, we're going for a short break. After this, we will start the second match of the day, where again, this is Stream A, to see which teams will qualify to the knockout stage.
This land is calling.
I know this world can get a little bit crazy. Everybody's moving so fast. That ain't the way it's supposed to be. There's a better way for you and for me. Everybody's hustling, all the wheels in motion. Where's everybody going to? That ain't the way to be living life. There's a better way, starting tonight. Don't rush it, baby, don't rush it, girl. You got to slow down, baby, slow down. We can just embrace and let time slip away and let the world fade. Baby, slow down. I know the boss man got you watching the clock. Gotta keep working for the man. There's so many better things we could do, like you kissing me and me kissing you. Don't rush it, baby, don't rush it, girl. You got to slow down, baby, slow down. We can just embrace and let time slip away and let the world fade. Baby, slow down. Ooh, you can spend the night, baby, together. I gotta get out. Got to get out of here. Got to get out. Got to get out. Got to get out. Gotta get out of here. I got to get out. I feel it here inside of me. But you know what just occurred to me, baby? The things ain't what it used to be. And this town, I just keep on walking, and I won't stop, no. I just can't waste time talking. Gotta save my soul. Gotta get out of here. Yeah, it's the last thing I do. Got to get through to you. Got to get out. Come on, got to get out. Got to get out. Gotta get out of here. Got to see what's out there for me. I'm just a nomad. Come on. And where I go's where I be. Come on. I can't help but follow my own beat. Yeah. And all I know gotta be out of here. I just keep wanting more. There's gotta be a better place. I gotta get out of here. So you can't hold me back no more.
Welcome back to the Mobile Legends Women Invitational here at the Esports World Cup. We're here in Stream A. We just concluded the first match of the day, which is the Saudi National Bank match of the day between Team Liquid against Navi MWI, where Team Liquid became the victors. And now we're moving on to the second match of the day between Terra Queens going up against Navi, but this time coming in from the Philippines. And as we saw just now, the games went all three games. Welcome back. My name is Lofel. Alongside with me is Chantel as well as Brigida. Welcome back to the A stream here, where Terra Queens going up against Navi PH. Different organization, but the players are previous champions. Terra Queens, do they have a shot here?
I think with their performance yesterday, they really have. I mean, if we go back, it was 2-0 for both. They won under 12 minutes, and it was a very dominating game for Terra Queens. And I think the beauty in that is they were able to pull off or get some of the meta heroes that we don't usually see in a team. So I think the battle or the fight will start from the draft alone.
Yeah, and honestly, this being a matchup between the Philippines and Myanmar sounds really exciting enough for me.
Yeah.
There's been a lot of history between these two regions, and I feel like even the players themselves, they are fully aware of that history and might even want to replicate just that.
And where was that? That was years ago, all the way from the second World Championship M2 back in Singapore. And now the rivalry continues. That was my first World Championship. But either ways, right now we're going to be jumping into game number 2, where you guys did say, Chantal actually mentioned, where Terra Queens, they were able to get a lot of meta picks and all on the very same team, which we don't really see all that often. And I don't think Navi PH will allow that to happen. So I kind of feel like going up against Navi PH, this will be the real test for Terra Queens on how they can actually get a good draft.
Yeah, I think there will be a change, of course, in the draft also for Navi PH, since they're facing a team that could also play well in those type of heroes. And if you are leaning towards the meta heroes, it means that you are somehow in par or the same level as other dominating regions.
And I gotta say, Brigida, sorry very much, but All-Stars for this year just got wild because you guys can play from the 27th June all the way to the 5th of August and actually play with the Dino theme where you guys can see the buffs has changed, the turtle has changed, and even the Lord has changed. Make sure you guys secure the Lord as much as you can because you guys can secure some good in-game goodies to the point where you can even win yourself a Popol and Koopa skin. And heck, if you're a creator, you might even get yourself a battle emote. So make sure you guys log in and pay and play because it's all the way up until the 5th of August. Now, sorry, Brigida, you had a point that you wanted to bring out?
I think I did. But now all I can think about are dinosaurs.
Hey, you know what? Dinosaurs are amazing. Dinosaurs are amazing. So actually, let's talk about Navi PH because I feel like we touched on Terry Queens a little bit. So now going back to Navi PH, what is the real advantage that they have going up against Terry Queens? And actually, let's start with Brigida.
Of course, definitely, I'd say it's experience and the environment overall because they've been playing in a very competitive environment, even just being in the Philippines and, of course, just being the players, just being the recent champions. So if a lot of teams have mentioned that they've been grinding nonstop since then, I believe that it could go just the same for these former members of Smart Omega Empress, these current members of Navi, because they too definitely would want to keep that. They've made such a statement, and the season, the MVP of last MSC, Shinoa, like so many people have started to look up to her and acknowledge and recognize her after that moment.
Well, we got to see what Terry Queens really bring to the table because we actually prepared a profile video for us to get to know Terry Queens just a little bit better.
My team is so funny, really funny. Always they are laughing each other and they trust each other because we've been playing this game like 3 years. So I think we really trust each other. We are like a family. Our team is like a family. For me and for us, I think we will not be champion because we've been waiting for this moment so long. I think we want to be making a history for the Myanmar country. So I think we will try hard and we will be make another level for the tournament for Myanmar also.
Every team has a story, and their story is that they want to make history for Myanmar. And again, this is a historical battle where, again, Philippines against Myanmar, this has been going on for years now. And they want to make history for the female scene because we saw Indonesia able to do it, Philippines able to do it. I think there were times where even Malaysia was able to prove themselves. And now, Terry Queens coming in from Myanmar, they want to make their own region recognized for all the world to see.
Yep. That actually feels like a very honest motivation. And
very noble.
It just goes to show how these players, these women, have been following the MLBB competitive scene for a while now. It seems like even way before there has been like women-led tournaments and specifically made tournaments for women, it seems like they've been involved. It seems like they've been having dreams ever since then. So it's nice to see that they have an avenue now to make those dreams come true finally.
Yeah, I think specifically for Luna Lin, she began playing 6 years ago. So she has this dream of stepping one day in an international tournament. So this is the right time for Terror Queens, and she played really well. I think she's also the shot caller for Terror Queens. So with all that experience 6 years ago up until now, and also the leadership that he has or she has, she can actually be able to lead her team to win against Navi PH.
So if I can be very candid here, it's a dream come true to be on the international stage. But at the same time, it's kind of a nightmare because going up against Navi PH, this is going to be one of the toughest battles that they have to conquer. But hey, if they win, the shot of becoming champions just becomes brighter.
Yep. And I feel like they won't entirely be surprised as to what the Philippine meta is gonna be. Like, yes, they have been following the competitive scene for a while, and that does not apply just locally. I feel like even in other regions, they've been very vocal about them drawing inspiration from some of our players. Even in the Philippines, I think Sikoshi even draws inspiration from Benny Cutie. Like, she did mention one time. So they must have a lot of perspectives and information, and hopefully they right now are able to show us what their actual identity and what their most comfortable playstyle is going to be.
Yeah, that's true because we have 3 players from Terra Queens. There were Net Angels before.
Yes.
Also, they played against Smart Omega Empress at the time. So they could really change things up or even spice things up in terms of the drafting, in terms of whatever they want to execute against the Navi PH, because in all honesty, it's really proud to see that majority of the teams are slowly progressing into that more competitive side, because last year it was evident who the teams are somehow leaning towards on that kind of learning the game versus teams that has the kit and has the knowledge about the tournament.
Personally, for me, I'm not asking for much. If someone picks up an Akai, show me how it's supposed to be played. Okay, like, I'm not asking for much here because
that's a hot take.
That is a hot take. Like, I don't mind Akai. Just show me. Just show me how it's supposed to be look like. Because at this point, like what, jungle, EXP, roam. At this point, I don't even really know. But either ways, we're about to go on stage where we're going to be inviting both teams, both players, where they're going up against each other. So now, I'm not gonna waste so much time. We're gonna invite both Terra Queens as well as the Navi PH onto the stage for us to start the second match of the day.
One team moves on to the knockout stage in Team Liquid after our first series of the day goes all the way, a 2-1 result. And they are moving on to the next stage, Cheryl.
That's absolutely right. And over at Stream B, we have seen another best of 3 where we see Gaimin Gladiators coming up emergent champion and of course winning that series and kicking out Title Legends Gaming, sending the China representatives out right here for MWI 2025. Now the Land of Dawn is a cruel place. Now we have seen hopes and dreams being taken out as we speak, and we will be seeing another 3 more teams saying goodbye here for MWI 2025. And with that, make no mistake, every single team wants to be here to vie for the crown. And with that, let's take a look at our next team, starting off with the reigning queens of MWI. We have Navi PH. Composing of the reigning queens all the way from the Philippines, Navi PH tightened their grip on the throne after a convincing victory against the international tournament staple, Cambodia's CFU Gaming.
And their opponents, the self-proclaimed dark horse from Myanmar, it's none other than the Terror Queens! The Burmese trio of Langrina, Sikoshi, and Ku look to exact vicious vengeance against the reigning queens who took them down in last year's MWI. Can they take down the reigning champions and move on to the knockout stage? We'll find out after this series.
Now, Sandstorm, I am incredibly excited because for the first series across Stream A and Stream B, we have seen best of 3 already, proving that our ladies are fighting tooth and nail because they want to become queens of Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
That's right, their backs against the wall in our second day of competition. Win and you move on, lose and you might just be eliminated. That's when it comes to Stream B, and Stream A, of course, that's going to be the qualification. And I love the fact that we have Stream A with a storyline, Stream B with a storyline. So make sure that you're watching both because we have talented analysts, casters, and of course our lovely hosts ready to start off our second series. So without further ado, let's head on over to the studio.
Thank you very much, Sandstorm, as well as Cheryl. And yes, indeed, both streams, Stream A and Stream B, there's a storyline because I gotta say, everyone has brought their story because we see Navi PH, the players, they want another championship for themselves. And Terra Queens, they want to bring a title back to Myanmar so that they are on par, they are on the map of MLBB.
And how poetic would it be if they actually get to replicate this entire storyline which happened way back in M2 even? I mean, we're far from heading into the knockouts and all that, but if ever they get to do just that, which I believe is actually their motivation, it's what they want to achieve. Something as poetic as that, which would really put Myanmar back on the radar.
Yeah, I think also even for the region itself, there are a lot of consistencies even in international tournaments that when we say Myanmar, it could actually do an upset over a very dominating region. Hence, they are considered the dark horses, but at the same time,
it's like we know they're strong.
Force. Yeah, they could do something that we didn't really expect, and it is a time wherein they can terrorize the reigning queens.
Wow. Anyways, going into this game, going into the series, I just really want to see how Terra Queens they really draft because I kind of feel like Navi PH going up against their coach, they're not going to allow them to have the kind of heroes that they were able to get yesterday. So Navi PH as well, I kind of feel like I want to see how do they really perform under pressure because I kind of feel like yesterday they capitalized a lot on the mistakes of their opponents. If they look dominant today, then I kind of feel like for all the other teams, they got to remember why they won the championship last year.
Yeah, it has to be a little more convincing, I guess.
Yeah.
Because if you go up against teams today, or let's say Terror Queens show us that they're in great shape as well, then that's when Navi gets tested.
And speaking of Navi PH, again, the usual players that we see, Nat Ayanami, Keishi, Amori Mirai, and Shinoa. I think the greatest discovery that we had from day one for Shinoa's playstyle, very stable in terms of laning. I mean, she knows when to be part of the team fight and when not to be part of the team fight, but rather go for the objective taking. So that's the strength of Navi PH because Shinoa can play individually and then the rest will capitalize on the other team's mistakes.
Yes, I feel like they're just so confident in one another after being together for how many years now, right? They've been together for so long.
Even before entering the pro scene.
Even way back. Because during the first MWI, I feel like during that moment, it was their transition to transferring to their
Manila.
locations, transferring to Manila. Before that, they had to stay in a province somewhere far away. And since then, they've just been so consistent in maintaining these 5 players and improving together.
Also, Nat Ayanami isn't initially part of the original Cebuana lineup for Navi PH. So I think also the strength of the team is they can actually adjust easily to potential adjustments during some, let's say, roster changes, even the hero that they will use. So that's the strength of the team. But for the other team, I think that's also what we can say about them, knowing that they can pull off heroes like that in drafting, even being very dominating early game.
X-Boars and all that.
Yeah, if we're talking about that, the X-Boar is actually a very good shout because if we saw yesterday matches where they really like this Fedrin as well as Arle combo and then the mid changes between Jushin as well as Etienne. So I kind of feel like the fact that Terra Queens have shown that they can actually use the X-Borg might make Navi PH second guess. Like, do we still want this Fedrin or do we actually want to go for a damage dealing jungler to potentially fight against that? But either ways, right now, Navi PH, of course, looking very, very strong in terms of the drafts that they got. Everything makes sense. Everything is logical. And they're not trying to reinvent the wheel. They got a good draft. They just do what they can, win lanes, win game. Very systematic. So I want to see if Terra Queens can actually break the structure a little bit and actually make some crazy randomness that Navi PH is just not comfortable playing with.
Yeah, because Terror Queens, speaking of, these 5 players, Lang Raina, Rui, Yeah, right. Rui, Lunalin, Ku, and Sikoshi, they do feel like the team who can potentially force you out of your comfort zone. Like, if you bring in enough surprises, if you surprise them with this kind of unconventional approach to playing the game, then we might have to see a different playstyle from Navi PH, because even yesterday, right, they were just keen on bringing out the Ling. I think they were one of the few teams, if not the only team, who actually decided to pull off this assassin jungler. So if you're a fan of like Navi PH though, you'd be fine to see Keishi play an assassin again, because I think that's one of her signature playstyles as well, right? It's the assassin kind of jungler.
Yeah, I think that's a good observation. Also, because it is kind of weird how Terror Queens do their draft, because earlier we're questioning, right, the Hilda prioritization, but they do that a lot in terms of how they do their draft.
Yeah, now we have a quote coming in from Terry Queen's Luna Lin, the mid laner. People always see Myanmar teams as the dark horse, and we'll do our best to prove that we truly are the dark horse of this tournament. And in case people are not familiar, dark horse are the teams that you don't expect to win, but they actually have a very high chance to actually do it.
Yep. Again, not so new to those who have been following the MLBB scene for a long time.
But when you say
Myanmar, like every day a new fan comes in, you know?
Yeah, but when we say Myanmar and then MLBB tournament and international tournament, then we see a lot of wins against teams that you expect to dominate. So that's a good thing about having a region that loves the game and even understands it in a deeper sense.
Yes, this is probably one of the biggest tests that they'll have to go through, because there are certain teams who I believe most, if not all, of the participating regions in MWI acknowledge as the threat, acknowledge as the powerhouses in this tournament, which once you go up against would be a really difficult challenge to overcome. And so if they get to show us something here, then that is something they could really work on, even if they do drop down to the lower bracket, because they still have another chance if ever they do.
Yeah, but based on the conversation that we have, I kind of feel like Rui, the jungler coming in from Terry Queens, she might have to delay her pick unless something like a Yusun Shin is open, you know, because it does sound like she has a very wide hero pool that has the potential to actually counter what the opponent has, because we mentioned the Ling as well as the X-Borg, which traditionally you don't pick it up just because. You pick it up to fight against a certain pick. Speaking of which, right now it looks like the draft has started. Navi PH is on the first pick and Terry Queens are on the second one. Navi PH, they banned out the Hayabusa as well as the Hilda. Now, just for a little bit of a context, I heard that this Hilda was used to stop the jungler from Virtus.pro to the point where the game ended at around 10 minutes and 50 seconds. So this is probably a targeted ban just to make sure that the jungle doesn't get interrupted. And mind you, the jungle that was interrupted was a Uranus.
Yeah, and also it was picked 2 picks on the red side, so the priority is high for Terry Queen. So King Salman and the rest of Navi PH did the research against the Terror Queens. Now, the usual ban, we don't
Plus
get to see Arlott and even Baksha as expected, since they're up against a team from a dominant region. Very specific also on the Joy, because they actually used the Joy on game number 2 against Virtus.pro.
Okay, interesting. I think it's the first time we're seeing Navi on the blue side as well. Like yesterday, they had to play both games on the red side. So the priority here for Navi, is it indeed gonna be the YSS?
I mean, personally, seeing what happened in the first series of the day, I feel like Yusun Shin is pretty strong. And right now for Terror Queens, a lot is open. I kind of feel like the Joy ban is because even though, yes, Myanmar team Rui is from Indonesia, and I kind of feel like being brought up in that kind of environment, Assassins is bread or butter or nasi and sambal.
Okay.
Oh, come on, don't leave me hanging. Say something. What are the picks? Kimi's still open. Uranus is still open. Tabaxia's not there, so... And they avoided that. I'm okay with the Jushin, but interesting on the Khalid.
Yeah, I think we saw Khalid yesterday, but I'm just not sure if this is a good. Yeah, there was a Khalid yesterday. I'm just not sure if this is a good
Navi,
idea.
I think, yeah.
That
Wait, no, Navi. I forgot who, but yeah.
Team Vitality.
Yeah,
Team
Vitality. Thank you very much. Very early.
Very early, yeah. Same concept, I think, against a Hilda. So probably they will have this Khalid on pause 5 just to disrupt again the pattern of YSS.
Gotta watch out though, because the Uranus, as they say, showing up.
I like your pronunciation.
Right? It sounds different.
Uranus.
So it could, like, even though the Hilda's not there, do the same thing. Like, it's just gonna be so much trouble for Terror Queens if ever they do decide to go for another assassin jungle, but we don't know just yet. But the Khalid kind of makes you want to go for one.
Right now, I'm just a little bit worried for Terror Queens because, Shanta, correct me if I'm wrong, but looking at the heroes that they got, it kind of looks like they have very lane dominating as well as jungle dominating heroes. Since you can fast farmer, Rena's kind of wants to get into your face, and Irtel wins a lot of matchups in gold.
Yeah, and also the pick here for Terror Queens is the CC. You don't really want a co-lane that or the hero on the opposite lane that actually leaves the lane. So the purpose of the CC here is a kind of a question for Terror Queens, not unless the CC wins the early game against Uranus. But for this, Terror Queens here, very honest in terms of their draft, even for Navi PH, but they banned out the Angela, even for Dreen on a Navi PH. So they're forcing actually Terror Queens to go for the assassin junglers.
Yeah, that's probably what they really want to happen. They're just confident enough that someone's gonna get them across in terms of the early game. And once the late game does arrive, the Yisunshin Irithel is just gonna be enough for them to actually seal the deal.
Yeah, but looking at previous tournaments, I do see people using Ling as a pseudo counter towards the Yisunshin. Not really a counter, more like you can mash the speed and you have the option to actually force a fight onto Yisunshin. Even if you traceless away, you can catch up. But I do feel like that's more on the player because the theory is there, but executing that one requires quite a lot of experience to deal with how Yisunshin plays in this current meta.
Yeah. Now the question is, what is Navi PH gonna ban last? I feel like it's gonna tell so much about what the last two picks are gonna be. They definitely would need much more crowd control. Probably
That's a lot, maybe. That's a lot, Ling.
Oh yeah. So
there's no crowd control.
Okay, Akai. So they
I don't know, man. I don't know. At this point, can someone show me scrims? I want to know.
When I asked some of the coaches, Akai has been a priority because of the flexibility of the hero. Nothing so special, but you have more flex and even the combo with Arlot. But I think for Navi Philippines, they just wanted to go for the safer route. Terror Queens now, they're still lacking as to what the jungle maybe, but based on their trend, if they are to pick the Ling, they will specifically pick that on the latter portion of the draft, and they got the Bruno.
What if it's another X-Borg? But the thing is,
it's fine against Uranus, but not fine against anything else. Especially because I kind of feel like Navi has the option to pick up Eve here. Not saying it's good against the export, but it does make it so that Terror Queens will be difficult moving around the map.
I won't be surprised if Navi Philippines... Oh, okay, Joehead and Selena.
Whoa.
This is actually nice. More in the early game, but you have that balance with the Irithel and YSS once they spike up. Imagine it's Selena and even Joehead that could potentially kill just the two of them with the rotation and the Lancelot to complete the lineup of Terror Queens.
Well, I was mentioning the Lancelot because we do see that there's not a lot of crowd control here. In fact, it's only one really where you can toss them up. But thank you very much, Chantel, as well as Brigida. But now I got to give it over to Athena as well as Mirko to start with the second match of the day between both teams.
And we're going for the Clash of Queens here. It's Navi PH versus Terror Queens. Yet again, it's Athena and Mirko here. Let's go then over onto our Land of Dawn for the game number 1.
Let's get through it here again. Navi Philippines with their composition. This is already, I would say, kind of non-Navi Philippines like, right? Like, they usually play for neutral objective. This is a very brawly composition. So expect a lot more team fighting. Expect an active Navi Philippines.
Definitely. And with the Jawhead as well, they pointed it out. What about the crowd controls? What about you have the Selena here for Amor? And so far, we seen the Selena earlier this day. It didn't really work out to the favor of Navi MY. But for Navi PH, will they be successful with that? Let's see how will they face themselves. Especially you need to bank on those early arrows, early pickoffs. As pick of pickoff, he will be picked off by Lunalyn here. And for Terror Queens, it's somewhat of a revenge for the Burmese trio, right? From last year's MWI.
Yeah.
So this is their chance for redemption, and of course to get revenge against the reigning queens.
And it's also, I think, just the respect from Navi Philippines over to Terror Queens, who are such a big threat. You can already see the early game. Well, cool. Has to go for the healing.
Waiting.
Rui rotating over. Could have been a kill there, but Keishi walks away. Rui goes for the puncture. Doesn't have it. Good Thorn Rose to escape the ejector as the Lethal Wanderer takes the big Abyssal Arrow shot.
Okay, big shots here for Navi PH and even Terror Queens. Tossing the flicker here for Mirai. That's the kind of action that we won even onto the first minute. But looking at the emblem build right now, we can definitely see onto the Prowess of the Wilderness Blessing here for the second core talent for Selena. Enjoy it for Mirai rather and Amor. Just so they can bank more on the fast-paced rotation that they could do, right?
Yeah. Again, for Navi Philippines, if you just look at yesterday's games, they were so good at setting up and stopping.
They are.
Or punishing mistakes, rather. Mountain Chakra comes in. Good reaction. Not Ayanami with a flicker forward now. It's going to Lantern Flare appeal for her, and they get Ku out, but the setup is gone. Navi Philippines again showing what made them such a force to be reckoned with yesterday. Great setup. Rui forced to use the Phantom Execution defensively. A camp stolen by Ayanami in the mid lane. The Abyssal Trap gets first blood for Amor.
And they're not stopping there. Now they're starting up the purple buff, not Ayanami, deep into the jungle of Terror Queen. Another arrow to hit.
An ejector, an arrow, everything, and they dive under the turret this time. Ku won't be able to evade from the arrows of Keishi. Rui goes in for the puncture, but this looks like already a desperate move. Only now has she gotten level 4.
Calculated advantage here for Navi PH. That level of tempo, and that's the perfect combination, right? Plus addition of Keishi there, just stealing off the purple buff. Let's take a closer look here on their instant replay, where that was just full-on massacre here. 4 members committing on to getting kills. Speaking of which, on to the live right now. Lunalyn and Rui trying to run away. Arrows thrown away.
Puncture dash in again from Amor. That's a double kill. 3 minutes in, they're gonna go for the camp steal again. Mirai walks up, has a missile. Whoa! Rui actually walks up. Sakoshi is gonna be dove on by the jaw, hit the ejector into the trap, and Keishi gets a solo practically on Rui, who is trying to run away.
They're hoarding as much as numbers that they can here for Navi PH. It's like a buy one, take one.
Yeah.
They see one, they take another one here, and there goes another one.
Unstoppable force this time. No more CC to get him, but they don't care. They go past the healing. They just deal that much damage as Ayanami continues to just aura farm down below.
We're not yet 4 minutes into the game. That's an 8-0 kill score, and this is what we're talking about. As you know, women love to shop.
Oh yeah.
We see sale or buy one, take one. Let's go for that, right?
Yep.
And they're grabbing each and every opportunity here to shop some numbers here, especially for Amor with a 5-0-1. And yet again here on the purple buff, we could see some pressure building up. Arrow to hit the purple. Okay. Whew.
See, I know you like to shop, but that would have been literal steal, right? Like, oh man, that could have been real bad. Turtle taken, Raging Sandstorm defensively. KG with the Mountain Shocker gets the kill. It's a killing spree as the Abyssal Arrow goes wide, but Lang is forced to back away. Sakoshi is forced to play football all alone. Oh, the arrow. Okay, Sakoshi gets a sliding tackle to away from him, and look at Ayanami again. Going in, doesn't get the orange buff. Unstoppable force, and the ejected with a smart missile. Almost taken Rui down, but she's able to escape.
So hard to breathe right now. This is such a shock for us, especially for Terror Queens. They managed to get a 2-0 yesterday from the first match, but against Navi PH. It's like they're being played around. Looking at the goal difference right now, all of it understandably 5 minutes in the game, onto the side of Navi PH. Let's highlight the gold laners as well here.
Look at that aura.
Yeah, and the swag as well here. The Bruno doesn't have anything to do but play with herself right now with the boss. And look at that, the football. Just, I want to play, you know. I just want to try and spread my wings right now, but it isn't happening. Not Ayanami is always there, putting pressure.
Unstoppable force. That's an ejector into the trap, and they bypass the healing again. Ayanami picks up a kill, continues to stand there, taking the damage and zoning everyone from Terror Queens away.
Oh no.
Zero?
Situation isn't in the favor of Terror Queens. Navi PH on the other hand, this is non-stop roll action, Mirko. They're just not Ayanami doesn't want to go home.
No?
She just wants to like chill here, just find the right targets. Sakoshi having a hard time here. She can't even clear off her own minion wave. Continuous arrows and crowd controls here.
Yeah, you know what? Like, when the players walked in, Athena, Renmar, me, and Eternal, we were watching, and I remember Renmar just saying, man, look at that aura. Look at the aura of Ayanami.
They know.
I thought that aura wouldn't be able to be beaten. You know, you can't beat that. Turns out in the game, she's able to beat her own aura in real life, taking a shot. 4 members on her. Doesn't matter. Another Lantern Flare only heals Ayanami. 4 members baited into the world. He comes in, and it's a dive from Amor to get a monster kill as Eternal gets taken for free. Shinoa just diving in. Another arrow lands as Mirai goes in for the missiles. The ejector not going to be used up. An arrow from the side. Navi Philippines 15-0.
An official wipeout here for Navi. Locking in the 10.1k gold lead. 15-0. They're just playing around right now.
Oh my lord.
And for Navi PH, it's different when you have that aura outside of the game, but really reflecting that, it's emanating right now, even onto their plays. Here onto this instant replay, full-on killer mode here for the whole Navi PH. Arrow after arrow here. What a huge efficiency rate here for Amor. That is how you play the Selena here on the MWI. And now Terror Queens left to defend for their base. Onto the top lane, we're seeing some friction that... Hey!
Oh, what happened to Rui? Up top, just assassinated by the Eastern Shin. Ku's losing half of her HP. Just from the trap now, Shinoa on it. That's a base turret without the Lord. Lord hasn't even spawned in the game now. Abyssal Arrow again. Ludolin able to dash away, but Shinoa continues to push on the pace as Ayanami just takes the Lantern. Another Abyssal Arrow going wide. Yep. Able to zone them away from the base turret. And that's 2 in 8 minutes.
It's so hard to breathe right now if you're Terror Queens. Each and every lane that you would want, even if you're the Lanzot, it doesn't matter. Navi PH will still close down on you, and looking at the damage taken ranking, understandable for not Ayanami. Just banking onto this stacks as well. Look at her, just if it's enough that she's just standing, what more if she's inside the clashes, right? And she's not really what you want to target.
Wow. Ayanami is solo zoning 5 members away, and she ain't doing anything. She's just standing there menacingly. Terror Queens have no way to deal with her. You put a lantern on her, she heals from it, man. You throw a football at her, she catches it, throws it back, deals more damage. Abyssal Arrow almost catching Sakoshi. And Ayanami just gonna dive in the turret. Conceal. That was a defensive conceal from Terror Queens. They're terrified. Another Abyssal Arrow landing, and Halang has to respect it.
Terrifying situation indeed here for Terror Queens. Not Ayanami yet again inside their base. Just dealing that much damage. Shinoa! Mega kill!
Gets a heavy crossbow down as well. Athena, we're gonna have to throw the white flag. Mirai goes in for the ejector flicker. It is over 19-0. Navi, we know your favorites, but what was that? That was the biggest stomp we've seen all tournament.
That was a clean game, Mirko. Just stomping around, not playing around. Actually, they just went straight ahead. Finishing up this round and very relaxed facing. Even not Ayanami, the one way back there. First to sign, actually, if you're not familiar with her. It's like just another rank day for them.
Everyone in the chat is calling it a massacre. It's calling it a stomp. It is a stomp, but doesn't seem like it to these ladies. They look at it and they're like, no, it's just another day at the office. This is literally just another day of MLBB dominance
And this
from
is
us.
how they look when they do their check ping, when they check their devices. And with that, we could definitely see the confidence and how much they prepared for the season's MWI. And now it's up to the panel to show it over and dissect this round.
Okay, so when I said it was a dream and a nightmare, I didn't thought it would be the kind of nightmare where a new record has been broken, where now this is the fastest game of MWI, and they did it in a perfect game, 20-0. If you're talking about dominance, it doesn't get more dominant than this one.
I think for Navi PH, they just realized that, hey, we were the fastest game from previous year. Why not get it again for this year?
And then they're like, ooh, yay. Wow, wow, wee, wow. Like the game ended so fast, Brigida couldn't finish her
Marble
sandwich.
thing. It's a marble English cake or something, and I couldn't even drink water right after doing it. That was how fast they did this game. Who, by the way, that's why we call it perfect. Deathless, not Ayanami, who spent, I think, the entire 9 minutes beside the opponents, did not die at all.
She just wants to make sure that they're okay, you know?
I think it's a identity crisis if she is not Ayanami. Maybe Ayanami or Ayanami.
I talk about this. How do you shot call against this? Like, go for not Ayanami. And I'm like, wait. Go for Ayanami or not Ayanami? Speaking of which, right now we got to look at the head-to-head of Moore going up against Luna Lin, because I dare say that's probably the best Selena we've seen all tournament long.
I think probably 80% possibility rate on hitting those arrows against the players of Terror Queens, and we could see the difference also per minute, and it all boils down on the overall map control of Navi PH has, because it was like it's not the farm side anymore of Terror Queens.
Let me just say, in my career, I don't remember another time when we did a head-to-head where the average KDA is 12 and 0. 0.00. That's fresh. That's new.
They had no kills, so there was no way to bump up the KDA. Like, no one there died in the Navi PH's lineup. And initially, when it was only the Uranus that was shown, we were thinking maybe they want to go for another tank hero.
No, I've been practicing how he says that, but let's talk on that, because there was a part of the match where even we discussed behind the scenes, how are they going to take down the Uranus?
Yeah.
Right? Because looking at the draft, they don't have that continuous and burst damage to actually deal with not Ayanami on this Uranus. And it's not for the lack of trying. They did try.
Yeah.
They just don't have it.
I also believe that for Terror Queens, since we agree that the part of their playstyle is having a specific hero to actually find the jungler, like
to pressure,
to do the jungle pathing with the Khalid. It just so happens that if you're up against Navi PH, a more dominant one, it's not advisable to dedicate a specific hero for that, because it was easier for Mirai to rotate, even for Amor to do ganking and even the sandwich plays under the turret, because they have a clear vision. Okay, the players are here, go for the arrow, and then if ever not Ayanami is gonna be there also as a supplementary vision.
So it's not recommended to go for the woman defense then?
Yeah, the woman
Shout out to Athena. She says so much clippable things. I never thought I would hear. You guys know women like shopping, right? Shout out to Athena. Very, very clippable things that she says.
But that was actually true. The way Navi PH
Wait, which one is true?
The buy one take one thing.
Okay.
See, I'm saying another one.
Okay.
But the way they actually looked for team fights or pickoffs, it's not just a single pickoff. It's always another member of Terror Queens who gets dragged in.
Another.
Who gets taken out as well. So this felt so impossible to get back on or to bounce back from if you were Terror Queens. Especially considering that no one from them could potentially ever reach Keishi nor Shinoa anymore.
Personally, for me, I thought the game was over by 3 minutes. Right? Because I feel like the snowball started so early on.
Yeah, and also because of the vision that the Navi PH has, it's like Terror Queens has no information about Navi PH, but Navi PH knows everything what's happening on Terror Queen's side. And this is very evident on the damage dealt specifically for Shinoa. I mean, it's just 9 minutes of the game, but for a Gold Rainer to deal massive damage against other players, it means that there is the snowball. And even for Morris Hero and even the YSS. So vision from the Mountain Shocker, vision from the Uranus itself, and even from the Selena. So says a lot about how Navi PH controlled let's say the pattern of Terror Queens.
Yeah, and as much as we wanted to acknowledge the idea of how possibly in a way like they could have managed even just the laning phases, like they had somehow decent tools to deal with it. It didn't matter when Navi PH was so well informed that they had little to nothing to worry about, just because again the women to women defense was going on, and so they had the option to be the more decisive one, to be the more proactive one in terms of rotation, and it was something Terror Queens could not keep up with.
You know what they say, information is power, and Navi PH has a lot of information throughout the match. Now, this is going to be a very difficult question because this is a 20-0 game, a new record for the fastest game won here in the MWI at the Esports World Cup. And the question is, what do you change? How do you adjust? How do you make sure that game number one doesn't rock with your head so much that you kind of lose it for game number two as well? And I kind of feel like let's start with the draft, because that Khalid, like we were all surprised. I'm pretty sure we can't hear the casters, but even they're like, wow, wow, wee, wow. This is very, very early. Khalid.
Very early, yeah. I think they want to replicate their play style or their drafting pattern on game number one against Virtus.pro, but it's not advisable against a team like Navi PH. Again, they don't really want to dedicate a specific hero just for the jungle pathing, right? So one good adjustment would be focus on having flex heroes again, and then probably switch things up if they have a clear vision rather of whatever Navi PH wants to bring against them.
Yeah, it's kind of like the entire maximizing the current flex picks, just how high of a priority these certain picks are if you don't want to reveal so much just yet about what you're planning to do. Because I think to a certain extent, up until like the latter portions of the draft, we weren't that sure as well of what they were planning to use for their jungler. Like, I was on my toes. I wasn't sure if they were going for an assassin or a utility kind of jungler, but eventually they did go for the Lancelot, although it felt like they were forced to because the Fredrin and the Kai bans. So yeah, picking whichever could work best for, it's probably really the sequencing that they have to work on.
Because since you want to go for your trades, since you've opened up some of the heroes, it's not advisable to get a hero that's not really prioritized on other phase of the picking. So yep, it's really more in the sequencing. Not really much question in terms of how they ban, because the bans were on point. It just so happens that the prioritization, the sequencing of the heroes that they will go for.
I see where you're saying that the bans are not really the issue, but then I gotta go for the second question here. Yi Sun Shin, should you really let this hero go? Because so far throughout the day, he looks unstoppable.
So probably not the Arlot ban and the Yi Sun.
But Ayanami on the Arlot though.
But you have the Ayanami.
This is difficult when your opponent has so many signature heroes.
That's true.
Everything that you ban feels wrong.
Or probably since they also use Selena, they can go and pick Selena instead, because just like what the Lafel said, information is power.
Yeah.
Right? So as long as they have clear vision as to where the Yi Sun Shin is, if they will give out Yi Sun Shin again, or in any way possible have that jungling jungle pathing instead of having a specific hero, then go for a hero that could do that in majority of the parts of the map.
Yeah, so it's getting information without sacrificing your manpower or something like that.
Yeah, something like that.
Because like they did not get to rely on the Khalid for majority of the game, and I feel like it would have been great if they were able to, because Khalid in the early stages, I think even way back, he's the guy who can force the jungler out of the buffs and already secure the early game for his team. But that didn't happen earlier. He just stood there and eventually got punished.
Based on my observation, I feel like the reason why the Khalid couldn't put a lot of pressure was actually because good choice coming in from Navi PH, both the mid laner as well as the roamer, and just make sure that their mid laner couldn't rotate. Right? Because I feel like Luna Lin picking up the Zushin just wants to clear the lane very, very fast and then eventually help out the Khalid. But because she had to stay in her own lane and the Lancelot couldn't follow up as well, that made it very awkward, right? Because I kind of feel like if the Lancelot is able to help out in mid, let the mid laner roam, maybe they can actually press to the jungle.
Yeah, good observation. So if Terror Queens wants to stick on that type of aggression against the jungler, what if they change it this way? What if they help first the mid lane clear the minion wave, and then have the mid lane together with a +5 go for that invade? Maybe if on the purple buff or orange buff, whatever buff is still there after clearing the minion wave.
Because Jushin and Khalid could really do fast wave clear.
Right.
So if they did try to coordinate or work together, then it could have been slightly different for game number 1. But what matters now are the adjustments they're gonna do heading into game number 2. And first, right off the bat, is that they're gonna switch sides. So they'll be the ones getting first pick, and hopefully it is gonna be a flex because there's no more YSS.
Yeah, I think for this, they want to get the Tyrannus instead, because YSS has been banned. Not unless Baksha isn't available, not unless they have another hero in mind. But I think that has been a trend now with the recent patch. More on the utilities. Even Zitian is open. It's not even prioritized anymore, not unless it is meant for their lineup. So I think for Navi PH, they want to go for the trades instead, because if they pick out 1-1 is going to be open, and we don't really want 1-1 to be open in this game, because it might force a 1-1 against them.
Oh my gosh.
But they open a 1-1.
Yeah. So it's open, and so is the Farsa Zetian trade. If ever they do want to or would they actually prioritize that?
I mean, I feel like we were talking about how the mid lane, if you have a Farsa does clear the lane very, very fast, and with the wings by wings, she's able to actually rotate faster. I'm not sure if they want to take it first pick. I would prefer Farsa over Hilda, I'm not gonna lie though. So even, okay, you know what? Sure. I would prefer the Farsa, but that's me. That's my professional opinion.
No, me too.
But I think maybe this is Terror Queen's comfy hero, because game number 1 is banned out by Navi PH. Maybe this is their moral booster for this.
Their lucky charm.
Their lucky charm to be picked first pick.
They don't want Navi to take it away.
I mean, they did prioritize the Hilda yesterday too, even on red side though. That was on red side. So it was slightly a bit different compared to first pick. So Navi though, if you're talking about comfort, it seems like Mirai is sticking with the Jawhead, and they steal away the Jushin, which I believe was the hero they used to complement or pair up with the Hilda as well. So okay.
I would say Kimi or Farsa here.
Farsa. How about Farsa?
Zetian if they wanna, but Farsa is better option for them.
Just a little bit more damage, you know. They pick up the Iritel, probably predicting maybe they wanted a Granger or something like that. So good choice overall. And they pick up the Hayabusa.
Pretty fair.
Yeah, there's a lot of mid laners still open. So yeah, like you said, pretty fair.
Yeah, I think for Terror Queens, they want to focus on having the Hilda find a viable target, and then have the Hayabusa go on for the early kills. So Navi PH, they could get actually the XP lane now, because it has been just the Arlot and the Uranus banned. Lapu-Lapu Glue. Yeah, heroes like that. For them.
There's a Phoveus.
Oh yeah, Phoveus as well, yeah.
The odds.
I don't know, at this point, like, kind of just want a hero to match, and they're picking up the Brody going up against an Iritel, which is interesting for me just because I'm not entirely sure how the matchup really goes against each other. Because, not gonna lie, haven't seen Brody for a while.
Yeah. I think it's the first time I'm ever gonna see, even in the, like, as far as the collegiate level and all that.
It's been what, since M5?
We did see a Leslie yesterday.
I am not the only
so
one
like,
bound
why
by
does it
these
feel like
chains.
we're seeing all the forgotten marksmen?
Yeah.
We want to break the record, Brigida, okay? Most unique heroes picked.
I think it was M5, if not M5, M6.
Yeah, because I think it was Bren with the Brody on M5.
With the Brody skin,
yeah.
the AP brand skin.
Yeah.
So, Fubis has been banned here by Navi PH. I think there's a high chance that, focusing on EXP lanes. In terms of the banning, so if we look at the fighters still available, you have the Katot, you have the Lapo, Ruby even still available, CC. Yeah, so there is a lot of options yet for the players. And Badang is actually great for
I kind of feel like they
Navi
still
PH.
need someone that can frontline because Jahid is good at catching, but not really all that tanky, right? So I kind of feel like grabbing an EXP laner that can match up against the Hilda and be a proper frontline might be great for them. I feel like if there's no reason not to pick up the glue, maybe they'll eventually go that route. Or if you want to be just a little bit different, who knows? Maybe something like a Charizla.
Yeah, maybe Badang Lapu, and it has been banned.
I was thinking they were gonna pick that though.
Yeah, so they really think this Hilda is going Rome, and I guess that's their composition then.
Hilda Rome. But if even Terror Queens are banning out XP lane heroes, then aren't they gonna run out of options too?
I mean, they're gonna be the first pick after this, right? So the options are really low for Terror Queens unless they're prepared to just swap on over for the Hilda to go to the EXP, because then when you're looking at the Rome position, a lot is open.
Yeah, not unless they are planning to get Hylos for the lineup, but I'm not really sure if it's a good option for them. So CC, another XP lane. There are still a lot of options, really. Badang could be one for Navi PH for added layer of crowd control. Even Teresa, yes, could be one.
How about the Eden?
The Immortal One chose me to vanquish the shadows that
Does it
plague
serve as a
this
great
world.
stopper for like this lineup so far? They go for the Suyo.
Just to create the suspense, like, come on, panel, what's the EXP gonna be? They're really saving it for the last pick to make sure that, probably for not Ayanami to eventually win the lane. I kind of feel like they really want to know where this Hilda is going and then make that decision.
Because they banned out the Esmeralda. So Navi might have banned out the Lapu Lapu because they're thinking about the possibility of that. Okay, but they go for the glue, as mentioned, instead. So it's just the mid lane. I can't believe Farsa's still open to this point.
Oh, yeah.
So the Farsa or...
No, it would be more surprising if Farsa and Kimi are not picked.
My legacy shall endure.
Okay, we have the Sityan.
Okay, you're right. Okay, still okay.
It's Sityan after all.
It's still in the conversation, even though we didn't say her name.
So it's just... Okay.
Teresa Badang. I think for Navi PH. Not unless they want to go Joy, that's their XP lane.
I mean, honestly, anyone that can use a War Axe is going to be good just to abuse the
glulets.
There's a different name for it, but I'm going to go with that, right? Abuse the glulets. And now they pick up the Khalid.
Hold on. Okay.
You know what? This is going to be a fun game, fun match. Thank you very much, Brigida. Thank you very much, Chantel. I'm really looking forward to see what you guys have to say after this match. But now I'm going to throw it over to both Mirko and Athena, because now I want to see what other clippable things that you guys can come out with. So, you know what? Good luck for this one.
Let's see. Because right now, records are being broken. But with the shopping, let's see if they would let Navi PH do it again. But this time, it's going to be the game 2 of our match number 2. It's already a 0-1 in favor of Navi PH.
5 seconds
need to
till
step
the
up
enemy
their game
reaches
here,
the
Mirko.
battlefield.
Oh, they got to step up their game by a lot, and it starts here in the land of Dawn. I don't know how you even come back from that, Athena, right? Like, usually we talk about recovery, but that was 19-0. Navi literally smashed their own record and smashed Vitality's record from yesterday.
And it was fairly clean with a 20-0, by the way. And the
20
kill
by the
score-
end.
Yeah. So that is a huge impact here for Terra Queens. But of course, basing on the adjustments onto the DAP, we could definitely see some maybe answer to the somewhat level of Navi PH is trying to accomplish with a jawhead yet again onto the hands of Mirai. But for this round, it's going to be the Jushin for Amor. Being punished this early, by the way, Flicker exhausted.
That could have been Terra Queens finally getting on the board right there, ladies and gentlemen. Remember, game 1, 0 kills taken by Terra Queens. So just 1 kill will already be an improvement from game number 1.
Really huge. And for Terra Queens, this is actually a huge opportunity to finally lock in their spot onto the next stage. But locking in onto the emblem builds as well before we have any clashes. More so, we are expecting more movements onto the map here for Navi PH, especially onto the trio. The Khalid here for Ayanami, Mirai, and of course, Amor there. But before all of that, for Terra Queens, on the other hand, Mirko, we have the Warcry here for Rui.
Yeah. The Master Assassin again, like you said, for Shinoa in the lane. This is a weird lane, I'd say, like an odd one. Hold up, though. Lang or the XP Crab. Looks like Navi have already rotated a lot of their members to try to contest this. So it's just the Queller that gets charged up by Keishi, and it'll just be a take. But back to the matchup. Brody versus Irithel.
Yeah.
I think that's more of like a fifth. I think Irithel's alright in that lane.
But even the Brody, of course, maybe more in the mastery itself here for Navi PH. But you're right, definitely onto the Irithel pick here for Terra Queens. But some action here. Cool being cornered out.
All in, they just go for it. Halang goes over the flicker as well. Finally, that's going to be the first kill on the board for Terra Queens in the series. Amor able to get for the Lancer players, give it the Blade Surge, locking in Halang. But it is a glue. Super tanky. Another immobilization, locking her down. Oh, good mount as well. But Amor will be able to bring her all the way to the turret. It's a bit more a delayed take here. Free turtle for Rui as Halang has gotten the job done already. They faded in, bought time. But Mirai looks like she wants to go for more. No, Terra Queens back away.
That was enough. But still, for Terra Queens, such a huge improvement. Of course, finally settling down on the second, taking an objective plus a kill here against Navi PH. And a quick reset for them. We were asking on how do you bounce back from that sudden loss for game number 1, and this is how they do it, right? And there were certain adjustments onto the playstyle of Ku as well, being so proactive onto trying to spot on members here from Navi PH and even Mirai. Like, even if she hides for a long time, there's always Ku just spotting her out, scouting out members of Navi PH. Now, let's talk about the lead here. So far, Navi PH still hasn't established a huge gold gap, even a turret gap here. But onto the top lane, I think the next target will be the Crab Coin here. Whoa, yep, definitely.
Good secure on the Gold Crab there. Yeah, in a slow game like this, ladies and gentlemen, the Gold Crab is probably the biggest objective you can get.
It is.
You gotta rotate over to the Gold Crab, get your goal lane or the Gold Crab, because that can really change the impact of the game or more. You have to go for the Crimson Beacon, flickers out of the sun as well. Now the Lancer player knocking Ku up there. Gonna be an all-in as Ayanami walks up and Keishi gets the Queller down to secure a kill.
And there she goes, right? For not Ayanami, relaxed stance. Just keep an eye out for Shinoa onto the top lane.
Part memory almost taking her down, but now Mirai walks up. Sakoshi got baited in, and now the slashes and the missiles from Mirai gets her down. That was close.
Wow, yeah. And a very clear intent here for Navi PH. Shinoa was like, girl, can you? Then Mirai, I got you. Finishing off that kill here in favor of Navi PH. A very good pickup, by the way, onto Sakoshi. Now, we're back onto a new turtle, big objective here. Has just respawned. We could see Ku just hiding out here onto the bush, but with Amor's Lantern Flare, it's just more than enough to really give that vision, preventing anyone inside of Terra Queens just pouncing on them, pouring for the ganks here. Lantern Flare activated there. Oh, okay. They're taking things slow right now. Even not Ayanami, just going on, running around the map here. Just targeting Sikoshi, but no, on the other hand, Kachikeshi.
Great pick there with the power of wildness to Mirai. Able to go for the flicker, but gets brought back to the team, and that will be another kill. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane is going to be a turret as Ayanami goes for the kill and finds it now. 2 for 1. But remember, Na'Vi did get a turret down below. Rui on the turtle, should be able to take it now, and all in under the turret again. The poke coming down from Luna Lin to secure the kill under the turret. Rui with the quad shadow in, has the shadow kill, but will respect Ayanami as Shinoa stays busy in the mid lane, looking for a trade onto the turret. Rui rotating already, and Shinoa will respect it.
And now Turkim's finally getting some of the advantage here, taking that no more, and even Keishi, that was a very good catch here. Plus, they finally got the objective yet again. There's going to be a cheetah. Luna Lane targeted.
Gee, the Queller! That's the added damage of the Jawhead passive, man, when you go for smart missiles. Keishi charging on the Blade Surge. Luckily, Hlang got away before the Blade Surge could land.
Yeah, Na'Vi PH just making the most out of it. Even on the passive with Jawhead. Smart missiles at all. But let's take a lane here onto the top, wherein two made a double kill, but at the same time, not Ayanami just trying to neutralize the situation, even though they got 2 members against Na'Vi PH, but with not Ayanami still alive, they can do more. Pick up more damage coming in from Terror Queens.
One shot on the shadow kill over to Mirai, and that will not be enough to take her down. She gets away as a more personal Lantern Flare. Luna Lin continues to provide that poke, and Na'Vi, they gotta respect the damage because Terror Queens are definitely the ones pushing the pace here in game number 2.
Yeah, for Na'Vi, they exhausted a lot of their ultimates and resources just so they could get out of that. For Terror Queens, we could definitely feel the improvement, and as well as what they could really do with this kind of draft. They're more comfortable, and even Luna Lin doing a great job. And for Na'Vi PH, as you mentioned, never underestimate, never let them under your radar. Because Terror Queens, on the other hand, they could have that poison. They could just pick their poison right now against Keishi. And now, final turtle has finally respawned here. That Ayanami just resetting it onto the mid lane. There's more pressure here. Ku just hiding out, being spotted by Amor. But let's go back into business here with the turtle. That Ayanami not yet ready for the Sandstorm, but still, we're heading on a quick pause, taking a breather here for our second match, or second game of the day.
That was still really a good move, though, from not Ayanami. The fact that she was able to pop in that passive from Zetian means that, again, that is a good angle to go for an attack later on. Zetian is very immobile, right? That's why she's kind of always forced on the flicker. So having that passive already proc means that Na'Vi can finally do what they've been wanting to do the entire game, which is dive in deep, break that front to back, and secure the dive.
Yeah, and to finally somehow negate what Zetian can do, right? And so far, not Ayanami still doing a fantastic job onto somehow reaching her. Just what we call it, more on the hit and run onto the passive being broke out. And also, I would like to go back onto the Hayabusa pick here for Terror Queens. Like, she's more comfortable. She has somewhat of an advantage onto the mobility, of course. But at times, though, we could feel definitely feel the slight gap onto the damage as Shadow Kill just isn't enough yet. And we understand it's just 7 minutes into the game. And for Terror Queens, they still have enough or ample time to finally catch up and be on the lead in terms of the network here. Now, going back into the game, Land of Dawn. A quick update here, almost 8 minutes into the game, 4-6 onto the kill score. Not really much of a lead here for Na'Vi PH, around 356. But there's a lot of action going on. Will they continue for a kill or takedown? Wait a second. Not Ayanami still with a quick sun guard. They're storing her HP. Mirai and Shinoa waiting around, eyeing their prey right now.
They're just waiting for a moment. Remember, they have conceal, so if Rui just steps up a bit too aggressive, he's going to be punished. Anyone, really. But from Na'Vi Philippines, it is getting quite frustrating just knowing how tanky Terror Queens are and how much... Oh, there you go. Move already from Mirai earlier, but wasn't able to find an angle to go for Rui. But yeah, the sheer amount of sustain that Terror Queens have and the sheer amount of poke as well. Look at that! An all-in over
over to Ayanami, gets picked up by Luna Lin. A quad shadow forward, forcing the Crimson Beacon. Now Mirai walks up, that's gonna be the quad shadow back and forth as Keiichi was baited into the Blade Surge. Ku gonna be knocked in, very low, revitalized, coming down to Saber, part of our memory, will lock her down. Amor picks up the kill, the shadow kill! Goes in and Shinoa survives with just a sliver of HP as Terror Queens continue to push the pace.
I was just talking about on how Rui just needs to step up. The damage wasn't there yet. But after we got back into the game, there's a caster blessing right now, just pointing her out. And for Navi PH, that was a disaster, really. It started with not Ayanami being picked off, so nor liners here for Navi PH. Namor and even Keiichi was left so vulnerable there. But Terror Queens did a fantastic job onto balancing out and finally layering their skills properly, right? That's a layer that you want.
Whoa. A very aggressive item. Still the Sky Piercer built up from Amor. By Amor. Heptaseas and a Melfic gun. We're really seeing the limitations of Shinoa on a Brody though, right? Compared to the other picks that we've seen, again, from Shinoa, where she's able to make plays. Here, it's almost like she has to wait. She has to go in guerrilla style, wait for a lot of the resources to be depleted, then walk in and clean up. But even then, it brings the strength over from Terror Queens again. They're just so tanky. Rui, the ejector is done. Lands from the top side. That global ultimate so valuable. The quad shadow gets Rui to safety. Goes back in time. And Keiichi gets baited in, but still gets the kill in the end. Rui, a bit too aggressive. And Navi Philippines stay afloat. They've done enough to isolate the Lord. They've cleared it up. Cool. Gotta respect.
Mirai, just checking out. That was definitely a close call.
Mid lane, mid lane.
Yeah.
Ayanami, go for the kill, solo kill in the mid lane. Ayanami finds a pick. Two of the carries from Terror Queens are down. Mirai goes in for the Unstoppable Force and the ejector. Right into the Blade Surge and the damage from the rest of the team. 3 members fall in.
They're finding a way right now to totally balance out the map. If earlier they're having a hard time, because Terror Queens are just more on the sustainable type of lineup. Right now, Shinoa being targeted by Rina. On the mid lane, continuous clash here. Shadow kill.
Used up. Boom, immobilization as well. Ayanami walks up again, finds the killing spree. A Lantern Flare to save her. Ayanami walks away. Ejector and the Smart Missiles. Now with a Lantern Flare, looking for the Sky Piercer. Brock goes in and flickers out. Rui looking for the Shuriken. One last hit will do it. But Amor finds a Lantern Flare, and now staying away from the Shurikens. She gets out as Mirai is forced to sacrifice herself.
The ultimate escape here for Amor. But that took longer than expected with the clash. The moment that it extended, Sikoshi was able to finally go and give that much damage to the crossbow, but still somewhat questionable for me for Navi PH. But let's take a look back here onto what happened. Shinoa was left onto the back lane, understandable, but that was a very good vantage point there for Navi. Plus that multiple chain crowd controls and multiple damages being delivered real time here. Sikoshi getting a kill here against Navi PH.
Ayanami just not ready for that damage, not ready for the immobilization. It's too much, even for Khalid, who's, again, relatively fast. The BOD gets built up, Shinoa picks up a DHS. But the big problem for Navi isn't that they're not doing damage, it's the fact that they're also very immobile. At least their carries here. Shinoa is so vulnerable against all the CC engage from Terror Queens.
And that's why we were kind of like, there's a question mark with the Brody pick here for the gold lane even earlier on. And we understand that the tempo was just disrupted all over. No more gold lead here for Navi PH, 4.6k gold lead for Terror Queens. And not only that, they also have the second Lord for this round. Taking a quick look onto the in-game equipment, that is a huge gap onto our gold here for Sikoshi. Finally getting that Malefic gun and even the Berserker's Fury. Now we could expect more fast-paced damages. And of course, the pressure is on here for Navi PH. Now Ayanami is ready, going in for the jump.
Oh, they dealt with it already. They're going to be going for the dive already. Halang's going to be taken out. Shinoa free hitting in the back now. Looking for the Torn Apart Memory. Will be able to pop it in time. The Quad Shadow and the Shadow kill to the back. Amor still able to survive. Shinoa goes in for the stun, but only finds the minions. Keiichi looking for the Queller, able to get it, but Luna Lin respects him with the flicker as Sakoshi deals with the turret down below. Keishi is sent up top to save the base turret. 2 base turrets taken down.
That was a bloody defense here for Navi PH. Definitely for Terra Queens, they just need to somehow polish more on who to target when it comes to the team fights there. But that was a close call here for Navi PH. Looking at the damage the ranking right now, understandably, Lunalyn will be onto the top of the list. Second is Sakoshi. That, by the way, earlier, that was somewhat of a great call as well. Even if they didn't actually finish the round, just put a lot more pressure onto destroying other turrets as well, just so Navi PH will be left vulnerable onto their base. Right now, 13-12, much more closer game compared to game number 1, which was a total massacre. And Terra Queens just have the advantage to totally roam around. They're limiting on where Mirai and even not Ayanami can only go to, right? All of it is restricted area. Shadow kill going in here for Ruby. Being shared here for the members of Navi.
Nice try there from Keishi. Charged into Blade Surge, look for the timing, just at the right spot for Rui to get out of the Shadow kill before she could quad Shadow. But unfortunately, timing was a bit off. Saw the vision though. Navi, even with that big resource burn now, the quad Shadow and the Shadow kill, they just can't push in. Like, Terra Queens have such good feel, great frontliners, and now they're gonna go for the all-in 4-man stun again with the ultimate. Keishi goes to the Blade Surge. Sakoshi was waiting for that moment, gets the heavy crossbow in. Right low, Shinoa able to flicker out. Sakoshi taken down by the Raging Sandstorm. Ayanami buys the bit of crown, is able to survive, but Amore in the back line will be assassinated by Rui as Ayanami gets dealt with by the glue. 4 members down. The Queens of MLBB, who've dominated game 1, are now on the brink of getting sent below. Shinoa can deal damage, but she cannot deal with the glue in game 2.
And that's going to be a win here for Terra Queens. Taking game number 2, forcing out another game 3.
Wow.
It's the second match of the day. What a fantastic job here for the Queens. Taking a 1 versus the defending Queens here at MWI. What a play. What a very dominating stand-up there. And a beautiful execution of the Fury of Phoenix here for Lunalyn.
We all thought it was going to be a stomp again in game number 2. We all thought recovery was going to be tough. But the Terra Queens prove how tenacious they can be. It's a best of 3 for a reason, and we're getting it. We're getting 2 matches going all the way, back to back.
Yeah, and all the way from the Philippines, we have the mother and daughter yet again. Let's head on over and hear what they have to say.
Where do I begin? How do we analyze this, ladies? Because I don't know whether we want to start with the things that goes on in-game or out-game, because even you guys were saying like, oh yeah, probably they're gonna win this one. But before we start on that, let's start with draft, because certain things were questionable, right? We didn't like Khalid from Terra Queens, and then this time the Khalid goes over to Navi PH. Didn't really like it. That's number 1. The Brody was questionable because even Mirko said like, yeah, probably the Irtal doesn't really lose. Maybe not win, but doesn't really lose against a Brody. So a little bit, I would say, iffy on the draft that Navi PH brought for this one. Were they trying to hide strats or something going up against it? Like, what was going on?
Or probably they want to try things out. For sure, they want to try if Brody will work with the Chushin and the other heroes. But definitely for Terra Queens, I believe that there's a reason, or this game shows why they prioritize Hilda. They play differently if they have Hilda on their hero composition. Same goes with a stable. EX playing with a glue. So since it's like they are opening up the map of Navi PH all throughout the game, that everyone was or every hero or every player of Navi PH is shown in their areas.
Yeah, for sure. I think I'm on that same line of thought, wherein there were probably certain combinations that Navi PH wanted to try out. Because if you look at it, like the Jushin Jawhead and the Brody, it doesn't feel like they're too different in terms of what they want to do and what they want to execute. But I think it could somehow also be attributed to the adjustments that Terror Queens decided to make. The way they switched things up and decided to go for the Hayabusa immediately as a response to the first two picks, it made things harder for the Jushin to rotate.
I was looking at the items and looking at the items of Shinoa, Keishi, as well as Amor. Now I'm actually thinking that they don't have a way to deal with the Hilda. Just how we were talking about the Uranus doesn't have a way to die in the previous game, because in this one, Shinoa went for the Malefic Gun into a Blade of Heptases, more range, penetration, and all of that. But going up against a Hilda, she can regen when she gets into the bushes. So you need attack speed, and then she built the Demon Hunter Sword. And we all saw the damage wasn't really there. So I kind of feel like after the draft is said and done, they're like, wait, we don't have a way to deal with the Hilda. At that point, this is, of course, in hindsight, maybe the carry would have been better.
Yeah.
Right?
Although they did pick the Brody in the first phase too. So even the timing...
Yeah, third pick.
Even the timing felt a little surprising for Navi PH. I don't know.
The thing is, you saw the Hilda first pick.
Yeah.
You had time to think about it,
Right. And I don't know if they just wanted to hide their jungler and XP laner, because maybe picking your XP laner at that point might have been better too, because you already know the matchup.
At least they have better options on their gold laner. So yeah, good point on that. Again, it all boils down to that sequencing in terms of picking their heroes, and it's really evident also in terms of the gold difference. We don't normally see Shinoa behind in terms of a farm into the other gold laner. So it's 11,000 versus 9,000. So it means she really had a hard time, given the fact that she was able to clear the minion wave and even had the opportunity to somehow deal damage in the mid lane turret when there was a team fight top lane.
Yeah, I kind of feel like the priority is a little bit all over the place, because we mentioned Glue quite a couple of times, and you were saying that maybe they were hiding their jungle pick as well as the EXP pick. But is a Khalid worth hiding? Is a Suyo worth hiding, right? Because I kind of feel like it doesn't solve the problem that Terror Queens was really showing up, right? The problem was the Hilda. I don't think Suyo, I don't think Khalid really solves that problem.
And even more than the Hilda, the Irithel. Like, how exactly does these two last picks by Navi PH respond to the potential movement speed that Irithel could do later on in the team fight? Because there was no one to hold her down, and not even the Jushin could do that. Like, Jushin Amor was just too busy. I didn't see the Jawhead and the Jushin combo work that well in that particular game.
Now we're going to look at the head-to-head for the Roamers here, because we saw that the Hilda was first pick. We were questioning it, but hey, it worked out.
Yeah, I think for Rai here, since there's really no combo with the mid lane, it was a lot difficult for her to actually set up the pace for Navi PH. And if we look at the average kill participation, it makes perfect sense to have 30% for Ku, because again, it's more on the zoning, more on the vision, actually give information for the team. But for the side of Navi PH, the ejector has to be on point, even all the other skills has to be on point, just to be able to put up a fight against Terror Queens.
This is where, as an analyst, I like to say numbers without context is misleading. Because if you look at the numbers, it doesn't look all that good for Ku, but we definitely see the disruption in game, making it so that Navi PH was very uncomfortable in a match, and things like that really can't be showcased by numbers.
Yep, this is Ku being some sort of the distraction or the sacrifice that Terror Queens during the early stages were just clearly willing to take, because it was a lot more rewarding for them in other parts, in other aspects of the map. And again, even though this happened, I feel like it took a while for Navi PH to even take out this Hilda, because the entire idea of looking for a hero, setting it up, like going for the ejector play, who does provide the follow-up in this case?
Yeah, that's true. And you add also the revitalize on Ku's hero. So yeah, lacking in terms of burst damage, even damage per second for Navi PH. So you don't really have the kit or skill set. If Rasuya didn't have that great time because of the glue also. So there was an imbalance in terms of the drafting. Lack of synergy, yes, for the hero composition of Navi PH. And it's just Terror Queens. They know the strength and even the winning condition of their hero composition that made them win that game. Even Luna Lin wasn't a viable target because it's just really hard for Navi PH to initiate.
And this is like very surprising because they picked up the Jawhead early and then they pick up the Jushin when we were talking about the Farsa. Maybe Jawhead and Farsa would be a good combo. Who knows? Maybe.
Or even the Kimmy traction pulse into the ejector and all that, but none of them were picked up. They got totally snubbed.
So question right here. Do you guys feel like Navi PH will simply just correct their draft, go back to basics? Or not think about the draft so much, but instead thinking of the bans and actually batting out that Hilda, making sure that Ku doesn't get it?
A little bit of both.
Right?
Yeah.
Like which one is the priority? Either banning it out or just, get a normal draft?
But if even if they do let the Hilda go though, and if they're confident enough, like in other aspects like the macro and all that, then they'll have much clearer answers because it doesn't feel like their picks, their sequence answered anything.
Yeah.
It's like they wanted to try and make something work that wasn't entirely the best case scenario for that particular draft.
I think for Navi PH, they should ban out the Hilda because it was the scenario game number 1. It was effective for them, and it wouldn't hurt to actually respect a specific hero that gives or brings out the full potential of Terror Queens.
Yeah, so we're going to jump into the game very, very soon. In fact, looking at the players' phones, looks like they're already inside the draft. So we'll see very, very soon what heroes that they're going to be banning out. And I want to see if it's true that the Hilda does get banned out. Does Ku want to go back onto the Khalid, or they want to try out for a different kind of hero? Now, Terror Queens will be the first pick, Navi PH will be the second pick, and they do ban out that Hilda. Again, Terror Queens banning out the Arlet, the Kalia, as well as the Boxia, Yisenshin, as well as Joy are banned out, and now the Uranus is open, and it's going to be first pick for Terror Queens.
Okay, so far it is somewhat similar to the standard and common drafting patterns that we're seeing. The next 2 picks will determine whether or not it will still hold true because the Uranus first pick indeed is very common. So that leaves, I believe, no, not even the Yisunshin is open right now. The Farsas.
Not unless they get the Kimmy this time around.
The Kimmys, the mid laners. This time around, could they show up?
Yeah, I think Kimi is a good option for Navi PH just for the sake of winning the early game as much as possible because there's a high tendency for Terror Queens to actually take control mid-game, but it's going to be Hayabusa and Gatot. Okay, so interestingly enough, for Navi PH, they have been prioritizing Gatot that much as compared to day number 1. So very, very different for their pattern.
Yep.
We've been vocal-ish about the Gatot second pay. We're going to see how it works out. Personally, for me, for Navi PH, I just want to see an answer for this Uranus because eventually 5 people will be able to take him down. But we've seen situations where you invest too much on taking down one person that everyone else becomes free. And we were talking about it, and it looks like, yes, they want to go for the Khalid again. I guess in terms of flex, technically Uranus can still go inside the jungle if they want.
Yeah.
So maybe that's a flex. Who knows?
Okay, maybe let's skip on the Farsa. Maybe none of these teams want to pick it up right now. I mean, there's a Khalid and a Haya already.
I mean, if you see Uranus and Khalid, I won't be surprised if Navi PH pulls off a Luyi. Maybe this is the time we see a Luyi.
Zetian is still good.
Okay. Zetian still, the Meta Shaper. But other heroes like Vexana, but I don't think Vexana is a great idea.
Yeah, because earlier in this part, they already picked up the Brody. But
Esmeralda.
Oh, the Uranus Esmeralda.
Yeah, the season 8 MPL.
Yeah, this is
meta.
where the lane will fight for infinity +1 times.
Yes.
Like they'll just stay in that lane and then everyone will do their own thing. But now something that I do want to point out is that the gold laner hasn't been picked up just yet. I wonder if Navi PH they'll just extend it, wait for the last pick just to make sure that Shinoa actually has a very good damage profile, because I kind of feel like that's what they were lacking. The damage profile wasn't really there for Navi PH. They banned out the CC. I kind of feel like at this point, if you really want the Khalid to do work, you got to ban out those mid lanes, man. You cannot allow Navi PH to actually have a winning mid lane duo.
Oh, so that will leave the carries and the Brunos still available for Shinoa if ever she does want to take that. Because I think there was a time they were banned out too earlier.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh, there you go. But then, so maybe they want to split it up. Like one ban to allow the Khalid and then another just to limit Shinoa's options. But the carry sounds really good in this case.
Yeah,
still.
anti-tanka, the typical counter against tanky heroes. So I think for Navi PH, since they are focusing on somehow banning other heroes that are more on the sustain side, I'm just not sure. Okay. So they're banning out EXP laners for the sake of not having a jungle Uranus, probably, because right, Khalid could be a +5. It was switched into a +5. So you have 3 fighters just in case. Yeah, carry ban for Terror Queens and another EXP lane for Navi PH, probably.
Yeah. There's, I think the Phoebus is going to be completely out if ever that's the case, since there's an Esmeralda already on the other side. But is this going to be the carry still? Or are they going to ban something else?
I kind of feel like if they let go of the carry, I think it's just going to be ganked quite a lot of times. Because I do understand that the carry is going to be good going up against the Uranus. But if Ku is very experienced with this Khalid, you can potentially counter or at least punish this carry. So I kind of feel like it is an option. It's a good ban, but at the same time, if you let it go, it's not the end of the world. Instead, they ban out the Selena. I feel like they do want to ban out mid laners, but they really have to ban out the Bruno because with his ult, there's displacement. And I kind of feel like that does disrupt both Uranus as well as Khalid, especially that healing. At least with the carry, you don't displace him, so he can still heal with the Quicksand Guard. And they pick up the Jushin. I'm just worried just a little bit about that damage. There's a lot of control, but not a lot of damage, unless this Hayabusa really pops off.
Yeah, I was actually expecting a Zetian for Navi PH. Could have been a better option, given the burst damage also that it could give. So with the Jushin pick for Navi PH. Okay, we see a Zaska. And Ling.
Which is a good pick against all of these assassins, making sure that you buy enough time for your team to actually do work. And now Ling gets picked up. So at this point, whatever marksman you pick up, it's gonna have a bad time.
Automatically not the Harith, I guess. Well, I don't like the Harith if there's a Zask on the opposing side.
Of course.
But could it be an option, since any other marksman might find it difficult to deal with the Ling if they do decide to constantly go to Shinoa and just gank her in her lane?
Not unless
the carry is going to be difficult too.
Yeah, not unless they go for the Iksha, Melissa, those heroes, but those are scaling heroes as much as possible.
Yeah.
Melissa.
They pick up the Melissa. So yeah, you guys were saying, and I feel like it's a very good anti-dive kind of hero. This is a very interesting draft coming in from both teams, Terra Queens as well as Navi PH. The Ling is going to be scary. We got to see if the Ling can actually deal with the Melissa, or more importantly, can the Melissa deal with Terra Queens. So with that, we're going to throw it over to Mirko and Athena for the final game of this matchup.
We're heading onto the Land of Dawn, starting it off with another game tree here for our match number 2. It's a Queens, it's a clash of Queens, but let's see who will come up on top as we head on over to our game.
Let's get it, ladies and gentlemen. This is the final game of the series. Welcome to the Land of Dawn. Melissa, last pick for Wow, Navi Philippines. Okay, so this is a signature pick of Shinoa. We did see it twice in the grand finals of MWI 2024 up against Vitality, and at that time, it worked perfectly. It was also not in the meta, so similar to now. As a Melissa main myself, I like Melissa. But in this meta, I'm not a big fan, especially because you're kind of an all-in hero. Yes, you're pretty good against dive, but once you use that Inspire and use those muddles, that's about it. You need to get the initial burst down in the fight. And again, in the sustain meta, it's quite difficult to do that.
Like if you're going to make a sound, it's like that.
Yeah.
Pero rather for Navi PH, I'm sorry, but for Navi PH, sometimes they just want to somewhat focus on what is needed for the objective or really needed for the situation. But for Terror Queens, on the other hand, they just need to come up with another plan to disrupt the whole process here, make things harder here for Shinoa, which what happened onto game on number 2. Ku, on the other hand, being punished severely here by Amor and Mirai. Sun Guardian.
Good pick up the quad shadow also. Mirai picks up first blood. Definitely would have wanted, the carries to pick that up, but a kill is a kill. Navi are on the board first. Interesting choice in emblems, by the way, for Shinoa. Usually when you want to play safe, you go for the QC, obviously on the Melissa. And also the weapon mastery. So Shinoa might not be building for attack speed. You might be seeing, a crit build Melissa?
Might be, especially if the plan is somehow give her enough space, give her enough damage. Because you mentioned the meta right now, Melissa just isn't in it. But they could create somehow of a loophole just so Melissa could fit better on what they're trying to accomplish here. Navi PH, on the other hand, starting off great here with a first blood plus a first turtle. Rui being zoned out here. Cool, finding an opening. The Arena onto the back lane. Oh, wow.
Instant lockdown with a dominance percent coming down as well. Now it's going to be Rui walking up, but it's onto Mirai. So tanky. Tempest Blaze and the AOG gets her out of there. Mirai with a re-engage, but it's right onto the dominance descent, who's still there. Rui walking up, gets the pinch poise to escape as both the Esmeralda and Uranus continues to just battle it out and sustain.
And no one still has the advantage onto taking down the first turtle of the round. And as mentioned for Shinoa, here for her Melissa, it's more on trying to prevent things, like derailing yet again here for Navi PH. But definitely for Terror Queens, I am quite fascinated by the fact that they resetted quite quickly, right? After that game 1. It's like another version of them being faced against Navi PH. Mirai going in. That is huge advantage ever. Rui being choked off out of her own purple buff. On the other hand, Langrina here and Ku.
Great falling star moon to bait out the Raging Sandstorm to get a kill on Ku. Tempest Blades. Rui very low, has to recall. Dominator's Descent used up. Mirai gets away with the AOG. Perfect display of the distraction to secure a neutral objective for Navi Philippines.
That is a very great tactic here for Mirai. Just so you know, that's how you counter out the lane. Just punish him or punish her in this instance onto trying to delay things up onto the purple buff. But Sikoshi, Amor onto the back with a Crimson Beacon. Ku, 2 for the save.
A bit too ambitious of a dive there, but Sikoshi, was that a magic blade? She got a shield. Yeah, I think it was a magic blade. She rushed it. So understanding it's going to be a tough lane. Raging Sandstorm locking her down now. Rui goes in for the pinch poise, dodging away from the taunt. Divine Blade not landing. Tempest of Blades though, looking for the 4
Needs to get
blades.
away.
Won't be able to get it. Falling Star Moon locks her down in the quad shadow from Keishi. It's right there to execute her.
That was going to be Hunter Strike here for Keishi. Things are quite looking up here for the Hayabusa for Keishi, and that's what you want, numbers, kills. And Sikoshi can continuously harass here. Go for the rescue.
Wow. I didn't expect that damage. Dominator's Ascent. Now Keishi! Quad Shadow. Sikoshi will be assassinated, but the Dominator's Ascent dealt so much over to Mirai's Ayanami is now on the orange buff. Might be looking for a full-on steal.
Okay, that's going to be a Rose Gold Meteor first core item here, aside from boots here for Sikoshi. So that's the reason why. She just needs an extra layer of protection. And for Navi PH, on the other hand, a quick pick-off onto Shinoa. But Geisha did a great job to trying to neutralize the situation, finding the right targets as well. And for now, Langrina also have of course. But looking closer here on the bottom side, that's 3-on-1.
Consecration used up. The Falling Starman will lock her down, but he has to Purify. Man, Uranus is tanky.
That is indeed someone that you would want to see constantly, but not really put all your resources in. But Rui is going to be the pinch boys. Big harass here by Navi PH.
Great stun and the assassination to the back. Rui able to get the blades now. Ayanami on her AOG to get her out. Just 1 HP. Luna Lin with a flicker securing the triple. Ayanami forced back under the turret as Terror Queens continue to push on. Ayanami, don't take it. Don't take that falling star.
Okay,
up top.
There's a battle between our gold laners, but not Ayanami still. Continuing to survive, but Langrina following closely behind. Even if they didn't take not Ayanami, they've got what they need, which is a turret. Plus, that was a triple kill, right? That was something that you would want to give other core damage dealers. But let's take a look back on their instant replay. Luna Lin with the Nightmare Spawn and Dominator's Descent, dealing that much damage, plus also providing that much needed exercise of rights here for Terror Queens.
And now it looks like Terror Queens have actually bought quite a bit of time to scale. We gotta remember, if we're just looking at the composition, that's a good Lancer Flare. Hlang this time doesn't have the Purify, has a Consecration, and will just be able to survive. A re-engage with Radiant Sandstorm and the Dominator's Ascent on him. Revitalize popped in by Mirai now. Is actually the Shadow Kill used up in the back line. Sakoshi gets away, but Ku will be taken down. Rui unable to get the last hit on Mirai. So tanky. And it will be Shinoa to get the kill back on Rui. Falling Star was in the back now with Rose Gold Meteor procced. Halang stuck, sandwiched down by Ayanami, who's walking up to cancel the recall. Sakoshi and Navi recover. They get a turret, a turtle as well, and that's going to be another one down below.
It's going to be a huge advantage here, closing on the 3.2k gold lead, plus a turret yet again here for Keishi. Things are quite looking good right now, all because they managed to somehow level the way that not Ayanami plays her Falling Star Moon, and of course the way she dances around, just absorbing all of the shields and targeting Sakoshi. And now with her presentation here, Mirai going in.
The AOG into the sustain, into the AoE damage. Ayanami zoning them in the back so they can't walk forward as Mirai and Amor constantly pushes down and puts down that Lancer Flare to zone them away. Terror Queen somehow able to escape. Slang now takes a big beating. Mirai walks up. Thunderbelt picked up by Ku as Rui continues to push in the bottom lane. We'll be looking for a tier 2 as Keishi rotates too. Matching that rotation, Luna Lin.
Wow, they're still here. They're just chilling. They really want another kill. Ku just going in, pouncing around 3 members. Now Ayanami with a jump. Langrina survives. Ku, on the other hand, with a quick Sun Guard, able to defend the tier 2 turret onto the top lane. What a tough defense here for Terror Queens.
We're in for a long, long game, ladies and gentlemen. Let's take a look at the in-game equipment. Sakoshi, because of the Rose Gold Meteor Rush, will be quite far behind compared to Shinoa this game. She's going to have to get even more gold to match the damage output from Shinoa. And as expected, it is a crit build that Shinoa is going for, the Windtalker and the Haas Claws, not the attack speed build that, again, we are used to seeing for Melissa.
Yeah.
I guess the new age of Melissa builds now with how the meta is shaping up.
She really needs that extra damage, especially with the Weapons Master earlier. But speak of which, now this real time, there's going to be a jump onto back lane's Ku, targeting Shinoa with Amor.
Great go away, Rui. Falling Simon onto 3. No follow-up. Keishi was a bit too far to follow it up. Big resources burnt away by both teams, but Navi are the ones first on Lord.
So much has been activated for the clash, but now they're both waiting. Amor doesn't have her flicker if ever. She's going to be pounced on by Terror Queens. Lord being started might be a reset here for both of our teams. Ku just regenerating some of her HP before the next battle here. And Langrina checks every single bush here, trying to prevent not Ayanami to doing another great Falling Starman play. Now let's talk about on how Terror Queens just manages to somehow level with the level of aggressiveness here for Navi PH. They're actually doing a great job. It's not really so much of a massacre here for Navi PH.
Yep. Bottom lane is actually still slow pushing, so it's great for Na'Vi as they continue to play with the Lord Dance.
Yeah. And
Big items.
Yeah, even onto the whole map, you could definitely see for Na'Vi PH that they're trying to balance things out. The Lord might be the final setter here, but Mirai with the taunt too. Being thrown over with the Lantern Flare. Langrina just going over each and every member here, trying to do a roll call on where is who here. But not Ayanami from the back. Lunalin on a tight spot. Mirai versus Langrina. Dominator's Ascent activated again.
Two-man being Sandstorm, but the Dominator's Ascent is nowhere near. In the mid lane's a battle. 2v2. Sakoshi got a tough spot. Haas and Rose Gold Meteor. I think that might have been her. Keishi able to go with the Quad Shadow back against Sakoshi. Pinned down. As Shinoa walks up. Berserker's Fury secured. Na'Vi get the better trade. 2-0.
Yeah. And now they actually have the chance to somehow rush this Lord. Remember, you have Rui here. Could go for a steal, but most likely it would just give Na'Vi PH this Lord. And now Amor doing a fantastic job onto zoning them out. Even not Ayanami committing onto using that Falling Storm onto Langrina. This is somewhat of a huge W here for Na'Vi PH.
Massive. Gold difference, 2,000 gold lead in the gold lane. I think in this game, it really comes down to the odd choice of the Rose Gold Media. That it really stops Sakoshi from being the threat that she should be at this point of the game. Like 11 minutes, you would expect the Irithel to be able to dish out more, I would say, damage overall compared to the Melissa. But that Rose Gold start,
maybe she's more on the safer side, but sometimes you just have to take the risk, right? And with that, you really need to be really careful on what you build first, because it mostly sets the tempo. It mostly sets of what you can deal, what you can do. And now, Na'Vi PH is doing everything in their power to totally annihilate the Langrina right now. Shadow Gale in.
Lang trying to disperse it. Will be able to do so. Mirai goes up with the AOG. That's going to be flicker out on the heavy crossbow by Sakoshi, but the Muddles are zoning them in the back. Falling Star Moon! Going through the Rose Gold Meteor. Ayanami diving deep into the back with a go-away place. No one can dive for the front line. Na'Vi, despite a small little mistake in game 2, climb back to their rightful place. They will qualify to the knockout stage.
A huge win here for Na'Vi PH. It's like how the song goes. They want it, they got it. Now they will be finally securing their spot onto the next stage. And a fantastic job as well. Many doubters on the Melissa pick, even for us, to be honest. But still, it's how you work it up. It's how you equip it with the proper emblems, with the proper items, of course, and how you will create a space for her to really grow. She was nurtured so well, right?
It's all about enabling your team, and certainly we did see that from Shinoa on her signature pick. She was able to not only enable the team, but let the team enable her as well. That go-away was such a good tool to provide, I would say, just like, it's literally a field where you just can't dive. The Ling, the Khalid, everyone on the team coming in from Terror Queens wanted to jump in, and the go-away provided enough peel. Just enough for Na'Vi to do that, to do and play the front to back that they wanted.
And that is a perfect recipe. Sometimes you just have to do your own, right? You don't need to really follow strict meta rules here, even if it isn't used yet for the recent matches. But for Na'Vi PH, we do have to consider they really have a lot on their sleeve right now. They're still hiding most of their favorite comfort picks as well. And most of all, expecting here for the crowd favorites, another good comeback and bounce back here for the clash of our queens.
I love the crit build, by the way. Really shows you again, like, even if you don't have Inspire, you're still dealing a lot of damage.
Beautiful.
So the whole issue for the Melissa, it's solved with the same solution that we've seen for the Wanwan, right? For the Wanwan, it's also the same. You're kind of an all-in hero. You want to go use your crossbow attack, and if you don't, it's tough. But with the crit build, you don't have to ult. You can still just deal damage through basic attacks.
And that's how you don't overcomplicate things, right? You just, okay, what's the next step here, coach? What do I need to do? What do you prefer me to do? And for other members as well, That's the importance of clear communication and intent as well. And of course, to hear more from our winning team, let's head on over to our main stage with our hosts.
Thank you very much, boys and girls. And I am here with Shinoa from Navi, who managed to get their second win of the tournament and qualify to the knockout stage. First of all, Shinoa, congratulations on moving over to the knockout stage. Now, first things first, you also managed to break the record again. So I want to say in yesterday's games, your record was broken by Vitality, and it was 9 minutes and 39 seconds. You and your team broke it, and you set it at 9 minutes and 36. So do you think, like, is there a message being sent to Vitality in that victory?
Yung teammates ko po, sinasabi na i-end agad, ganun. Kaya namin i-end kasi narinig din namin sa Vitality kahapon na na-beat yung record ng fastest game.
Okay, my teammates are still talking to me that we need to end the game as fast as we can. That's why we end the game as fast as we could, and we really did it.
I want to say, like, I was also watching backstage, and I was looking, okay, the timer's 9 minutes. I was wondering if that was something on your mind. So it's nice to know that, like, that was a target and that was a message that you're sending. So again, congratulations, fastest win in MWI history so far. But I want to ask you, what do you think is your biggest mental obstacle throughout your journey here at MWI?
Sa tingin ko po yung pressure din kasi kami yung defending champions last time, pero di naman po nakaka-affect sa game, and yun, pinakita naman po namin.
Okay, I think it's the pressure. It really puts a lot of pressure to us, but I think it doesn't affect our game because what we did, we changed the game, we won the game just like what happened last year of becoming a champion last year.
Okay, and talk to me about I want to say, like, the series. Basically, you started off setting a new record, and then the second game, Terror Queens were able to bring it back, bringing it to a 3-game series. What was it that brought you Queens back into the series and then taking the series 2-1? What was let's say, the team talk between game 2 and game 3?
Sa game 2 po, medyo naano lang po namin yung early game kasi lamang naman po kami, pero sa late may errors din po. Kaya pinag-usapan po namin yun and reset po kami sa game 3.
In the game 2, we were taken aback, but after the game 2, we talked about what we need to improve on and what we can do better. That's why we won the third game.
Yeah, I want to say it was pretty prevalent and pretty clear when we were watching the early stages of the third game. You were always catching every single time they were trying to make a play, trying to make a rotation. You Queens were always on the ball and you were always ready to counter it. So congratulations once again on making it to the knockout stage. Thank you for joining us. And we still have 2 more series to wrap up the day. 2 more teams will be able to qualify and 2 more teams will be eliminated. So let's watch on and see what happens.
Thank you very much, Sandstorm, and thank you very much, translator as well. I don't speak Tagalog, but I feel like there's something else there. But either ways, this is a victory for Navi PH. It's nice that I've learned a little bit of Tagalog, as I'm working with you guys.
Yeah.
Wait, what did he learn?
Did we
teach you anything today?
Not you guys.
Oh, then let's keep it at that.
Let's keep it at that, of course. Let's talk about this game, though. Let's talk about this game where I gotta say, they bounced back. They said, okay, game number 2, there were some slip-ups. Game number 3, we just recovered and then eventually won the game. Shinoa on this, Melissa, let's talk about it.
I think it was a great pick, by the way, for Coach Salman. And for Shinoa, it is a nice hero given her play style.
Yeah.
Nice in laning. And we all know that Melissa is heavy in terms of items.
Yes.
So there's no damage if there is no item. So very fitting of her. And we can even see that in terms of the emblems as well. We have not Ayanami on the support emblem.
Yeah.
Rarely do I see a Melissa go for a thrill. Like Weapon Master, sure, but the thrill. Quite interesting build here coming in from Shinoa.
Yeah, it's also probably because the Earthel has been on fire for like the recent games that we've seen. And so somehow getting past the laning phase or at least having a decent laning stage was very crucial for Navi PH to eventually make the entire lineup work. Because even though they were already able to get this game, it was a close fight.
Yep. And I think at some point we could actually see moments of glory for Terra Queens.
Yeah.
All along I thought it's going to be them winning the match, probably because of the hero for Luna Lane, which was the Zask. It just so happened that the sustained heroes for Navi PH had their items already, even having the blade armor for Mirai. So Mirai is for Sikoshi's hero, which is the Iritel, and you have the Esmeralda just to be in front for Luna Lane.
Yep. And there's the Sea Halberd even for Keishi here, just making sure that they get to deal with all of the problems in terms of sustain here for Terror Queens. And this is I believe, a completely different story from what happened earlier, where they had no answers whatsoever to all those kinds of problems in terms of sustain. Now they made sure that they had answers to every single one of them.
And because of this, the rivalry between Philippines and Myanmar continues. And looking back into the game, looking back into the series, I kind of feel like this should hit Navi PH a little more, because I feel like even they understood that there was an opportunity for it to, if they look at the panel, they understand that they don't. But moving forward, I feel like they gotta keep an iron grasp when it comes to those drafts, because the longer this tournament goes, it's gonna get more and more tight. Less and less errors can be made, because today, even if you lose, you just go to the lower brackets. You're not eliminated just yet, but later on in the future, losing can be catastrophic.
Yeah, but mad respect for Terra Queens. I think specifically for the drafting in game number 3, they really forced Navi PH to have this Melissa chosen, even the Esmeralda. But we saw earlier for not Ayanami, she dealt them massive damage as compared to the other players of Navi PH, because she is the hero up front. Early parts of the game, 6 minutes it was, or almost 7 minutes, it was a killing spree already for her.
And it's also not Ayanami, who I believe made things so much easier.
Yeah.
But it's not Ayanami. It is Ayanami, but it's not Ayanami. But that's her, whatever. So it's her who I believe made things so much easier for Navi PH2, because even though you'd think there'd be some sort of struggle to find the right position, because there's a Zaz, there's the Dominator's Descent, and there's also the Khalid, just making sure that you're scouted out well enough. Not Ayanami, surprisingly, always finds a way to go behind the players in every single team fight. So in a way, she still gets the job done. And even though there was a triple kill from Lunalin, yes, right? So there were those small decisions made here by the members of Navi PH, which contributed greatly to how they were able to get back that game.
Yeah, I agree. Not Ayanami really disturbed them quite a lot, because even during Shakespeare time, he asked the age-old question, is it Ayanami or not Ayanami? And until today, no one really knows. And I feel like that's an unfair advantage that she really had in this game. But yeah, I kind of feel like as long as you have an answer towards the front line, then it's good. And I feel like that's something that Terry Queens has to look out for as well. You can have this healing, regenerating front lines, which is great, but be careful of the counters.
Yeah, and be mindful if the other team has answer to your front runners, right? Because at the end of the day, it doesn't mean that because you have the sustain, that the other team doesn't have one to counter that out.
Yeah, and while we're looking at the games here in Stream A, elimination matches are going on in Stream B. And with that, we actually have Rose talking to CFU, talking to their coach, as I believe they were eliminated. So let's hear it from Rose.
Hey guys, welcome back to Reporter Hits. You're still with Rose, live from Stream B. Unfortunately, CFU's gaming in MWI ends here after being swept by Virtus.pro in a 2-0 series. And right now, I'm actually with their coach, Bob. So first of all, Bob, how are you feeling right now?
Not so good.
Yeah, I see that emotions were overflowing just now. Now, I actually have a few questions for you. And maybe we can start with, we all know that coming into MWI, CFU Gaming is considered as one of the best female teams that we actually have. Now, maybe you could share a little bit what happened in this MWI.
I think that expectations were high, and it kind of got to them a little bit, and then it led to us falling short.
I understand when expectations are high, there's definitely peer pressure. Now, after this, what are your plans after MWI? How are you guys planning to bounce back as a team?
I think we're giving them a good rest, and then we're reassessing what to do and how to move forward together as a team.
I like that, and I hope that I get to see you guys in the next MWI next year here in EWC. Before we wrap this up, is there anything that you would like to say to your fans?
Yes, thank you guys for supporting us, and we hope that you guys continue to support us. And we apologize that we could not, make it further into the tournament. That's it.
All right. Thank you so much, Bob. Once again, I hope to see you guys next year in EWC. And with that, let us throw it back to the panel.
Thank you very much, Rose. And I kind of feel like all of us here wish CFU the best of luck moving forward. Anyways, we got to jump on to match number 3, but we're going to do a bit of rotation here because I kind of feel like both of you need a break. Both of you deserve it. So thank you very much, Chantel. Thank you very much, Brigida. And my name is Afel. So we'll be leaving the studio soon, but after this, it's going to be a new pairing. See you guys next time.
Blessed by the mother and daughter of all series, we got 2 best-of-3 matches going all the way. But now, it's a playoff decider match between 2 powerhouse esports organizations. The defending EWC champions in Team Falcons MENA are now making their way into the arena. Their opponents, the Queens of MLBB, one of the most successful and prolific esports organizations in the world. They finished 4th in EWC 24, but Team Vitality is one of the favored to win this tournament. This is MWI at EWC 25. It's a terrific day of action that we've seen so far, and we've got 2 more awesome series ahead of you. My name is Renmar, and joining me here today on the panel, it's Eterna and Fasha Bunny. You know what, Eterna? This is so weird for me. Usually we're in different spots when we're working together.
That's true. That's
You're usually here. I'm usually there. How are you feeling today?
I'm pretty good. It's exciting to see that as we get closer and closer to the knockout stages here for MWI, we are seeing much closer games. All throughout the day, we've seen 2-1s, which was very different to yesterday, all 2-0s.
Yeah, after a sweep day, it's very refreshing to see just 2-3 game series. That's what we love to see. That's why we love working our jobs, especially when it goes into max games, long games. That's great. Fasha Bunny, how are you feeling today?
I'm super excited, definitely hyped out after we're seeing that the vast different energy from yesterday coming into today. Definitely looking forward to our match number 3. The fact is it going to be continue, or will suddenly, out of nowhere, we got our 2-0 back again just like yesterday?
Yeah, let's see what happens, because I'm seeing what the community are saying about the upcoming matches. Hopefully we get more 3-game series. I'm just going to leave it at that. So before anything else, we just want to remind you all that MWI 2025 is free for everyone. Don't miss your chance to witness the pinnacle of women's esports live here in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia at the Boulevard. A celebration of skill, passion, and progress. Join us and be a part of history. Again, I've said it before, this is one of my core memories working MWI in 2024. And I love that, especially here in this day too, we're seeing more people coming in, watching, and you could be one of those people. So there's been a lot of things happening. Again, as usual, we are working 2 streams. We have Stream A, Stream B, and I'm pretty sure you've been hearing some voices that maybe it's been a while since you've put some faces onto. So we're going to actually hear from Rose, who got to talk to Naisu, who's going to be casting the upcoming game.
Hey guys, Rose here. So just now I was bored in the talent lounge and I started looking for Naisu, and we have Naisu here with me.
Hello, Rose. It's fancy seeing you here.
I know, right? Amazing seeing you at the talent lounge. Now, the reason why I actually looked for Naisu is because I want to know his insights on the matches that he'll be casting today, which is match 3 and 4. So come on, hit it.
Oh, 3 and 4? Okay, well, both matches are the Indonesian teams. I think for match 3, they had the fastest game time yesterday in day 1. It was like under 10 minutes, 9:39, I think, and they're the favorite. So I think that's going to be a difficult match for Team Falcons. But who knows? They got a sweep as well over on Stream B. Now for the 4th match, that is a little bit up in the air. Onyx from Indonesia as well are really good. But at the same time, I think their opponents, Foot Esports from Turkey, also had a sweep yesterday. So I think this is like a battle of the sweeps we saw yesterday. But I think for especially the 4th match, it's going to be a whole lot of action.
Okay, one last thing. Are you casting alone? Because I didn't see anybody else in the talent lounge.
I am casting with Brigida. So right now she's doing work on the panel. We're known as the father-daughter duo in the Philippines, I guess. But yeah, she'll be casting with me later on.
Okay, thank you very much for your time, Naisu. I'll see you and Brigida later on the cast. And with that, back to the panel.
Of course, that's Naisu. He'll be casting with Brigida for the remaining 2 series of the day. And he was just pretty much talking about same thing, echoing what both of you have said about how hoping that we're finally gonna see a continuation of this 3-game series trend that we've seen so far for day number 2. Before we move on forward and welcome in the teams, Eterna, you've prepared a hot take for us. I don't know how hot this is. So, okay, what is it?
I'll be a little tame today.
Okay.
Oh, do I say it?
Yeah, you have to say it.
Oh, I thought there was gonna be like a graphic for it because I don't know if I want to say. Okay, I'll say it.
Okay.
It's not that spicy, but I think that Harris is still a viable choice. in this current meta.
Despite him barely winning during the MSC wildcards?
That's why it's such a hot take, right? Because if we're looking at the win rate for the Harith in the wildcards, obviously it doesn't look too good. But I feel like there are certain exceptions and loopholes to make this Harith work. Obviously, we're seeing a very small hero pool, I would say, that is prioritized in the gold lane. We're seeing like Granger Harith and so on and so forth. But if the Granger gets denied away with the Irithel pick, I think that the Harith could potentially be a counter towards the Irithel, because in the lane, the Harith does quite a good, a good amount of pressure, I would say, onto the Irithel, especially if the Harith is given a mid-trio priority in the draft. So there's still room for the Harith despite all the changes to his kit.
All right, okay, so I'm with a healer roamer apologist and a Harith apologist here right now.
No.
We're gonna have to talk as the teams make their entrance. We're gonna have to talk about your takes here. And now we welcome two big organizations into our stage. Vitality, Falcons. That is the upcoming match. Let's welcome them into the arena. The winner goes forward to the playoffs.
Two series down and 2 series left to go, and the action is only heating up. And I cannot wait to see what this next series has to offer, because, ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be a banger.
That is absolutely right. Earlier on, we have seen CFU Gaming going home over at Stream B, and stakes are ever as high as our teams are currently being tested. Now, this is what it means to be here at MWI 2025. Teams will be pushed to their limits to find out if they're truly limitless.
That's right, and I believe our next competitors, our next challengers are ready, Cheryl. So, why don't we introduce them to the stage?
And with that, presenting to you the Queen Bees themselves, Team Vitality. Now, the Indonesian powerhouse made sure that they're locked in to reclaim the crown in their debut match. They have set the record for the fastest game win yesterday at 9 minutes and 39 seconds, breaking last year's 10:34 record set by their Filipino rivals. Can they beat that record, as it just got broken earlier on today as they go up against a familiar foe? Let's find out.
And now, the representatives from Egypt, hailing from the African qualifiers. Ladies and gentlemen, your Club Championship 2024 winners, it's Team Falcons! They reintroduce their region's MLBB playstyle with a mastery over utility supports. Vitality regards them as one of the teams to watch this year. Can you prove them right and take them down and proceed to the knockout stage? You have 1 series, 1 best of 3, 1 team standing in your way. I have to be honest. Cheryl, because I feel like right now it is a 6v5 with the crowd and the Falcons being here. So I want to see what's going to happen. Vitality, Falcons, like I said, this is going to be a banger.
This is going to be an absolute banger. You are definitely right. Will the Falcons, the defending club champions, be the hunter or the hunted for this game? Over to the studio.
You can hear and see the energy. Yalla Falcons! The crowd goes wild for their hometown heroes. Please, Fasha Bunny, talk about them.
Okay, just for the record, behind the scene, I was shocked because probably this is my first time going into the MLBB scene, and I've never felt this kind of energy. The felt that where you get to actually give a negative response to your opponent teams that you had, but at the same time, you give the boost up moral support to the team's favorites itself. But at the same time, I feel like Achena said, like, look at that, she's smiling. She's smiling like crazy because she loves the energy. She loves the drama.
I hope my girls are okay, man. Team Vitality, you got this. But man, I got goosebumps hearing the chants.
Oh, yes.
The boos in the crowd. We heard boos. We can't deny that fact, right?
You can hear the support from the Team Falcons fans, of course, in the crowd right now. They are the hometown heroes. Understandable. That's why that's the energy that's going to be poured out onto the crowd. So you got to talk a little bit about Falcons Vitality. It feels like a repeat of what we saw last year when Team Falcons Vega, your Indonesian team, went up against Team Vitality. So it was an Indonesian battle. The people of Riyadh here watching, of course, who were Team Falcons fans, were supporting, and it was the exact same reaction.
Was it at this magnitude as well?
It also was.
I think the crowd really came through this year. And again, for me, understandably so, as an Indonesian caster, I'm behind the bees today. But man, Team Falcons have always got a special place in my heart. They are a bunch of just really amazing girls and ladies. And coming through from last year, seeing how they were so nervous as well. My heart goes out to, Team Falcons today. I hope they can push through and maybe secure that first ticket to the knockouts.
All right, so you saw the warm, very awesome reception for the Team Falcons squad and the, well, let's say, cold-blooded reception to Team Vitality. Let's find out more about the queens of MLBB.
Wale. Eto, let's leave it ganyan. A bit.
That's the roster. Fumieko, Vival, Chini, Vivian, and Shell. So let's have you talk a little bit more about that, Eterna.
They are our Indonesian powerhouse. They have represented Indonesia on multiple occasions, whether it be regionally, whether it be internationally. And a lot of people are still kind of stuck on the storyline that despite them holding so much dominance over the past few years, they still failed to claim that championship last time around, last year at MWI. So they're coming in with another set of motivation, new, I would say, strategies, but the same old chemistry and that impeccable timing, aggression, that high tempo play style is still definitely evident. With the last time that they played yesterday, they broke the record, but it was immediately broken again. By their, I would say, ultimate rivals.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Earlier, if you missed it, with what Eterna mentioned, it was 9 minutes and 39 seconds set by Team Vitality yesterday for the fastest game win. Earlier, Navi PH beat that by 2 seconds at 9 minutes and 37. Shell, when interviewed about that, said, we just want to keep breaking records. So let's see, maybe somehow Shell and Vitality will be able to break it. So now let's put up the roster of Team Falcons and get to know more about them because they've had some interesting strategies brought up yesterday.
I mean, literally, you talked about it. Ube-based information has been put out. It is the popularized strategy that was done in M3 by Blacklist International, and they brought it up again. And even I think Coach Koba talked about it. He was inspired to the fact that M3 is the draft inspiration for the team of Falcons itself. So within the match, they actually put out very prioritization to the S test. When you have S test, you have the strong sustain. You'll be able to have that defenses. The rotation has to be very accurate. And this is what Falcons gives more potential to a point that they have the strong communication. They need that and they want that to put out here for the MWI.
And that's why I think this matchup is just so interesting, right? Because there's an argument to be made that against an Ube strat, having a team fight composition might give you the advantage. But on the other side, if we're looking at the strategies coming in from Team Vitality so far, heavily relying on Vivian there up on screen, the mother of tanks herself, back-to-back Badang, if that pick-off style can actually be harnessed, I would say, and capitalize over this Ube strat, that would also be an interesting outcome. So I don't know who will climb out ahead with that clash of strategy.
No, it's really cool. It's like, I asked you to talk about Team Falcons as a 50-50 on sort of the healer meta. Now then, here they are, a team that loves the healing. And then with you being a Harith apologist, I still don't fully agree with it, but I mean, okay, to be fair, he did get wins yesterday. if it's a comfort, it's a comfort. Why the heck not, right? But then now, Team Vitality love to play like how Harith plays. Fast, aggressive, big bursts of damage. So let's see what they're gonna end up with in the drafts. Vitality on the blue with 1-1 and Kacha getting taken out. And then Falcons takes away the Badang and the Uranus. Yisun Shin still on the board alongside the Kimi.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of interesting picks and bans coming through because usually we do see like the Matilda banned out in the first phase, the Boxia is getting banned out in the first phase. But here there is huge respect coming through from Team Falcons here by denying Vivian's Badang because technically she went back-to-back yesterday on the Badang. So now they're putting her in a position where like, okay, we saw what you were able to do with the Badang yesterday. What else are you going to be able to explore today?
And the fact that talking about how Falcons is giving a respect ban, we also need to talk about Vitality giving respect ban to Gatot Kaca. We saw how the formation Estes, Gatot Kaca, Boxia, as well as Melissa as the goal laner from the Team Falcon that made them so powerful to fight with WoW GG.
Okay, what's the last ban gonna be here for Falcon? Will it be another string of respect? But then with the history and the hero pool that Team Vitality brings to the table, it's like you can respect one thing, but that just gives up even more options somehow, some way for Team Vitality. So we lean in on what has been the current trends with the Yisun Shin, the Kimi, considering that Falcons loves to play the healing here, and they would... Okay, so they take away the Kimi. Will this be an instant Yisun Shin here for Team Vitality?
I think it should be, right? I mean, at this moment in time, I think the YSS holds so much power, I would say, in the jungle because we're limited to what? The Fredrins, the Boxy has been banned out, so would force out an assassin. Technically, Sunlight should be comfortable on utilizing that, but it looks like the YSS is not prioritized by Vitality. They're going to go for the Arlet Flex capability here.
Yeah, it continues our trend of respect because you're up against a lineup that they showed yesterday. We love playing the SS, we love playing the Ube strategy. Sticking together, Arlot is perfect against that. So if you're Falcons, do you still continue with the possibility of playing for the healers?
That's the thing. They talked about it. They said that SS is not the only option. They have various other stronger strategies on their own sleeve that they haven't shown yet. They even say that they have other stronger enchanters. And to a point right now, we see two heroes that has already been built out by Falcons itself. They have Matilda as well as Phoveus.
Maybe I'm a little bit too old here thinking that if you are up against an Arlot, you really, as much as possible, yeah, you pick up the Phoveus. So it's like Vitality went into this being okay with the Phoveus is going into the hands of Falcons. They still picked up the Arlot that way. What do you think about these first two picks on the side of Falcons?
I think it's smart. I think it's smart by the side of Team Falcons, right? Because they know against the Arlot, they can't go for that Ube strategy anymore. If they still want to go healer, obviously heroes like the Angela and the Florin would work a little bit better with this comp. The Matilda here makes more sense. They need a little bit, they need a little bit more mobility around the tools that will be given over to them. But I mean, Team Vitality have an answer of their own. The Selena for Cine comes through once again, as well as the Akai. Are we looking at an Akai jungler?
Yeah, that's looking like the case here. Considering that they see the Phoveus and Matilda, Akai is actually a perfect pick. I've so many games I've played. Y'all know how much I love the Akai, but I also love the Phoveus as well. I do not love Akai when I'm playing Phoveus. Yes, there's like displacements, whatnot. He has dashes that you could get his passive back, but no, it's just so difficult to play a Phoveus when there's an Akai around. And if you're a team that loves to stick together, Selena is a nightmare to face up against.
Agree, definitely. Giving a lot of the Abyssal Arrow, trying to actually get a little bit of stun for the initiation, and those are the things that Falcons wants to avoid. They would like to counteract. That's the tactic that they've done yesterday. They waited around, make sure they have a really good rotation, timing wisely for all the fight itself. The moment if Vitality try to push in, and if they were trying to play it out on their own for the aggression, they will wait out all the skill cooldowns, and that's when Falcon tracks back.
And on top of that, I think the Selena pick also denies a utility jungler from the side of Team Falcons, right? We've seen a lot of moments where the Fredrin gets caught alongside all those tools that the Selena can throw out at him. So the Fredrin deny pick might actually force Sunlight into an uncomfortable position. Technically, she's only picked up the Baxi and Barat so far. Not really sure if she wants to pick the Barats into the Selena. I guess we'll see Vitality coming into the second phase, because we do see that the Melissa, though, is a pickup here for names. We've seen her utilize this over and over on internationals. It's a staple hero for her, despite the Melissa not doing so well in this current meta.
Yeah, I really appreciate the drafting that we're seeing right now. Vitality still decide to respect ban the Fredrin, so they're going with what you mentioned there. They're sort of limiting what Falcons can play into the jungle. The Barretts was also brought up. Maybe that's why they picked up the Matilda so early, because Matilda Barrett's a very classic combo that you'd want to pair up together. And then I love how after every pick, there's always just an instant response. But right now, it seems like because of that one Matilda pick, Falcons are ahead of the curve in terms of what else can show up. So, Fasha Bunny, what are the possibilities turning in your head right now?
I mean, knowing for a fact that they've already have their comfort picks, Melissa itself. So again, they're still trying to actually try to prioritize to get those power spike. First of all, making sure that at least Falcons have that momentum at least at the mid game itself, because they want to slow things down. But Vitality, they already said they don't want to slow things down. They want to make sure they cause chaos. They want to actually disturb every moment of Falcons itself.
As meta as she is, the Barrett's ban actually. Taken up by Vitality. So what is Falcons gonna be left with? Are they just gonna have to really dig deep in the bag and somehow pick up a Martis? But there's an Akai on the other side already.
This is weird, and it might be a hot take, but Export jungle?
That's not a hot take. I agree. Literal hot take, because he does.
Because he's kind of hot. I mean,
because his skills are based around fire. Yes.
But I think the export can work out here, right? Essentially, if they're looking for neutral objective takes in the early stages with the, what's his ultimate called?
Last Insanity.
There you go. With the Last Insanity, it should be able to push through the... Man, these ultimates are getting me, man. The Akai, I keep thinking Hurricane Dance.
Heavy spin.
Heavy spin, there you go.
It's okay, it took me 4 seasons.
Thank you. All right, but
You're not alone
that's
there.
still an option for them to go for. I'm not really sure if Sunlight's comfortable on it, but it looks like the Valentina is picked up. I find that quite interesting.
Yeah, one of the age-old responses to seeing an Akai on the other side is you pick up a Valentina, considering that you're mainly also going to be hitting the heavy spin. Getting the heavy spin as a Valentina as well.
Okay, so counter back again. They're literally just repeating again over and over again what they're trying to do, try to make sure that whatever you give to us, we give you back.
Yeah, but with what you mentioned earlier, Fasha Bunny, I gotta agree with you. This might not be the easiest mid-game power spike that Falcons are looking for here. That you mentioned the X-Borg already, Eterna. That might actually be the last best option here right now for Falcons. They pick up the Claude, they pick up the Esmeralda, and I think that's also them saying, we're thinking maybe X-Borg is gonna show up, because with the mobility that the Claude brings to the table, might not be easy for X-Borg, considering that once you're spouting out the flames, I mean, what are you gonna do when a Blazing Duet comes in?
Oh, that's true though, because the fact is, mobility-wise, Team Vitality has it. And even with Export trying to use that Last Insanity, making sure that you have that initiation, try to actually burst down at least one of the players from Vitality itself, getting one to be eliminated. But it's still not going to be enough as you pull away to actually have that follow-up from the rest of the team. And this is the question is, you have that strong communication when it comes to the Ube draft, but can you do it right now when it comes to fighting with Vitality?
I mean, they're thinking about it, right? They're taking, man, how? I guess that's what happens when you sit in the seat, right?
Great call. You should sit there more often. Fantastic prediction there on the X-Borg. And now it has been set. Fantastic drafting from these two teams. They answered each other back and forth. They were also thinking ahead of time. I am excited. Team Vitality, Falcons, let's go. Brigida and Ingan. Oh, excuse me, Naisu.
Hey, I know it's close to the family there, Redmar. Thank you guys so much to the panel for breaking it down. Yes, that's right. The matchup here, Team Vitality versus, of course, Team Falcons. We're kicking it off in the best of 3, a spot to the playoffs here, and it's at game number 1. Once again, it's me, Naisu, joined with Brigida. Brigida, how are we feeling here?
Honestly, I told you just yesterday that I will never doubt a Selena pick once again.
Never doubt.
Regardless of the situation and regardless of the many doubters of the Akai nowadays. So will be favoring Team Vitality's lineup for now.
Yep.
But that doesn't take away the fact that I am so excited to see this export in action.
Yeah, you know what? Turner was right on the money with that one. And it's interesting because I would say so far, I know we had the graphic early on in the day, but we've had quite a few unique hero picks already. I mean, think about how many matches have been played, how many heroes have come to light in the competition. And I would say that these teams that we've seen have already kind of shown us a lot of the play styles and the strategies that they can bring to the table here. Real quick, looking at the emblems, you have a lot of your basics going here. Of course, you got a lot of the hybrid builds going on too. Now you have a Melissa once again over here for Team Falcons, and that could actually be really well. And I mean, think about it, the Claude, like we saw yesterday, the Savage.
And this is a pull yourself together, Melissa.
It is.
And we all know for a fact that the Inspire does not only benefit you in terms of the damage, right? It can also help you somehow sustain the fights a little longer and somehow extend your life if you need to find a way to survive, but also that needs you to guarantee that there are targets nearby. And that's the tricky thing. Like, where do you position your doll? Where do you put the eyes on you so you ensure that you can actually survive? But speaking of survive, will Velvet be able to survive? Because it seems like it's a no. City gets first blood, and Vivian, tries to escape, but unfortunately will have to take the last insanity. 2 members are down, or 1-for-1 trade so far for both of these teams.
A great response from Team Falcons. They just gotta watch out for the arrows, but it is gonna be an objective secured for Team Vitality. So yes, as you mentioned, the trade there, the 1-for-1. But you know, one thing for sure, Team Falcons, these ladies have been playing together for quite some time already. The synergy is clear, and they've done a lot of work to go ahead and improve their gameplay over, you know, the countless months, if not years, that they've been together. So it's a true test, I would say, to see how they match up against the macro of a team like Team Vitality, who has been known, you know, just to be quite dominant, obviously, in the competitive scene. So this lineup, though, if we really break it down, like you mentioned a couple times too, Names has to get online on the Melissa. That can be really helpful later on. A little early action too, just from Velvet being kind of that bully on the Phoveus here.
Yeah, I also think that Team Falcons, with their lineup, they have like several ways to somehow work around or punish Team Vitality if ever they make some errors in trying to make these combos work, the Arlott, Akai. I know it's not that guaranteed just yet. You have to be very precise in terms of how you make use of these skills so that you can get the full potential. And Team Falcons, they have a lot of movement speed, so they may be able to capitalize on that. But hold on, Velvet, this is an Esmeralda we're talking about, and the Phoveus in the matchup of the EXP lane, so they have to be a little more careful. Oh no, Velvet's forced to retreat. This is something inevitable, you know, like the Esmeralda Phoveus matchup is something you definitely expect.
Kind of have to wait for that too, and that's one thing I was wondering is specifically for Yui, you know, the Valentina, I feel like has a very specific point in a lot of these lineups, and I think part of the choice is, as you see, she's holding on to the heavy spin right now from Vival. It's like, what ultimate are you going to take for the situation? Because that can change as the game goes on. And even down to the final slash could be helpful. Fumi Echo, I don't think you want to fight an Esmeralda, to be honest. Like, it's just one of those heroes that you have to commit a lot to take out an Esmeralda. So they go ahead and rotate down to this objective. Second turtle of the game is going to be up. Team Falcons wants to go ahead, and it looks like they want to contest it.
Yeah, full ultimates are intact for both of these teams. Whether or not who decides to go first, that is going to be the question, because it seems like they're just trying to wait for the perfect opportunity for now. But they have enough vision though. Another Abyssal Arrow might not land.
Okay, that's not going to land. They're going to hold it. Once again, Names will make her way now to the fight. Meanwhile, Shell's still holding on to the bottom. She's going to clear the wave, and this is going to break out.
Unfortunately, it lands on Sunlight, and that's the Firaga armor immediately taken out. Vivian, though, might just be punished by Velvet, but there seems to be the perfect heavy spin to deny them of that. Sunlight gets taken out, and there's the flicker from the other members of Team Falcons just to make it out alive. The Abyssal Arrow does not connect. Velvet trying her best, but that seems like a win for Team Vitality.
Oh, is Velvet going to stay here? I mean, she might get caught out. She's going to deal with Fumi Echo now, so forcing out, the wave going to be dropped, and Turtle is secured. So she'll get out with a guiding wind. and they just get kind of pushed off. Names could be in trouble.
Oh, Vival! Okay. Names did not see that coming.
You can't, yeah. Unfortunately, no go away there.
Oh, wow. Imagine that. Even mid-air.
Mid-air with a guiding wind.
I mean, this is so unfortunate though for Team Falcons because they drafted this way only to encounter an Esmeralda in the hands of Fumi Echo, which they seemingly want to try to take down now, but it doesn't feel like they have the resources that can do just that for now.
Yeah, for the answer for the Esmeralda really is you kind of have to deal with the sustainability. We're talking about the Sea Halberds, maybe the Dominance Ice later on, but then just kind of overloading the damage, and they just don't have that right now. The fight under the turret.
Final slash, and Vivian here might just be punished. Oh, the counter final slash coming in from Yui to finally take that kill. Sunlight might still go for this though. Another Abyssal Arrow
Sunlight.
from City, Falling Star Moon, but the guiding wind saves Sunlight from danger.
Even with this save, they're not out of it just yet. Another arrow. Oh, she's gonna have to cancel that recall. They keep her there long enough though.
They're still fighting and they're under the turret, but you understand, their HP, it's very, very low. Yui's already here though, but Vival will be she still try to attempt for this. They might have to let go of this turret, but Vivin still goes in. Now Fumi Echo might just take her out. Yui also next, 2 heavy spins. Where am I supposed to look at?
Beyblade.
It seems like the fight is still going, however, and look at the damage from Chell with a blazing duet. Names cannot survive.
Oh, that is tough. That was such a long hold under the turret that they couldn't escape. And it was a great play from Team Vitality to keep them there, delay them from recalling while the team came up, capitalized on the kill, and now it's all led to this. You're looking at a 4K gold lead. You're seeing the difference here now between the lanes. Specifically, you can see there's quite a lead in that gold lane.
Yeah.
And that's why, again, the Claude is it's something you don't want to let get that faster power spike in terms of the items, because once that happens, you're just kind of free to go in, blazing duet on out, and get out of there. And think about the space coverage with this Claude from Shell, because you have a flicker too. So that works in conjunction with the BMI. Get a little more space to work with. There's a final slash.
Remember, final slash though, but gets cancelled by that circling eagle. Vivian flickers out to safety, but Chell, does she still want to fight this? Maybe not, but Fumi Echo has a different plan in mind. Falling Star Moon towards the back line, still tries to go for Velvet and Names. Last Insanity to try and get away, but look at Fumi Echo, all alone, taking on every single member from Team Falcons, and look at the heavy spin catching too! Team Falcons, they have to run away. This is just too much from Team Vitality.
Team Vitality finding the choke points here every single time, and it's up to Team Falcons to go in, come up with an adjustment from that. It's really difficult because of just how much you have to consider. We have to dodge these arrows coming through. We have to watch out for Vivian to make a play with a final slash in that flicker. But then in the meantime, you can even get pinned down with an Akai. We're going to look at the replay here. And this is, look at Fumi Echo, able to get the attention. Lots of low health bars here. They cut off the right members. And unfortunately for Team Falcons, once that happens, you don't have much room to move. You can see them in the jungle too, continuing to try to take and put pressure on Team Falcons. So Lord was taken, it was secured. Again, you're looking at a relatively healthy lead, at 7,000 almost gold here.
Oh my gosh.
And even the items, you know, this is what I was saying. That third item, there it is. It's just picked up now. You've got the trinity of items for the Claude in the hands of Shell. So that Blaze, you do it. It's gonna be trouble. Arrows too. I mean, just an arrow alone.
And that's half HP already for the damage dealer for Names, who by the way isn't looking too good. 0-3-1 on this Melissa, but even more than that, I think most of the space creators here for Team Falcons are having a hard time. The Abyssal Arrows just disrupt so much, especially Sunlight.
Yep.
It feels like she can't get a hold of her Tiraga armor because it's always taken out, and now they have to worry about the Lord. Yet another Abyssal Arrow and trap. Riven is forced to go away, reset and recall to the base. But now, it seems like they are able to take the first inhibitor turret with just this Lord! There's the last, or there's the Frag armor taken out once again. Fumi Echo finally gets punished though. And Team Vitality might respect Team Falcons and their defense for now.
They have to. A great defense there. They only lose the base turret. Again, that was only the first Lord, but Team Falcons showing some promise here on the defense. you're seeing it happen here live, right? The problem is these arrows that are coming and just kind of putting pressure on where you can really move around the base even. And when it comes down to earlier the lanes, you always have to watch out for the arrows because you're seeing it. And it's crazy because City only has 2 items. Enchanted Talisman and the Glowing Wand right now.
Yeah.
What more as the game goes on? She's still building up onto that 3rd item, but still you're seeing the angles are the problems for Team Falcons, and that's kind of why I think the work is also cut out for Yui. She's held on to the heavy spin a lot of times. We've seen her take a final slash, but this is all, once again, Names has to get online. She still needs some time. She's falling behind. She's got the DHS and the Corrosive Scythe. She needs to get that 3rd item to really be able to do, pop up. Oh no, under the turret.
Yui gets forced to use that heavy spin, which she copied earlier. The Abyssal Arrows again and again. Such a huge problem for Team Falcons right now. And yes, we did mention that somehow Names, she really does need to go online. There's the Inspire, which we thought could have potentially helped her survive a little longer whenever there are certain situations wherein she needs to get out alive. But it seems like the burst damage from Team Vitality at this point is just too much. And what's scary to think about is that, you mentioned it, that's only 2 items so far from Chinny, and the Lethal Ignition 2 is a separate thing to worry about. What if you step on something when you're low HP, right?
Yeah, that's troublesome.
That's such a huge problem.
This Lord, half health though, but they've got total control for Team Vitality. That's going to be another objective secured. So Team Falcons looking at the defense here. Can they pull it off as this one's going to be charging into the base? You know, this is where you have to see. And realistically, it's actually, for a Melissa, defending in the base is probably the best position to be in because you know you have your go away to go ahead and utilize, but also you have Fiven on the Matilda, which could get you out of a bad position, and you don't have to worry too much about what's going to happen from behind you because it's your base, right? You got the base, you got the fountain there to help you out, but still, the work is going to be difficult. They have to withstand the Blazing Duet setup and the rest of this from Team Vitality. So we'll see how they handle it.
Sunlight! There's the guiding wind to save her, but there's the Viraga armor already gone, and they still have to defend the Lord. Mid inhibitor turret is already down, and look at the Blazing Duet too coming from down. Names is immediately taken out. The one expected to defend, and I feel like this might just be it. Team Vitality take game number 1.
It'll be Team Vitality to go ahead and get the first blood in the series. Once again, 1 step closer for them to get to the playoffs. And it was that Blazing Duet that at the end, they knew they had it set up. She had the advantage in terms of items, and what a place to go ahead and set things up for that. The health bars, unfortunately from Team Falcons, just got melted there in that last exchange.
You know you're just that much ahead when the Claude goes in first and is not afraid at all, even when they're just right in front of the base of Team Falcons. And so it came to a point where, compared to the first Melissa we saw this day, this didn't work out as expected for them just yet, but definitely they could find a way.
They could. I know our panel is going to have a lot to say. Let's go ahead and throw it to them.
Thank you so much, Naisu and Brigida, and a fantastic showing by both of these 2 teams, but unsurprisingly, the last 2 picks were the absolute kickers there for Team Vitality. The Claude especially just tore through the formation of Team Falcons.
See, I don't know what's going on here, right? Because it's either Team Falcons are playing in a way that they stick to their comforts, so it gets really heavily exploited by Team Vitality, or they had a different kind of strategy in mind, right? Because they knew for a fact that, all right, Names has utilized the Melissa in the gold lane a million times, and obviously we saw in Names was falling so far behind of the Claude. It was very difficult lane for her. So in the very end, when we saw Falcons' successful games yesterday, they weren't able to achieve that because Names was not given any moment to come online.
I mean, the fact that they talked about it, they want to actually keep up with the drafting that they've done. They want to make sure that they want to show off that, hey, we have a lot of hero pools. But again, if you keep on using the same thing, and which I've already talked yesterday, yes, it is a 50-50 situation. Sometimes you can't always use the same draft over and over again, and your teams or your opponent will be able to read you like a book.
Yeah, Shell, I think one of the biggest reasons as to why she dealt so much damage against names in lane is because she picked up the Master Assassin as her key pickup there for her emblem set. Of course, that strengthens your capability to one-on-one in lane, especially when you're already on a hero that will win in lane.
She knew it. She was like, I know what I was made for. I'm going to dominate this lane. And that's exactly what we saw reflected. And you know, in hindsight, we were talking about the X-Borg pick earlier on, and obviously we did see the adaptations that the X-Borg could do against the Akai in neutral objective takes, but the way that Team Vitality were playing around, the way that they were team fighting around these neutral objectives, we really didn't see the advantage of the X-Borg in the jungle.
Yeah, let's take a quick look at the items. Only got up to the DHS and the corrosion side. Full build there for Shell. By the end of it all, close to a 4,000 in the gold lead. And lacking a little bit of utility. I know there's not a lot of old school healing per se, but there is still some health regen on the side of Vitality that you needed to deal with. And at the end, it was only the glowing wand that they had to do with that. They couldn't get the dominance ISIS up there.
And the worst part that you know that they were prioritized coming in from the healing side. What they didn't expect it, the pick from Cine itself. Selena, always on point with the Abyssal Arrow, always getting to capture. Yes, you have that last insanity. The moment you're trying to move away, at the end of it all, that Abyssal Arrow say that I'm gonna stun you and you can't get away from us.
And that's why her build was actually quite interesting. She actually went in for the, is it Wishing Lantern?
Yes.
Is what it's called, right? She understands that in this particular scenario, sure, getting names would be amazing. But the fact that she was able to get Velvet at times, Sunlight down at times, and even Feven at some times really did kind of stifle the Ube strategy that Team Falcons really wanted to implement in game number 1.
All right, so it seems like that seems to be a ongoing trend here in Stream A, where sometimes you cannot fight too honestly in the Land of Dawn, wherein you have a clear progression of how you want team fights to go. You can't just fully depend on that slow front to back, which the lineup of Falcons actually, they need to fight that way. So here comes Vitality with 2 picks that are so mobile and can be so surprising in the Selena that Pasha Bunny mentioned, and of course the Claude that we've been highlighting. So really, those 2 picks right there in the end is what just delivered the felling blow for Falcons. They definitely could have played this to victory, but it would just be way too difficult.
But yeah, I mean, talking about the fact that Team Falcon was trying to... Don't be laughing, okay?
No, I'm good here.
Oh, you're right here, okay. Going into Team Falcons itself, the fact that we know the Team Falcons was just trying to do their best and they had that last strike itself. Xbox, their last hope, they really heavily depended on the usage of last insanity so that they can have that build up, that initiation. And not only that, to a point that even though, yes, they were also looking forward for Melissa to get that power spike, it was just not enough.
And the thing is, technically we did see the X-Borg really pop off in the early game, I would say.
Yeah.
There were a lot of moments there, okay, fine, maybe neutral objective takes wasn't as strong, but they were able to trade really well, right? The last Insanity was used to, you know, kind of take down the final members of Vitality. We saw the trades coming through, but Team Vitality's adaptations in the game are incredibly crazy. I can't. The way that they knew, all right, Team Falcons with this lineup, with the Matilda, they know that they want to go for team fights. They're going to play as 5. So we talked about the last 2 picks coming through, but I want to really talk about how Fumi Echo utilized the Esme. Really great, going to the back line, looking for the sandwich plays. Even Vival on the Akai, opening things up, getting those opportunities down. And it's just, that's MLBB gameplay, man.
Yeah, I feel like sometimes that's, especially when you're talking about a team like Vitality, as much as you want to like put a lot of rationale to it and then you piece everything together, there's at some point where you just have to let out a sigh of going like, well, yep.
It is what it is.
It is what it is, exactly.
And the fact that this is the question that I was asking previously, where yes, they picked up Xbot last, right? And then Valentina, more in depth about the Valentina. They were trying to get the ulti for the heavy spin, but I don't see that keeping or able to actually achieve for their own. method or even what they wanted to actually portray here when it comes to the first match itself.
Exactly. And because of everything that we've discussed so far, it falls back to something that actually you mentioned earlier, Fasha Bunny. They were lacking in that desperately needed mid-game power spike. They could have gotten it if they were winning, but coming from behind, it's incredibly difficult to achieve against a lineup that Vitality had, and especially since they had their X Factor doing the thing she does best, which is, I will play my own game, and then I'll show up when you need me. Fumi Echo definitely deserves to be highlighted here. I gotta agree with the turnout. That Esmeralda. Now, again, we go back to how Fumi Echo plays. I've seen enough of her gameplay, and it's always like, Fumi Echo, you are your own entity. Do what you have to do in lane, but show up when we need you. And those late entries by the Esmeralda in the mid-game trading that we were talking about earlier, usually it was actually Fumi Echo that became the X-Factor turnaround reason.
And that's just chemistry, right? It all boils down to chemistry. Like, they already know. Fumi Echo will get to a point where she's going to start to get to that power spike on the Esmeralda. You saw the Oracle built up, and I think there was an enchanted talisman, I believe. See, my memory is kind of bad, but that aside, she knew exactly when to weave in and weave out in these team fights. She knew exactly in that particular scenario that we actually see up on screen. She goes actually quite heavily into the backline. She's actually really far away from the rest of the team, but she knows exactly that the rest of the members of the team will come along and take those kills with her.
Yeah. All right. So we've spent a good enough amount of time talking about Vitality and what they did great in that game number 1. But to potentially talk about the possibilities of a Team Falcons turnaround, maybe we have to take more time to learn about them.
I can describe our Team Falcons as fierce.
Gonna go in, Velvet unable to catch him with a vengeance now. Able to use the final slash, Venus Fury knocking him up as well in the midst of the Lord electrifying.
Last year was very hard for us. We were eliminated from the group stage with 0 wins. But it was a really great experience and we learned a lot from it. I want my team to be remembered as fighters. We want to make history.
They want to be remembered as fighters, and they are going to have to put up the fight of their lives here if they want a chance to push into game number 3. Now, I'm going to say something here, and tell me what you guys think. I feel like in that game number 1, there actually really wasn't a lot of Team Falcons errors to point out. More so, it was just there's just significantly more Team Vitality good things to point out.
I agree.
To a certain extent.
But I feel like the weaknesses of Team Falcons are starting to show. And having a coach like Coach Casius, he's going to be able to sniff that out real quick. And why do I bring the coach into this? It's because of the drafts. I hope coming to game number 2 and after everything we've seen from Team Falcons so far, they have a different strategy in mind because they can't repeat the same thing that they did yesterday because they've been read like a book here in game number 1 by Vitality.
All right, so it seems like both of you are on the same boat now, wherein we're going to have to see a different version of Team Falcons now for this game number 2, where, yes, they've talked about their strengths in the Ube strategy healing meta, but maybe they need to show more. Velvet has said here they are not afraid of losing, and that is their advantage against other teams. They've lost a lot already, they know how it feels, but they're not scared, and they're just going to go out there and do their best. So doing their best, Fasha, does that mean, really, they forgo the healers and they go for something completely different now?
I mean, if they have been months and months trying to actually perfected the Ube draft, possibly they would not let it go. But if it comes to desperate measure, yeah, you have to actually let it go. And that's the thing that you want to actually put out here in MWI. You have to be adaptive. You have to always make sure that if the situation doesn't go your way, you got to change it around.
And I'm going to say something like really, might be a hot take, but Blacklist's code was broken. And that's why, like, people know exactly how to counter it. So coming into this, obviously there is always lessons to be learned from previous teams, especially, you know, Blacklist, that was like an undefeated era for them,
True.
right? But eventually it broke, and it's breaking now. So Team Falcons, if you want to secure your first ticket to the knockouts here, you gotta cook up something different.
Yeah, and I'm glad that you actually brought a Blacklist and their Uber strategy here, because Coach Koba himself of Falcons did say he was inspired by the M3 World Championships and the strategies that Blacklist showed there. That's why they decided to lean in on this idea that healing sustain is the way to go right now. It worked out for them in their previous match, but Team Vitality are a whole different beast, and this is a whole different draft. Badang, Selena, Kimi, they are respecting the Selena of Sini. Do you think this is the right call here, Fasha?
I mean, yeah, definitely. They know for a fact that Selena, that Abazaro was not able to even avoid, and they trying to make sure that at least they won't be able to have that, they won't be stuck in the ground by the fact of Vitality itself and be able to move the mobility device. But the thing is, yeah, you talked about how Team Falcons maybe have less to more error to their own side of the drafting, maybe their own mistakes that was done in the game itself. But for me, I do think the only simple error is that Valentina could have been another pick. There could have been a lot of mages. There's a lot of mid lanes that could be done. You don't need to worry much about the heavy spin itself, right?
Yes. No, I completely agree. Sorry, I was blindsided with this early 1-1 pick. Boys, girls, 1-1 pick without the Irithel banned out.
Yeah, they are playing with a lot of fire right now. Irthel's open, Farsa's open, all the heroes that can give a lot of difficulty for the 1-1 are open.
Even Phobius is open.
Yeah. And so that means Team Falcons, that might already be them showing that they are definitely still going to be leaning into that slow front-to-back play style, where they're probably going to end up with someone who can provide some form of healing. Maybe a Minotaur is going to show up for them at some point.
And the fact that, look at this, they're giving the opportunity for Vitality, right, to get, again, Carlot, and Akai was also being picked up. But now they got Barats because they were denied immediately of having Barats, and they also have CC to be picked out.
I smell lack of hero pool for Sunlight. The fact that they're prioritizing Sunlight's hero here in the first phase, I think she might have not been as comfortable on the X-Borg, which is why we're seeing that come through. They pick up the CC, I think, just in case Vitality go for the Phobius, so it's a little bit of a deny, making sure that, hey, if you want to pick up the Phobius to kind of tackle our 1-1, that's fine, we'll just destroy you in lane in the EXP lane. So now Team Vitality are caught in a crossroads. What do they want to go for? I think Irithel is still the best bet if they want to shut down the 1-1 in the lane.
Yeah. Maybe this Barrett's pick, though, is sort of like a warning signal to Vitality. Like, okay, you want to pick the Irithel, but then will you have enough damage to deal with something like the Barats? And Vitality says, yeah, we'll definitely have enough damage to deal with the Barats. They still pick up the Irithel. Farsa is still on the board here for Vitality. If they want to go for something actually incredibly surprising, but makes sense considering they're up against the Barats and CC, even the Eve as a surprise mid lane pickup might be a possibility here for Sini, Fasha.
And the fact that they're definitely going to actually cut out even more hero pools, right? And we've seen already the pattern coming in from the team of Falcons itself. It seems like this is where we see the fine line of how much of strats they have and how much hero they are comfortable to use. Because again, they're so already consistent and focused to actually get the Enchantress, but how much more can you actually put out if you're being denied? And looking on the side of Vitality, they actually take out Angela first of all, and on the side of Team Falcon, they took out Jushin.
Yeah, Angela Barats is kind of gross, right?
Yeah, it is.
That's a lot of sustain in the early game, and technically with the composition that we're looking at from Team Vitality, they don't exactly have enough damage, I would say, to kind of penetrate through that in the early stages. So good call. I think there's still a possibility for them to pick up something like the Matilda to help out the Barats. We're maybe even looking at a Florin as an option, but obviously I don't think that the Estes will do too great here, going against the Akai as well as the Arlet.
Yeah.
Going back to the Farsa, I would think that maybe even Vitality would want to ban it away from Team Falcons. Technically, it would be a really good pick to deny the Irithel.
So they still ban out the Matilda. actually agreed with you there on the Farsa, thinking that maybe that could have been a surprise possibility for themselves. However, they still are leaning into the safer side. The Farsa, again, is going to be a great option for Sydney if they want to. Either the Farsa or the Eve. They ban out the Lancelot, so interesting choice. It feels like Falcons know something that we don't, because we're already automatically assuming that Akai is going into the jungle, right? But it seems like Falcons have gone into the possibility that the Akai could have actually gone to the roam for Vivian instead.
I mean, we've seen it in the XP lane, right? So it's a triple flex in some regards. I think there's an argument to be made that maybe the Akai doesn't do as well in different lanes. Obviously, Lancelot is a huge power pick for FIFA, so they're opening that up as a possibility. One of the main reasons why I didn't consider the Farsa for Team Vitality is because there's so much dive coming through from the side of Team Falcons against the CC and the Barats. But okay, Farsa comes through, like you mentioned.
All right, so I feel like you can tell Falcons really wants the healing, but right now they gotta have to. They're sort of forced to play something different here.
I mean, the fact that probably they think that they're very confident enough that they want to still pick up that healing process. They know that they're even talking about how who's the strongest or who actually lasts the longest can win it. But the question is if it's going to be enough. Now, they picked out Zetian. Actually, that's a better mage or mid laner to be picked out, especially after we see from the first dress itself. I mean, yeah, got a lot of stun, got a lot of even CC for themselves. But the question is, Minotaur, you've already predicted it. Again, giving up to the side of Renmar.
Yeah. Okay, so they still really wanted the healing, but they needed something literally beefier into the front line. So they pick up the Minotaur, usually seen up against Arlots and Akais. So now what's the last pick here for Fumi Echo? Oh, excuse me, no. Supposedly. Right, because the Arlot is a flex.
That's why. Are we looking at a jungle pick here for Team Vitality? I mean, right now there is a lot of beefy boys. Do they want to be the ones to pick up something with a lot more percent damage?
So maybe they're gonna swerve some things around and actually go assassin?
There you go. That's what I was thinking. Percent damage. X-Warrior.
Oh, so that's what you meant. True damage.
Yeah, true damage. There you go.
All right. Okay, real quick, Fasha Bunny, what did you think about that last pick?
I mean, I was like wondering, is this the way how Team Vitality say, like, I'm going to show you how you use Xbox to the side of Team Falcons?
Oh, yeah, that's a good possibility. Like, let me show you how it's done. Let's see what's going to happen. Falcons versus Vitality. Game number 2. Let's toss you on over to Naisu and Brigida to call the action.
Thank you so much, Renmar. You got it. The panel, you got the draft. And for both of us, me and Brigida, I think we can go ahead and say who we think has the better draft here. What do you think, Brigida?
Oh, wait, my mic was...
It was up.
Oh,
Yeah.
my
You're
head,
good.
okay.
You're good.
I'd say this is gonna be the moment where Akai starts redeeming himself. So I'm gonna go for Team Vitality again. Vival on the Akai paired up with the Arlot. They are definitely gonna make things so much difficult for Sunlight. If earlier they keep on denying the Firaga armor, this time around they have true damage to respond to the Barats and all the passes that can come in later on.
Well, once again, it's match point here for Team Vitality. Will they get to the playoffs? If they end up just taking this win, they'll definitely get to the playoffs if they end up winning here. But Team Falcons, can they make it to Game 3? I'd love to see it. This lineup is sort of reminiscent of what we've been talking about, especially after yesterday, where they like to play that sustainability lineup. Wow, Velvet taking a couple shots, but you know, this time around, I think the panel really mentioned it well. They want that healing. They want to be able to drag those fights out and win in the sustainability department, but they need a little more tankiness, you know, and they go with the Minotaur here. You can see, too, looking at the emblems, they've got that. There's a whole lot of tank emblems. Of course, the Concussive Blast. You get a little of that extra durability with the firmness for Vivian here. So the healing is going to be crucial, but that's why I think even the Xborg was such a crucial pick, because you know that most likely Team Falcons, they want to fight around that Minoan Fury, get that knock up into the air. But if you can fight them with a Farsa, who's got the circular feathered airstrike, but then an Xborg as well, you deal with a lot of that. And then you throw in the Arlot's final slash. There's just a whole lot to deal with some of that setup potential that comes from Team Falcons.
Because even looking at the emblems of the damage dealers, both Chell and Cine, they definitely are looking to go for the burst, to provide the burst damage, which will make that sustain or those attempts towards sustaining the team fights a lot more difficult for Team Falcons later on. But hold on, it seems like Fumi Echo will experience the exact same thing Sunlight has been consistently experiencing in game number 1. Right now, he's the one without the Piraga armor.
Yep, fight for the turtle. This is a good one for Team Falcons to take if they can get it here. We'll see if they get it.
Still doesn't have the final slash though. Then jumps in, however, and Fumi Echo together with the curtain call could only do so much, but still Vival gets the retribution and Sunlight falls. They also take out Velvet and they don't even get to trade out a single member from Team Vitality.
They didn't get a trade out. Couple kills on objective, and it looks like they're going to be able to take the buff too. That is tough because again, you're sitting here thinking, man, you know, Team Falcons with that, they should be able. Oh, no, Names.
Oh, okay. How does? Oh, so unfortunately, Names was able to avoid some of those vengeances, some of those skills from Vivian, because if not, that felt like another potential casualty.
Yeah, we're gonna look at the instant replay here. This is what happens. I mean, the fight is extended, but it's actually in favor of Team Vitality with how they approach this fight. There's going to be a feathered airstrike that comes down here too. They capitalize on getting the turtle. Fumi Echo stays alive, and then they're able to actually get the right members separated from the team fight to make it happen.
I feel like if the... wait, hold on, Velvet? Okay. I feel like if the Fury of the Phoenix was used a little later, it could have stopped Vival from actually getting close to the turtle. But Vival was already able to cast the heavy spin nonetheless, so I feel like it was something Team Falcons could have just tried to avoid, but not entirely. Okay.
Use that retribution because, you know, again, she didn't. That was the angle that Vival was going to look for. Collapse down towards Names, but so far, pretty much just reset at this point. There was a lot of attention down in the gold lane, and I think, you know, once again, we always kind of play that part where it's like, man, these gold laners, Names gets the flicker out.
All right, that was a fast response from Cine to avoid the stacks of the crossbow of Tang, but then Team Falcons already know that there's no flicker available for Cine towards the next objective, so she could be a potential target unless Team Vitality start the aggression, and as early as now, the purple buff is denied away from Sunlight.
That Vivian final slash right there to just kind of swoop it towards them. The fight though for the turtle, at least Sunlight still has the retribution, so they might be able to secure this turtle for them, but still they have to watch out. They know they don't have to watch out for a final slash at least. So Fumi Echo has the armor, she'll go ahead and back off, flickers out defensively. Oh, Daytona's welcome.
It's used onto Vival, but there's the response. It's another heavy spin as well, and look at them targeting Fumi Echo from behind. Velvet, the damage is not enough just yet, however, and now she will be the first to get taken out. Chell joins the team fight, heavy crossbow, and forces out the flicker from Vivian. This seems like another free objective for Team Vitality.
Oh, that's an objective they definitely fought for. They end up getting it, so another turtle in the hands of Team Vitality. And it was so close. I mean, Velvet was so close to getting at least a kill there on Fumi Echo, but she still survived. Shao could be in trouble here. Names?
Oh, there's a better airstrike, but it seems like the crossbow stab will still make it. There is no way Chell gets to survive that. Vivian trades out Names, however, but might get traded out too. 3 members trying to chase after Vivian, and that's gonna be the kill going towards Yui.
There you go. Team Falcons picks up a couple kills. Again, quite risky and decisive for Names to go ahead and go for that fight, but she got the airtime, she got the crossbow of Tang off, and then, unfortunately, she goes down. But at least, right, at least they get something here. That gold lead was already starting to build up, so you definitely want to get what you can against a team like Team Vitality. And Team Falcons, you can see, once again, the difference in terms of the gold lane.
What?
Oh no, Velvet.
Solo kill.
That's a solo kill, man. That is not, it's not looking like a good kind of experience for Velvet right now on the CC. It's just really difficult to deal with this because there's a reason why the X-Borg works so well, and like our panel said, you want that true damage, you pick up the X-Borg.
And honestly, I feel like even though we see Fumi Echo without the Firaga armor a lot of times,
look at the damage Fumi Echo's doing.
Yeah, it's not the same as how Sunlight just gets to be put on such a disadvantage whenever she loses the Firaga armor, because
Fumi Echo, if ever she does lose out on the Piraka Armor, she gets to force out so many things from Team Falcons. But speaking of forcing out so many things, names get bursted down, and look at the heavy spin locking in Pippin. 2 members immediately taken out from Team Falcons. They couldn't even fight back.
They couldn't get back. Again, this is one of the promising things about an Akai, and right now in the current meta, like you mentioned earlier, Brigida, that ability to just be a threat as an Akai, and then you're like, I don't want to get locked down under a turret with a heavy spin and zoned out with the feathered airstrikes, and that's what we see here. Vivel comes in and just locks down the right members, and it's just an overloaded experience. Now in the mid lane, that's actually the same thing happening here. They're putting pressure on that tier 1. They don't have the wave to push in just yet, but still, anytime Vivian has that final slash, they can actually decide to start any fight that they want to, and it looks like they're going to do that.
Right.
So Wave's now pushing in this tier 1 turret.
Okay, there's a flicker from Vivian. Oh, but Vivian goes in first. Only knocks out Vivian, though. The other members of Team Vitality just walk away from the Minoan Fury. Oh, okay.
Yeah, she's going to back off. That's, again, I don't know if she wanted to possibly go for what she did minutes ago. Ends up going for that kill, but ultimately will back off. She still needs plenty of time to go ahead and build up. The rest of the team as well. You got the Flask of the Oasis now in the hands of Fiven. So she got that. She has that to help with some of the healing here.
You did say that Fumi Echo had highest damage earlier, right?
Yeah, she had.
But that isn't even using the Warak's first item.
Yeah.
So it's scary to think that Team Vitality are just this much ahead of Team Falcons. Almost 5K, but you could already feel how dominant they're playing this game.
Yeah, again, this is one of the things about Xborg, the ability to get that last insanity off, you know, kind of literally cook people and then get the true damage off. So this is an objective secured. They are dominating in terms of the objectives, and it looks like Team Falcons will just have to get what they can. They'll get the tier 1 turret on the top down. They will be forced to respond to this Lord push. That's going to be happening. They still hold on to that middle turret, at least for now. But I think the biggest question here, Brigida, is are they ready to fight? Because the fight's going to be brought to them, and they have no choice but to go ahead and respond to it. You can see this, you know, Cine does have respectable damage. Final slash from Velvet. He's going to pop the Vengeance, though. They want to take this turret down, and that they will. Oh, Miyako now.
The Tituna's welcome. It didn't.
Oh, under the turret.
They weren't able to use it just yet, and they were bursted down immediately by Fumi Echo. Minoan Fury as a response together with the Fury of the Phoenix. Names gets taken out, however, and Vivian escapes death. Now that's 2 consecutive turns they might just take down, but they lost the minions, but this might just be the time.
2 members down, Wave still pushing in, plus the Lord on the bottom side. They'll take the buff, and Team Vitality might look for more. The shields are still up here. Vivian's trying to hold that down, but there's just quite a bit of damage still they have to respect. That Lord still making its way. They already got the shield in the mid. Now the bottom turret going to be the focus here as that is popped as well. Not sure if Team Vitality wants to do much. It's not like they can force this fight because there is no flicker too from Vivian. So they'll just have to have it clear it out. They got 2 of the shields. They might get a 3rd.
Yeah.
But right now Team Falcons should be able to defend against the rest of this push.
Yep. Because majority of the plate making really is going to be Vivian, but Sunlight, look at the damage coming in from Team Vitality. And the heavy crossbow from Chell, taking out Velvet all alone in the top lane, and now they gain access to the top inhibitor turret.
That's just how much damage output Shell's able to put out, and Yui could be in trouble too. She does pop the Fury of the Phoenix.
But Chell gets to touch even that. Like not even with a sprint, literally just walked away. So now with consecutive waves coming in, Team Vitality, they might attempt to force this.
Oh, look at this. Look at that. A couple hits on Names, and Names has no choice but to go heal back up.
Oh, the stun and the final slash. There's the Minoan Fury knocking up members from Team Vitality. But look at the damage from the last Insanity. It's a double kill from Fumi Echo, picking up the immortality just now. And it seems like Team Vitality, they're not allowing Vivian to go down just like that. And they go after Velvet too, making it a triple for Chell.
Man, they know they have nowhere to go, but the rest of the team will follow through and be there for them.
It seems like for the first time today in Stream A, Team Vitality, they'll be handing us a sweep against Team Falcons.
And that's a dominant sweep here from Team Vitality, moving on to the playoffs here. A little bit of quicker game 2. But again, as always, soaring higher here, showcasing
just how much they have in terms of synergy and just knowing each other's playstyle. I mean, for the fact that your gold laner is just jumping forward and taking members down, even solo, is something you want to watch out for. And that's why also Irithel is so strong right now in the current meta.
There were times that you just saw the Irithel being the one in the front of the team fight. Because
she's got the bike, I guess, you know?
How does Team Falcons respond to that? If even the gold laner gets to position herself wherever she wants because she doesn't need to worry about anyone, doesn't need to worry about any sort of burst damage, and they have full vision and information as to where Team Falcons are positioned almost most of the time, because they get to force them to be just locked within not even their jungle, because they always invade, they always try to interrupt the farming, and this hasn't been the best series for Sunlight as a jungler so far. She has always been denied of what she wanted to do.
Yeah, very difficult, I'd say, to deal with here, especially the type of aggression that we see from Team Vitality. You know, Athena even mentioned yesterday she'd call them Team Brutality just because of their play style, and you know that's very apparent on the way they like to go ahead and move around the map, find the choke points, force fights, even if you don't necessarily want to take them. So once again for this series, what a great sweep for them, and looking promising to be a contender, obviously, for the championship here for MWI. So again, phenomenal performance there, and you know, Brigid, I think there's got to be a team out there that can stop some of these aggressors out there, and some of the top teams right now are really showcasing just that dominant playstyle. I mean, these are quick games, you know, like we saw a record set earlier on. These are quick games here too, so I know the playoffs are going to be interesting. So let's go ahead and throw it over to the stage to go ahead and hear from our winning interview.
Mother is here, the mother of tanks. We have the privilege of having Vivian beside me from Team Vitality. Now, Vivian, question for you. There seems to be a little bit of a rivalry before you guys even met Navi PH. Now, yesterday, you guys stomped them with the fastest game right here, all this time for MWI, and then get it clapped back today in the previous match. So with that, what is your thoughts going into this rivalry even before meeting them on stage?
Jadi di sini dia bertanya bahwa apa sih yang kalau kemarin kan kamu habis mengalahin tim mereka gitu. Tapi habis itu hari ini mereka kasih juga rekor kalian dihancurkan gitu. Dan dari kalian lihat apa sih maknanya gitu? Apakah kalian merasa tertantang atau enggak gitu? Atau ada perasaan lain?
Ini?
Bukan, tim yang kemarin kamu kalahin.
Tim yang kemarin, match kemarin.
Ya.
Kenapa match kemarin?
Match kemarin, jadi
aku hari ini mainnya bagus kan?
Kalian berhasil kalahin mereka, rekor kalian dapatkan. Tapi ternyata mereka pecahin lagi hari ini gitu. Dan, ada pendapat nggak soal itu gitu?
Kalau misalnya rekor yang tercepat itu ya, yang tercepat itu aku nggak nyari itu sih, yang penting menang aja. Cuma kalau yang sekarang lumayan tambah bersemangat dan terbakar karena sorakannya kencang banget dari tim lawan. Jadi itu membakar api semangat yang ada di diri BP. Jadi itu ibarat seperti bensin mereka, membakar semangat BP. Jadi pengen banget kalahin tadi.
Okay, so for the record, I think we don't really care about it. But of course, when they break our record, we feel a little bit of burning in our heart. But especially today when we fight against Falcons and we see how loud their crowd is, their fan is, it's actually an oil to our heart to make it burn, and we want to beat them even more.
Yes, definitely, guys. The crowd was crazy, and they have definitely proved it right here from Team Vitality. Now, the next thing is, right now, it looks solid. I'm not gonna lie. They have been sweeping 2-0 all across the board, proving that they are here, to fight it out and win back that trophy. So do you guys think that this is your prime, like Team Vitality in MWI 2022 and 2023? Do you think that you're there already to take back the championship?
Ya, kita sangat siap dan sangat ingin menang dan nggak mau kalah. Nggak ada kata kalah di kamus Team Vitality.
Yeah, I think we are very ready, and I don't think we even think about defeat. There is no defeat in our dictionary.
Right, and I can only assume that there is only one team that stands in your way. Is there anything, as the mother of tanks, that you're gonna say to Navi PH?
Jangan berharap bakal menang untuk kedua kalinya. Itu aja.
Don't think about even winning twice.
Oh, that is spicy. Go for the bees and you get stung. Now, this is the amazing interview we have from Vivian, the mother of tanks. And this is what we have for you right here for the interview and back to the studio.
What is it about Team Vitality? And if ever they go into arena with some, let's just say, fervent reception towards them, they just seem to get stronger. And I don't know, Vitality just gets stronger when you seem to boo them. They just hit a different form, different level. And I feel like their game number 2 definitely was more brutal compared to what they showed off in game number 1.
Agree, definitely. And I like the fact that she point out, like, the more you give us negatively or giving us the response to a point that burning arrow or burning fire emotion to us, we will do the same as well in the game. We don't need to worry about it. We pro ourselves in the game itself. And probably at the same time, I'm not saying that Team Vitality was just trying to actually prove it to the audience, but as we are talking about it throughout the game itself, Team Falcons, they have a different kind of approach for the draft, and this is the reason why we have issue with it.
Yeah, I think in this particular game, I agree with what you mentioned earlier on there, Fasha. Team Falcons need to go back to the fundamentals. We've been talking about the fundamentals ever since yesterday. We've seen a few teams just really tunnel vision on other things that they forget the basics, right? Going back into the drafts, the 1-1 gets picked up in the first phase. Sure, she's incredible in the gold lane, but one of her main weaknesses, other than the late game and those amazing items as well, is the Irritel in the lane. So in these drafts, I felt like, what were they supposed to work with? They weren't given the tools to actually look for a winning game here because they had no winning lane.
Yeah.
CC against the Xborg turns out was a good lane for the Xborg. Even in the mid lane as well, we saw the struggle that they had to go through.
Okay, so I think I want to tweak that. It's not that they need to update their fundamentals a little bit, because the fundamentals, I see the thought process behind it, but they need to put their focus elsewhere. We've seen 2 games now. I really want to focus on this series specifically, not their drafts yesterday, but 2 games where the drafts relied on Velvet's pick to be the bridge to their mid-game power spike, and and that's what Fasha Bunny mentioned earlier, that they need to work on that mid-game power spike. For Fasha Bunny, it was, how do we get that from the mid laner? But in 2 games, we got mid laners that were focused more on the utility aspect, what utility they brought to the table. We go back to MWI 2024. One of the reasons why Team Vitality ended up falling to Omega Empress then was because Omega Empress ruled over the mid lane. They stopped what Shinny and Vivian can bring to the table, and that gave difficulty for Shell and Fumi Echo. If Team Falcons went for that, do you think that would have been a better approach?
Maybe, right? Because obviously if you have the mid-prio, you would, once again, like you mentioned, stop Vivian as well as Cine in the mid lane, but also help the side lanes out. So even if the drafts doesn't go to your favor, there is still a fighting chance in the early game towards that mid game to look for a close before it even gets to the late game.
Yeah, it seems like the games that we've seen Team Vitality play now, they've always gone up against lineups that are seemingly built to counter instead of being proactive, right? Remember what we were talking about yesterday?
Yeah, definitely. Every answer that they actually put out from the fight they had yesterday and now going into the second game of the day itself, it seems like no matter what it is, if you put out this hero, we'll definitely counter it back, and we have the answer for it.
Very tough game here for Team Falcons. Team Vitality, though, let's focus on them. What's stopping the Queens now? Even Vivian herself did mention, don't think about winning twice when asked about what their potential messages for Navi PH. And I feel like this is very different compared to the Vitality from last year. Vitality from last year was confident. It seems like this Team Vitality is just convicted at this point. The conviction that they're showing that there's no more doubts in their shoulders that they will win this tournament. And this was just a playoffs qualification match.
They had the same attitude last year, right? And maybe that's what got the better of them, because I think coming into last year's MWI, the only weakness I saw from them was themselves. So the fact that they lost last year's championship, giving it over to Smart Omega Empress, that means that yes, they're confident, but they know not to be overconfident in these particular games, especially if they deem quote-unquote the opposite worthy, right? Because that's been like an underlying thing. If an enemy team can take at least one game away from them, then that's when they consider the team quote-unquote worthy.
Yeah, and that's exactly what Team Falcons did to Team Vitality in a past tournament. That's why Vitality were very vocal going into their matchup against Falcons that, yeah, we deem them as worthy opponents and we will do everything we can to make sure that this time we're actually going to sweep them. And, well, they did.
And the fact that I feel like Falcons, again, from time to time again, yes, you've been heavily depending on those draft-wise, and there were some answers that was done, but at the same time, Team Vitality, the confidence built, the anger, the rage that was already built up from those respawn that was done, those are the things that push even more further what Vitality can portray inside the game itself.
But hey, I'm not worried about my Falcons. I'm not worried for them. I think they
because
still...
your Vitality won, so...
yeah, I mean...
Okay, but why are you not worried? Why are you... Whoa, we're getting some Vivian energy coming out of you right now.
Whoever sits here needs to exuberate the Chantel confidence.
The
Chantel confidence.
Okay, so why are you not worried about Falcons right now?
Because we've seen them and their experience over the years. They've gone into several international tournaments. They know how to adapt. They're not going to make the same mistake that they did last year, which was one of the glaring, I would say, obstacles for them was like being on an international stage for the first time.
Oh, yes.
Right? I remember talking to Velvet before her match last year and she was shaking. She was like, I've never been on a stage this big and so on and so forth. But this is the second time they're here. And I think they do still have time to come back because technically from Group A, we will be seeing 2 slots into the knockouts.
Yeah, as a fellow Velveteer, that is a term coined by Leo all over on Stream B. Yeah, I don't doubt that Velvet will be able to make a comeback. So we got to make a comeback, though, into what happened in the previous game in the roam position, Vivian versus Feven. Now, again, I love the Minotaur pickup. Not only because I predicted it, but because of what we see on the board for Vitality. That was like one of their best roam picks that they could have gone for. That isn't completely healing, but can also provide a strong front line. But because Vivian was paired up with the Farsa, we talked about her partnership with Cine in the past, that Cine is like the perfect mid-pair right now for Vivian, has been for a very long time, because Cine just understands Vivian's aggression timing, so she matches that. But then when you try to counter that against too much utility, as you mentioned, a lack of very strong mid-game power spike, you will struggle.
And the fact that you keep on depending on sustainability. You say that whoever stays or survive the longest, you will win. But the thing is, sustain must also come with the damage, must also come with the spike itself that you must be promised by the mid game. And if you keep on trying to push in with the fact that you have a team that is so aggressive earlier on, pushing you, you don't even have your rotation done, you can't even survive as a whole team, that's going to be tough on Falcons itself.
Yeah, so that's why clearly Vivian had a much easier game this time around. As much as we love the Minotaur pick here, it would be a struggle to bridge that on over to a better game in the mid game with Vivian and Cine just running all over Falcons. And yeah, that was expected. So we're now getting a quick look at Stream B. Whoever wins this match will face off against Team Falcons for that final potential qualification slot. So we have WoW GG from Mongolia and heartbreakingly enough, Twisted Minds from MENA as well. That means if Twisted Minds will advance forward, then it'll be 2 hometown heroes fighting for that final slot.
I was going to say something, but I don't know if I'm allowed to say that on broadcast.
I'm worried now.
Yeah, me too.
Can we just Pasha save me?
Can you write it down on a piece of paper?
I'll do it later.
First? Okay, you'll do it later. We can talk about that later.
Whisper to me.
No. We have another. Anytime someone brings up something like that, of course I'll be on the fence. So let's talk about it after this. Then we can revisit it for the fourth series. Okay, yeah, we're cool with that. Okay,
I'm cool with that.
So I just want to take a quick look at where the draft is right now for Twisted Minds, especially since we just came from watching another team from, representing North Africa and Egypt and Team Falcons. CC Priority, that's interesting.
I wonder why.
Yeah.
I don't know what the first two picks from the side of WoW GG are.
I see one, but I'm not exactly sure what the first one is. But CC Priority, I feel like that's taking away a comfort from the EXP lane.
That, or they're anticipating that they are going to go for more sustained heroes
That
for
too.
WoW Mongolia.
And the fact that we didn't even see the first draft itself, could be there's something that we didn't see earlier on that they had to actually steal it away.
Yeah, considering that this is a game 3, maybe, just maybe, there's something about the CC right now that Twisted Mind said, hey, let's steal it away from WoW GG and take that away as a first pick instead. Again, if you want to catch this game right now on your screen, you can hop on over to Stream B to catch the final game between Twisted Minds and WoW GG. You got Leo and the gang over there calling the shots in the game. So good luck to them. Good luck to these two teams. Hopefully, whatever happens, it'll be another entertaining game of MLBB. It seems like the other broadcast, though, now they get the game 3. I wouldn't call it a curse, more like a blessing.
It is a blessing. It is a blessing. We love to see these women go all the way. We get a little bit more taste as to how they adapt, because if they win game 1, game 2, then it's like, all right, so they have the momentum, so on and so forth. But when it comes to that third game, that's when you start seeing, the big brains really coming to play from the drafts, even in execution. That's why watching match number 1 and match number 2 today was very, very entertaining.
All right. So I think we need to revisit, there have been a lot of hot takes here on StreamMate today. But we need to revisit first, for you and your 50-50 on the healers in the roam. I feel like this series especially just sort of like supported more of what you felt about healers right now and where we are in the meta with it.
Exactly, and this is why I take the win, even if it's a small win. I mean, if it's the fact that I love Falcons and I know for a fact that they are very confident. We do not deny the success, the progress that they've done yesterday. But then again, you can't always hold on to the same draft. You remember that metas is always changing, draft is always changing, and those are the things that are crucial when it comes to playing, not just in the tournament field, but also in the MLBB scene itself. So those are the things that hopefully not just Team Falcons, but the rest of the MWI players will take note of it.
Yeah, so we may potentially find ourselves in a current place in the metagame right now, wherein if you're going up against a team that is fast, aggressive, and very impactful from minute 1, instead of actually trying to defensive counter-punch into that, you just have to play into it and try to match them instead.
That's why I think it really depends. There's an argument to be made on your side. I would 30% agree with healers being bad in this meta. I do still think that the meta is really good for healers, but it really depends on the team, right? Because obviously, if you're putting a healer in the roaming position, you need to find that lockdown tool or the utility tools elsewhere. So that's when you need an EXP laner that can find those kinds of opportunities. And especially in a meta where we're seeing a lot more utility in the jungle, we're seeing a lot more, beefy boys in the jungle. I think that's where the utility, the healers aspect in the roam starts to shine. It's very different from the assassin-centric meta that we were like a couple patches ago. So I still think it's a viable choice. I do agree, though, it really depends on the team and whether or not they're comfortable playing around it. Obviously, you want to know the opposite team as well and how they work.
Yeah, and most importantly now, another revelation is just make sure that if you're going to be leaning into that your mid lane pick can supplement the damage early on. Something that doesn't need scaling. yes, utility is good, but utility to a certain degree. If you focus too much on vision, giving too much utility, then you're going to be severely lacking in the damage, as Fasha mentioned. That's for your hot take. You, on the other hand, we did not see Harith in the previous series. So I feel like, yes, your decision on the Harith, that is definitely a hot take. But why no Harith?
It depends on the bans, right? I was like, Harith is good, but under some conditions, right? If, the 1-1 is not on the board, if the Granger gets taken away and we see the Irritel, Harith is a viable choice. And you don't have to be forced on something like the Clint or even the Bruno in the gold lane.
All right, so if you want more hot takes here on Stream A, then stick with us. But of course, we have more matches still ongoing on Stream B. But most definitely, there is the ultimate option, which is just watch both at the same time. We love having you here. And of course, we love having you here at MWI at EWC. Thank you so much for tuning in, but we are not done just yet because we are going to be closing off the day with one more series. Indonesia versus Turkey. It's Onyx versus Foot Esports. Once again, my name is Fred Noir here with Eterna and Fasha Bunny. I am now worried about saying names because of what happened earlier.
Names lost earlier.
I'll give you that. High five, but I can't cross on over there. So we'll cross on over to a break. Please wait. MWI at EWC will be right back.
Was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
My name is Othel, and we are gonna see the journey of the teams.
So we have our official, unofficial EWC drawing game.
We need one of you guys to draw and another one to guess what is the skill and what hero is it.
And this is your canvas. 3, 2, 1, draw.
Okay.
Yeah.
Again, mahirap ah.
Check the status of the drawing. I'm so proud of her right now. This is one of my favorites.
I see the first part of the drawing and I'm already confused.
Okay, we're ready? Okay, show the camera. Okay, Kao, guess the skill name.
Essa aqui é a skill que ele faz, isso aqui é o que ele faz. Eu entendi, só que boneco que faz isso aqui. Fica assim. Fica assim. Ah.
Weapon? Like knife?
That's supposed to be a sword. But I understand why you say it's a knife.
Is it Hisashin?
Wrong, it's not Hisushin.
Sing, 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 sing. What?
Let me give you a clue. The skill looks nothing like this. So good luck.
What skill that is?
To help you out a little bit more, I'll add sound effects.
Okay.
I think you'll get it. Sing.
I can't think of anything. Maybe you can do the movements to let Dai guess it. For context, this is the hero.
Okay.
Link. Yes. This is everything. First skill, but you drew it horribly. You drew it horribly.
Vexana. No.
No.
Harley.
No. No.
Heavy spin.
There it is. He got it. All right.
Zishan.
There you go. Now we've established that you are good at MLBB,
Good.
but you're not good at drawing. And we'll catch you guys later.
I swear you remember who you are. I swear you remember who you are. I swear you remember who you are. Remember who you are. I swear you remember who you are. I swear you remember who you are. I swear you remember who you are. Remember who you are. I
Hi guys, welcome to MWI 2025. Now here we have a little something different for our teams. Now we want to show them some plays from the previous year and find out more about what they think.
Oh, 点开始对对。
Oh, the Crimson Beacon helps him get into the fight. First blood drawn by Baruth. Chokes gets one. The turtle taken down. Quinn as well. Ash, can she get away? No!
像你们观看有什么感想？
其实感觉去年打的也挺不错的，我们今年会继续像去年那个样子，然后会打出更加好的成绩来，
就再接再厉。
对，会再接再厉。
非常棒。So this is a clip from MWI last year against Cloud9. Look at it together.
Here comes Cloud9, looking for the possible dive here. Big
Oh, 멋있.
The damage does respond anyway. Able to get the Earthshaker. Jewel goes down first. Nicolette looking for a target, gets caught up against the wall. This is big damage. Oh, Rami comes in.
That was an incredible opening, Moshi. Talk to us about that. How did that call happen?
That time we decide to make team fight, so I come to open team fight.
So now I have a play here that I want you guys to react to. And now, spoiler alert, this is your play.
Yeah, this is against Vitality, and this is around your fight around the board.
Still a stalemate, but Fibble wants to go for it. It's been stolen.
Oh.
Yeah.
What a steal, bro.
That's so familiar.
So how did that happen?
There was no call before me trying to get the Lord, but when I tried to get it, I was like, I got it. Let's get out. That was luck.
So that's it. This is Navi PH. My name is Afel. And again, good luck defending your title. No biasness. I just hope for the very best. And now, we'll see you guys later.
We are back at MWI at EWC 25 and another matchup here. It's Onyx versus Foot Esports, Indonesia versus Turkey. And I got the vibe of the community. A lot of people are saying that this is clearly going to be going one way. But hey, who knows? Maybe the overly brawly playstyle of Foot Esports might just be enough to shock the new rising powerhouse in Onyx from Indonesia. We already saw one Indonesian team secure their slot into the playoffs. Maybe, just maybe, we'll see another one secure it today. Once again, my name is Renmar, here with Eterna and Fasha Bunny. Do you feel like we finally got to move on from all the hot takes and everything that's happened in the previous series, or you think that's just going to bleed on over to this one?
No. We got it out of our system, I think, right?
Okay.
Right?
Yeah, I think so. Oh yeah, okay, done.
There you go.
All right, so you just had to make sure that the last bit of
definitely just
the
gotta
previous
cough it
series
out.
All right, so we good here. So don't forget once again that for this year's MWI at EWC, MLBB at EWC, we've got two titles, two tournaments to watch out for. Of course, we have our women's tournament and we have our men's tournament as well in MSC 2025. So that's two major international tournaments for MLBB here at EWC 25. So from July 10 to August 2nd, it's one game, two champions, MSC and MWI unite for the biggest MLBB showdown ever at EWC 25. And you know what? I absolutely love it because if I remember last year, there was a bit of a gap separating MSC and MWI. Now it's just like one big MLBB party here. We went from MSC wildcards. Now we're here at the Women's World Championship. Then we're going to go into the MSC tournament in just a few days.
Yeah, this is what I was talking about as well last few weeks ago when I was looking at the schedule itself. I even was talking with the rest of the talents as well, like, oh wow, what a great scheduling how they did it when they put it the wild cards first to actually give the intention of the opener to the side of MSC. But then they also want to make sure that, hey, don't forget about MWI, because those are the things that happened last year whereby once the downside or probably once the post glory from the side of MSC was down, and then once we push into MWI, we do see like, oh, some people are already still talking about MSC, right? So these are the things where we can see both are being focused at the same time.
Yeah, it's a great time here at EWC for MLBB, but of course, today, now we're just gonna have to check out what's actually going on over at Stream B. It seems like Twisted Minds is getting close to... Wait, no, did I just caster curse it?
Oh.
Oh, no, it's a very close game though for the elimination match between Twisted Minds and WOW GG.
I'm not surprised if it goes a very long way into maybe the 20th minute, considering the drafts. I mean, this is an elimination match, so it's go big or go home here.
Yeah, once again, you heard that right. This is an elimination match happening in Stream B right now. The winner of this match will be facing off against Team Falcons for that final chance to secure a slot out of this group into the playoffs. So good luck to both. A part of me just wants to stay here. I wouldn't mind just so we can finish this series, but I don't think we're gonna be able to cap it off though.
I mean, it's almost close enough, if they were able to actually get it all done, because it's already 15 minutes to the game. But again, we are going to see that they're already pushing away or try to actually tone things down, not trying to go all out yet. But if they do try to go in for the aggressiveness, gonna end it off, who knows, maybe at the time we finish talking, they're already getting their win.
All right, so I think with it being so close, you know what? Why not? Let's enjoy it. Let's turn this into a watch party.
Yay! All right.
Twisted Minds versus what? Are we allowed to cast this? Because considering that we're just on the panel, are we allowed to do that?
Watch party vibes, maybe?
Watch party vibes? All right.
Comments and stuff. I think that's
All right.
okay, right?
Oh, so we can actually cast it.
Oh.
All right. How do you want to do this?
I don't know. Pasha.
I mean, it's too small for me to actually see. If I
also
would
can't
have to go
see
to the front
if
side
I have
see
to be
the
honest.
play-by-play. Look at this. They're going in for
right behind you. There's actually something going on right now.
Oh, okay. All right. So you
Okay.
can go front. Right this instant, the team of WOW GG try to push in. They try to contest it out, but at the same time, now, Twisted Mind coming in. Oh, a little bit of sustainability coming in, but at the same time, Deja Vu had to pull away. Mike Wazowski has been spotted out, but still able to take down. And the moment right now, Lix also was able to push through, and now Team WOW GG had to pull away.
Pretty good play-by-play.
All right. I thought we were casting.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Focus.
Did you say that meant a pretty good play?
I hope not, or MPL ID would be very mad at me. But I think the one thing that I'm really concerned about right now is the fact that WOW GG has opted to go for a 1-1 in the late game. So expect these items starting to build up, but here it is. It might be the final push.
Okay, Twisted Minds trying to end this. Rika trying to hold on. Can the 1-1 do it? Nofos is here as well. Lunar seems to be the nail in the coffin for WOW GG. Is it the GG moment? Twisted Minds, Ice Set, enough minions, and they will secure the win against WOW GG.
Aww. Only both of us was able to cast it. I'm so sorry.
No, it's completely fine. It's
All right,
completely fine.
Go play by play this moment.
And then there's a okay. Okay, I quit before I began. But this means that Twisted Minds are eliminated, right? Wait.
No, they won.
Oh, they won.
They won. This means...
So the thing that I said off broadcast is happening.
Yes, they will have to face off against Team Falcons for that final qualification slot from this group.
Damn. But at the same time, we do feel sad for WOW GG. Oh no.
Of course, you see the heartbreaks on the faces of the members of WOW GG. But of course, it's also... I think you could also take a moment of pride from this because they put on a really tough fight here, considering that this is the very first female representatives from Mongolia.
Yes.
The first MWI representatives from Mongolia to fight in major international tournaments such as this. Of course, obviously they wanted that much better result getting into the playoffs maybe, but I think it's more things to look at positively than negatively. Like, look at the small wins than the big losses. I feel like it's the best things that we could say now for WOW GG, and we would like to thank WOW GG for their efforts in MWI this year.
Because everyone started somewhere, right?
And that means that we're gonna actually see key crushing right now, right? Are we possibly to actually see it right now? Do you think so? Because now we're already seeing like a lot of players are... Oh no, not yet, is it? I'm actually kind of confused as well. I'm wondering if, with this being said, that there's a lot of teams that we're already saying goodbye to.
Yeah.
And the fact that, I do agree on the notion where Rema have been talking about how they should be proud. Like, they're the first team ever to qualify, but it is also intense to see your own key to be crushed out, here at the international scene. So it's like a mixed feelings. But then again, coming into the recap of the Group A itself, now we're gonna say good luck to Team Vitality, who might actually meet off with those who are at the bottom, where Team Falcon meeting off with Twisted Mind that you already predicted. Can you predict my future too, please, Archana?
I think you will be very successful.
Amen.
You will get a very loyal and nice husband.
Amen.
But jokes aside, so we are still looking at the final ticket from Group A to make it to the knockout stages, with Team Vitality already securing that one.
Yeah. Well, nature of the competition, of course, but for now, let's just congratulate the two teams that will still have a chance to fight for that final slot. Looking at the Group B, of course, let's recap Team Liquid. Very clean run, although Na'Vi MWI gave them a run for their money. And Na'Vi MWI will have to once again go up against Gaming Gladiators, who will try to change history, avoid getting swept by Na'Vi MWI, so that maybe this time they can make it to the playoffs yet again for MWI. Group C, though.
We're looking at Group C right now, and so far Na'Vi PH have been the ones to really go all the way here. And I was quite surprised that Terror Queens was able to get a game over from Na'Vi PH. So it really just goes to show that all these regions from around the world, not just the developed regions in the MLBB women's scene, they're quickly catching up.
And even more impressive is that Terror Queens was able to win a very crucial game number 2, coming off of a completely dominating Na'Vi PH game number 1, where the overall vibe was, it seems like Terror Queens are just gonna get swept here. But no, they gave Na'Vi PH a run for their money.
I mean, the fact that you just run off from that quickest game ever to beat out the record itself. But going into the Group D as well, talking about how Foot Esport, they actually was trying to actually do their best here to fought off with the Onyx, that we're going to actually see it soon. It's going to actually come out after this. But at the moment, Dream Max girls who are going to meet off with Rising Ridge to get to that lower bracket. So it could be also another history, or probably a deja vu that we've seen from the upper bracket before.
Once again, MWI at EWC far from over. Still a lot of qualification matches ongoing, especially today. And yeah, we are back here for another qualification match. This time it's Foot Esports on your screens right now. You gotta love seeing this vibe. Them just enjoying in the waiting areas.
I think that's actually one of the traditional turkey dance I've seen before, that you actually have someone to lead on. Probably usually it's always the guys who dance it, and there's one person who lead it off. And this is the same thing that we are seeing from the girls itself, from Mieko as well as Unohana.
That's incredibly wholesome. This probably has to go up there in our most wholesome moments for MWI at EWC 25.
I think there was like one backroom shot that we saw a single coach was celebrating alone. I hope that goes in. That was yesterday. I forgot which team it was though, but
I mean,
I love that. It was like, yeah, but he was all alone. It's like, no.
High-fiving the walls. I mean, sometimes it is what it is.
It's like, my daily life.
Excuse me, your daily life?
What?
Am I not your friend? Am I not always there for you,
okay,
Echana?
At least now, here on this panel, you have Fasha Bunny to high-five. You don't have to high-five the wall, so we're good.
So that's what it feels like. I love it.
I know you're popular. I know you have friends. Don't mess with me.
Girl, you're an artist.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Guys, match.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yes, of course.
Match, yeah.
All right, coming up next, we do have Onyx and Foot fighting it out. Again, we sort of teased it earlier. Foot against Rising Rage was brawl-filled. By that, we mean it was just a lot of team fights. Even in the moments where you thought a team wouldn't fight, they still went for it. Do you think that will be surprising for Onyx to deal with? Or because of where Onyx plays in Southeast Asia, for them it's like, no, we'll punish this?
Let's just put it this way.
Okay.
What is PH known for?
What? Excuse me?
What is PH known for? What style? Micro or macro?
Macro.
Oh, macro.
Yes.
What is Indonesia known for?
Micro.
So brawls.
Yeah, the team fights.
Right. So who keeps winning every single international tournament?
The fans.
Oh. Right. Okay.
No, it's Philippines.
It's the Philippines, exactly. So I don't think that it would take them by surprise, because we've seen in a lot of situations, especially in the game, if these brawl-heavy playstyles don't go according to their plan and they keep fighting, the advantage goes a lot bigger.
Yeah.
And then if Onyx can look for more macro plays around the map, look for trades, maybe play for the side lanes instead of the neutral objectives, then that's when we start to see, the brawl stuff kind of fail, and that just feels bad because I'm from Indo.
All right. You know what? I will not be laughing at that. But I want to get more Fafasha Bunny's takes on this after this, because to help contextualize what we've been talking about for Onyx and how their macro might just be the edge that they'll need against Foot Esports, let's hear their comms from yesterday.
Tunggu dong, tunggu minionnya lewatin gua, bisa nggak? Oke, gua
Udah, tahan dulu.
Boleh.
Makan aja sini. Makan aja,
mati dia.
makan. Damage kita gede banget, Cok.
Nice, bisa lanjut dah. Angela, Purif. Orang aja sini. Gacor, Cil.
Cil, men.
Nice. Gacor, Cil. Jangan di KS.
Enggak di KS.
Gacor ya, gacor.
Nice, Cil. Let's go, Cil.
Capek gua.
Nice.
GG, semek pertama, bro. Tos.
Aku percaya aja sih sama teman-teman aku. Kita main as a team, bukan as a individual, tapi kita main benar-benar percaya satu sama lain aja. Dan teman-teman juga percaya sama aku.
Okay, so I love how you were talking about the macro there for Onyx. And yes, that highlighted the awesome play by Yippee, getting the first Savage for this year's MWI 2025. But the very first line from the comms was, wait for the minions to pass me. That means they are on that level now, that for them to look into getting kills first or winning fights first, they're looking at the minions, they're looking at the macro.
Exactly, and it's surprising because technically they can be considered newcomers here coming to MWI, but the fact is, they were reunited under the Onyx Pertiwi, or Onyx rather, banner, but these girls have experience under their belt and they also have a very experienced coach to guide and lead them.
And the fact that I love that clip literally show how much supportiness coming in from their side, because they give that opportunity to Yippee to get a 7. Go, get it Yippee. We know, we're just gonna let it out, because the fact is you could actually get it, any one of them, because they got 3 players, was already down on the line itself, and they can actually give it out for any one of it. But they say, no, Yippee, we want you to get that Savage title right on the dot. And she was the first one to even get it here on MWI.
Yeah, so it's time now to highlight Yippee from yesterday. Show off some incredible micro decision making from the gold laner of Onyx, who of course did secure that Savage from yesterday. All right, so let's look on over now to this moment. This is the Claude. Okay, so this is the game where she got the Savage. And yeah, you can really see here the order that Onyx is looking for in terms of their team fighting. Again, with the Claude instantly being able to penetrate into the back lines and just ruin the formation of DreamHack's girls.
And I love the fact, because we don't see a lot of Claude in the meta, but the fact is, because Yippee is so versatile as a player, she's able to really master several different heroes. We're looking at the Maniac right now, and this was the moment where the Savage really hit through. But other than the Savage, the way that she was using the Claude was, I think, really, really smart, right? She waits for the proper opening to use her Blazing Duet to make sure that the impact of her damage is there. And I believe that she was able to get her first 3 items very quickly as well. So it's a interesting take, and whether or not it will actually be seen once again against that lane. And this is another moment where she's on a different hero to carry.
Yeah, and I think this is where the fine part that we did talk about how DreamHack's girls, their drafting was really unorthodox. We were questioning like Leslie, and not only that, we even talked about how there's a lot of things that they wanted to counter out to the side of Team Onyx, that it wasn't even favorable, and there were so many other heroes that you could have picked up, but it ended up not even going into their favor, and it was backfired.
Now, the one thing I really wanted to highlight in that particular situation is the fact that in the lane, it looked like Yippee was kind of struggling on the carry against the Leslie. So she was in a laning phase that really didn't favor her, but she was still able to pull through, get those item power spikes, and the fact of the matter is the carry does so much better and has a better impact in team fights as compared to the Leslie.
Yeah, looking back at those highlights, Foot Esports, if they are going to continue fighting a lot, especially in moments where we'll be surprised that they do decide to fight, they're going to have to play the best MLBB fighting playstyle that they've ever played if they want to secure that playoff slot. It's Onyx from Indonesia. It's Foot Esports from Turkey. Let's welcome in back to the stage Sandstorm and Cheryl to welcome our 2 teams.
3 teams have locked in their spot in the knockout stage of MWI 2025. One more team has an opportunity to do exactly that and get themselves the best journey possible and continue to fight for that trophy and to fight to be crowned the queens of MWI and the queens of MLBB.
That's absolutely right. Now, tears are shed today, tears of joy and tears of sorrow. Over on the other hand, we have seen 3 teams that we bid adieu right here at the MWI, and we will be seeing one more team leaving the stage without heading over to playoffs. Now we're going to be jumping straight into the last series of the day, and we will be seeing which team will emerge victorious and continue their competition tournament. So we're so excited, and with that, let's jump into the very first team. It's Onyx time. The Indonesian debutants who have proved that all teams from their region are worthy of being labeled as a powerhouse. Led by Yippee, who made headlines yesterday after claiming the first Savage of this year's tournament. They're looking unstoppable en route to claiming the top seed of their group.
And on the opposing side, their competitors hailing from Turkey, it's Foot Esports! The Turkish representative introduced themselves with a convincing sweep against Rising Rage. This may be their debut at MWI, but they have shown that they can go up against the most established regions. The question is, can they continue this momentum and deliver an upset and get themselves into the knockout stage? One more series to wrap up the day. One more spot in the knockout stages on the line. Who will be able to take it? Is it going to be the Turkish representatives, or is it indeed going to be Onyx time?
Now, you have no chance to, even hesitate, because the Land of Dawn moves quick and swift and takes away your dreams. And with that, let's jump straight into the studio to find out more. Take it away, guys.
We're seeing on your screens right now Foot Esports, and the very first player showed off there, Uno Hana, seems to be one of the focal points for this team.
Yeah, definitely, because Uno Hana was acknowledged by Sigaboom from Aurora MSC itself, and he even talked about how Uno Hana's playstyle could actually be able to join into the male division itself. So that gives some acknowledgement to the side of team Foot Esports itself.
Yeah, to put it simply, Sigaboom said she's really, really good.
She's captain too.
And she's the captain of the squad as well. Meanwhile, for Onyx, it seems like Sev is a bit of a prophet, because Sev, the jungler, did warn the world to watch out for Yippee.
And the world saw exactly what she meant, right? First Savage at MWI here this year, and it's just another bout of amazing, exceptional gameplay from this team. Macro, they got it. Micro, they got it. So I do agree with Sandstorm that it's going to take everything. There's going to be very little room for mistake for Foot if they want to be the ones to go ahead to the playoffs first.
All right, so let's look at the Onyx more in depth. We've talked about Yippee, of course, that's Savage, but we do also have to acknowledge one of the major storylines yesterday for Sev is being able to play really well on the Assassins, which she did. But I feel like Livy, Poe, and Navalera also needs a lot of focus for them as well.
It's a star-studded team here in Onyx. I mean, yesterday they won a complete sweep against the DreamHack girls from Latam, and it averaged only, 12 to 13 minutes? So we know that they can pull off really crazy things, and they pull it very quickly. Another thing to highlight is the fact they brought in the Kaja and Carry combo, a combo that we haven't seen in quite some time. But now we know, and the world knows, and Foot should know that they can pull it off as well.
and the fact that, you know, they definitely very confident enough to Yippee. Yippee, the youngest of all inside their team, right?
The bocil.
So the maknae. Okay, if Korean is maknae, so if Indonesia is bochi, they call her bocil. So that shows how much potential. If you could put so much trust to your adik, to your bocil, to your little sister, that's probably the reason why Team Onyx itself is just on another level.
Oh yeah, that adds another layer. That's why they were so willing to give her the Savage. We saw on the comms earlier, no kill ceiling, because they wanted their little sister to get the first Savage of the tournament. That is incredibly wholesome. Let's look more now into the roster of Foot Esports. Of course, we've discussed their captain Unohana, but of course the other members of Foot as well deserves focus equally to their captain, Mireia, Zendaya, Nora, and Mieko.
I mean, Footballers, that was the last or previous name they had before they actually reformed into a Foot Esport itself. They were formed by Unohana. They were formed to the fact that they are the best players to play it off on the Queen's Cup, right? But then again, this is the question of Foot Esport fighting off with the micro plays that will be put out by Team Onyx. They are too brawly. They only want to go for the AOE focus centered of team fight itself. But is it going to be enough to point that, like Eterna already talked about, you leave behind your objective, you forget about your sideline, or even try to pull in to get those mid lane push, or to make sure to give all those attention to your enemy? Will that actually become the falter of Foot Esports?
That's what I really wanted to touch on, right? Because I think you put it really well. Brawl is fine, fighting is fine, but what's next, right? What are they going to be able to utilize, and how will they be able to utilize that to their advantage on the map? It's good to have kills, but what are they trading it for? Are they trading it for a tower? Are they trading it for an objective? Are they trading it over something else? Because looking at their past matches, 19 to 21 minutes, these are quite late game games that we're looking at, and I'm just worried that if they don't learn from the mistakes yesterday, these kinds of things can be capitalized over by a disciplined team like Onyx.
Yeah, that's a lot of brawls. If that's 19 to 21 minutes, that is a lot of fighting. But instead of looking at it in that certain aspect, that going up against a very disciplined team that knows the macro really well, there have been so many moments in MLBB esports history where even some of the most incredibly disciplined teams, macro-focused teams, lose to the teams that just fight better. So maybe that's the edge that Foot Esports have, that they are incredibly confident with their sheer mechanical ability. And if you want to take away one of the best heroes that just eats up so much damage that he doesn't care about your mechanics, you definitely have to ban out the Uranus.
And the fact that Mieko was the only one who had the total kills lead collectively throughout our first day itself shows that Team Foot Esport, they want to go all out. They already confident with Mieko having so much damage. So probably those are the things also Onyx will probably focus more, right?
So, excuse me, repeat that again? Mieko had the most kills from day one?
Yeah.
Collectively. All right, so we're going to have to watch out for the KDA here of Mieko, the gold lane of Foot Esports, to see if she can replicate her leaderboard leading performance from yesterday. Onyx takes away the YSS and the Phobius. Actually, two heroes that play very well for teams that love to fight Eterna.
Yeah, exactly. Huge respect coming over. You guys mentioned earlier on, I think the better coin to use is Foot can be tempo breakers. So
I like that. That.
They're eliminating these tempo breaker potential heroes, right? YSS has been eliminated, so maybe putting Mireia in a position where, all right, maybe I'm forced onto something that I'm not as comfortable on. Technically, the Pharsa also does make sense here, right? Pharsa is a really good hero in the early game to regain that control of the early game because of her early burst damage and her mobility. So very wise here, but let's see the next ban.
Okay. You know, I'm really hoping that we get a game that just... Hopefully we get to see Foot Esports take a game. Because I really just want to see that shock value moment of, wow, here's the rest of the world expecting Onyx to just be able to run away with this. Here's Foot Esports really showing why they fight, because they're really good at it. So are they going to ban things like maybe the Kimi or the Baksha? Even? They can even surprise and take away the... Okay, they ban away the Baksha. Kimi should be available. I think they might have their eyes set on picking up the Badang if you're Foot Esports.
Okay. Kimi Badang is an option if you're in the side of Onyx. What other hero? Do they want to take away the Fredrin this early? Oh
Oh, they go for the 1-1. Oh,
Hey,
boys and
there's a Farsa band, that's one, but the Irithel is open, yeah.
So I guess they're confident. I mean, in the end, like, we know for a fact that there's a possibility, even though that Irithel might not be taken yet, if, for example, Food Esports says like not the priority, because again, we've talked about how they want to be aggressive. Irithel-wise is more like a late game or mid game itself, so that does not converse or to I say like suitable with how the team of Food Esports always plays. So again, this is a really good read coming in from Onyx.
Okay, with the 1-1 across the board. Hey, Fredrin, you mentioned Fredrin coming in early, so Food Esports, as a team that do love to fight, they picked up two very strong heroes for the utility, but this is actually deceptively a very aggressive option because Fredrin and Juicin past level 4 will be invading a lot if they have the tempo.
Zetian,
sorry, excuse me, not Juicin.
Guys, I'm sorry. I'm tunnel visioning on this 1-1 pick because this has got to be a bait, right? By Coach Chico.
Yeah.
Are they baiting the 1-1 pick? And if they are baiting the Irithel pick, and if they are baiting the Irithel pick, why? How do you capitalize over an Irithel pick?
I mean, it sort of feels like that Onyx already foresaw that Fredrin might be coming out of Foot Esports early on. So they preemptively went for the 1-1. Suyo against a Fredrin is actually still okay. Not A-okay, okay. It's not going to be the easiest job, but you're not going to be completely stomped here by the Fredrin. I do like that the Onyx picked up the Gata Kacha at least to help protect the center of the map.
Oh yeah, definitely. And you know for a fact that when it comes to AoE, Food always wants to make sure that they have the benefits or the advantage against to the Onyx. So Onyx want to make sure that they can contain that. They make sure that whatever aggressiveness that you want to pull out, they'll be able to pull through. But now, with the last pick coming in from Food Esports, they have Kalia as a pick-up hero.
Okay, so they do have setup for their team fights for Foot, but this leaves the option to ban the Irithel here in the second phase. Now, I was looking back at the drafts coming in through from Coach Asmo for Foot, and maybe they were denying the Harith pick. Maybe that's why the 1-1 came through.
Okay, could be a possibility. I mean, you did mention the Harith earlier with how it's looking right now. Harith could have been very good for Foot, considering that they do need more magic damage with the Zetia not providing enough, and they need those strong options of burst damage that isn't just the Fredrin. So that could be the possibility here.
Oh, agreed, definitely. And the fact that now they're already focusing on all the mid laners, trying to take it out. Kimi with a really good clearance, and they know for a fact that Jushin with giving so much pressure on picking off or making sure that giving a lot of disturbance on the river area. Those are the things that Foot Esports want to make sure to take out the ability from Onyx Esports itself.
Okay, so we're seeing here that Foot Esports is at least putting a lot of priority in controlling the center of the map, Eterna.
Yes. I'm looking at the Irithel. The Irithel should be banned here. And another thing coming to the second phase with the 1-1 being picked up in the gold lane is maybe we might be seeing another potential Kaja pick. Flex the Gatot into the EXP lane. That is an option, right? There is a 1-1 Kaja combination that we do see coming through, but there goes the Irithel. So now, what do Foot prioritize here?
Considering that they don't see enough, they might want some range. Farsa's already gone, but you are not gonna Eve in this scenario. Running out of mid laners in my head, considering that they also banned the Zed. They already have the Zed. Okay, they get range, good damage.
Oh yeah, good damage.
Yeah, that covers it. Strong basic attack, strong burst as well. The Swiss Army knife of Marksman makes it on the board, and I like it.
Huge combination as well with the Kalia, right? It's a modern day Beatrix Franco, right? With the Kalia not being as strict with the single target. So there are opportunities for that one crazy big play of burst damage from the Beatrix as well.
I like it. So, yeah, looking at Foot, I get it now. Like, I haven't been able to capture games yesterday, but just seeing their draft, the fact that they pick up the Beatrix just goes to show they do love to fight. and they do love the pick-off. I like the condition checking that they have here. Interesting pick here on the Zask and CC, Fasha.
I mean, yeah. Okay, probably because, you know, with the ability of Zaz itself, the stun, giving a lot of pressure on the movement of Foot Esports itself. And this is where the fine line, they say, like, you want to go for aggression, we want to slow you down as much as possible, making sure that you're not going to be able to pass through us. There's going to be a very difficult barrier on the line for Team Foot Esports to fight with Onyx.
Yeah, and Turner, you mentioned earlier Foot Esports, maybe they just like to play as tempo breakers, but Onyx ended up with a major tempo breaker in the Zask. That Fasha Bunny mentioned. Hilda as a last pick, real quick here. Turner, what are your thoughts?
I think it's okay, right? They have the aggression set forth. Hilda will go into the EXP lane, I believe. So there should be moments in the early stage of the game where we do see that the Hilda be very invasive. It's not as great against the CC, but I guess if the Hilda just focuses on clearing, rotates, it should be okay.
All right, that's it for us. Let's go on over to Joseph Naisu Rezbek and Alexandra Brigida Ramos.
Thank you so much for Renmar, Santa Cruz, and the panel once again for breaking it down. In this matchup that we had ahead of us, it's going to be a brawl here. Brigida, once again, I'm Naisu, and this is Brigida, and we're here to bring you the last match, the last best of 3 that we have for you guys here at Day 2 for MWI at EWC. Brigida, what do you think of the drafts here?
I'm thinking that teams are starting to really pick up on other teams and the strategies that they've been showing us so far. This is the second Zask that I'm seeing for today. Earlier, it nearly got the win.
Yeah.
But this is Onyx we're talking about. And even in the previous matches we saw them play, it really doesn't seem like they care that much about the sequencing and all that. It's just that they want to go for whatever they want to pick, and they have this plan in mind to go with it.
Yeah, it's funny how it works too. The Zask, you know, dropping down the little Johnny, I was like to call it, helps with the leash to start things off early on. So Sev gets this very minor advantage in terms of rotation to go ahead and work with. Oh, whoa, Navilera getting poked down quite a bit. This is the strength of the Hilda, though, that we've actually seen a couple of times already, though, mid lane.
Oh, actually very low. Sev joins in, though, and gets first blood against Nora. So just as we thought Foot Esports was getting the slight advantage in that fight, Sev was actually there.
Yeah, again, we'll take a quick look at the emblems here. First blood on the board for Onyx, though. And that's the thing you want to watch out for. Yippee especially, very aggressive up here in this matchup. 1-1 versus the Beatrix.
Yeah, he seemed to wait for that perfect opportunity and timing to use the Inspire because it's a common trend for 1-1s in the early game, but that's a surprise. So Livy, even though yes, that's a Zask, you would expect that the spawns would be placed in areas which would potentially keep her safe. That did not happen. She was taken out in the mid lane, and now Ziv might just be next. There's the Revitalize, however, but then Foot Esports, they've been playing the early game pretty well.
This is what we heard about them, you know, their matches yesterday that were on Stream B. We know that they like to fight, kind of ignore objectives if they have to, and just duke it out. So you're seeing that aggression early on. Onyx the same, but no. Valera might be in trouble. Sev here to help this out. Unohana taking quite a bit of damage. She's going to have to actually flicker on out, too. This all fight for that first turtle. Looks like Onyx trying to get control of it. Not entirely their favor just yet. Quite tanky here for Foot Esports.
Everyone's so poked down already, and the fight or the actual turtle fight hasn't even started just yet, but it might just start now. Fury of the Phoenix already committed, and there's the title or the title strike committed onto Nora as well. Now they actually get to fight on their terms. It seems like Onyx were just waiting for the perfect opportunity. Mireia, how did she get out of this? She does not.
That's a 3-0 already for Sev on the Suyo. That is going to be difficult to deal with if she continues to snowball like this. And again, you always kind of remember that when that Suyo does come into play in a match, the amount of mobility, the amount of kind of finesse that hero can actually bring to a match, you know, to catch people or to escape with the kit of Suyo is tough to deal with in general. Now, if you snowball on top of that, it gets even more troublesome like this.
Oh, speaking of snowball, This is another kill going into the hands of Sev, making that an early 4-0 KDA. Dominator's Descent committed onto Mako, but somehow gets to reposition. They will not be fighting Onyx right now, but that's enough space. Onyx just simply wants to go for the turret.
Power with the emotes here too, just showcasing how tanky that she can be, even with this passive for the Ganakacha and the Revitalize. We've seen that be clutch in a couple of the early skirmishes already. Yeko might be in trouble here though if they actually commit to this.
Oh, but they're going after Mireia instead.
Oh no.
Now they try to burst down the Fredrin and they successfully do, but look at that, Nabiliera joins the fight as well. Crossbow attack committed by Yippee, but the damage might not be enough just yet. Mako gets a trade onto Livian Pogo. Nabiliera left alone, and Nora with a title strike. They take down 3 from Onyx.
I guess Nabiliera thought, you know, she could handle it, or at least the rest of the team would be there, but unfortunately they got cut off too from the response from Foot Esports. We'll take a look at the instant replay, exactly how this played out. Again, they find the target, Zendaya goes down from the crossbow of Tang too, but they choose to fight under this tier 2 turret. They do burn a couple of flickers, but again, Yippee couldn't actually enter that side of the turret because it was already gonna basically take her out if she committed to that. So again, you know, maybe a little bit of a mistake and an overstep from Nabiliera, but still, nonetheless, they hold on to a 1K gold lead. Turtle, second one of the game, is now up, and Foot Esports will go ahead and focus on the buff here. They are probably just going to go ahead and fight this out. You can see the rotation already being called in. Yippee making her way down. She picked up the Haas Claw, so she's got that bit of sustainability now, if she can actually get some of these hits off here. But this might be a hard one. Nora doesn't have a flicker, so she can't force that combination with the Tsunami Slam. All this, once again, for the objective, the focus. Yippee just poking down Yeko. So very aggressive, but they might have control of this Brigada.
There goes the curtain call and the AOG combo, and Sev successfully takes the turtle before they commit into this fight. Dominator's Descent is also there as well, but the penetrate, the damage isn't much just yet. Nabiliera still trying to chase after Mieko, but the passive, Zendaya somehow saves their gold laner. Unohana, though, is left alone here, but will be able to reposition under the turret.
Not much Unohana can do there. Just taking a gander at what's going on, the aftermath of that fight, unfortunately. She's gonna poke down Livy though. Oh, okay, never mind. She can do what she wants to do.
Now she's actually able to do something. That was a trade that took long enough for Foot Esports, but at least they didn't go out of that fight empty-handed. Now Sev successfully takes a turret, which kind of doubles the advantage Onyx was able to take in the past few minutes. Oh, never mind. Triple that. They were able to get that top lane turret too.
Flicker burn too in the mid lane from Zendaya. So that's the power once again of the, you know, just the pokes that even Suyo can showcase here. So a lot of space. Jumps to safety.
No way.
She's fine.
She's still able to get out of that. I mean, I guess they already committed like majority of their crowd control. Wasn't able to chain it in a way that could deny her of the AOG though, but the fight might still proceed here. Unohana is the target, and the crossbow of Tang. Good Esports, they should be thanking this wall, because if it weren't for that wall, Yippee still could have went in, but Mieko somehow falls. Sev commits right onto the turret. There's still the Dominator's Descent as well, but then Livy, she might get punished here. Fortunately though, is able to get away.
On top of that, Yippie's gonna pick up the Malefic Gun, so a little extra range, but I don't even know if they need that range. They seem to just choose the fights everywhere, even under the turret.
Wait a minute. Even though there was a slight disconnect, they were able to bring down Nabiliera under the turret, so they get to secure the kill. Yippee though might just be the next target for Unohana, but there are several members of Onyx trying to keep her safe. They're able to ride away the members of Foot Esports. Now Sev is currently godlike. Unohana still gets to survive, but Mireia might not, and is taken down as well by Onyx. Yippee still trying to go for it, but we'll respect the damage of Foot Esports for now.
This is a fight. We've got 8 minutes in. Just a back and forth between these skirmishes, this full-on team fights that eventually go in the favor of Onyx because of how they approach the fights. It's Foot Esports really trying to, you know, find these moments where they get these windows of opportunity. But again, as the instant replay, we see this. The crossbow of Tang is set up perfectly, and then transitioning into this fight where they have control. They can't catch Yippee because of the movement, but also in the jungle right now. Paula's taken out.
it's been brawls here and there for both Onyx
They don't
and Foot
stop.
Esports. They're not stopping, and I feel like Foot Esports, somehow they're still doing a great job. They're trying to keep up with the way Onyx is playing this aggressively, because that kind of denies Onyx of just immediately going for the conversions, because then Foot Esports, they just keep trying to force fights. And it's not like they can't keep up. They somehow find ways to answer back, but it's just that Onyx, they seem to be the team who gets to execute the team fights a lot more better whenever it does break out.
I think one of the difficult things here for Foot Esports is to really catch Yippee, and then it's kind of they have to focus on either that or Sev, because both of them just have so much mobility to work around with here. Uh-oh.
Was that the right choice? Gabriela committed the curtain pull onto Zendaya, and now she's the first to get taken out, but the crossbow of stacks. We're already there. Yippee, though, the damage might not just be enough.
Oh, Nora.
So Foot Esports, Nora jumps in. They might want to proceed with the fight, but
Sev
for
in the back.
now, they have to acknowledge the presence of Sev, and they will just try to defend this turret.
She takes a shot too. You saw the angle Seth came through, and you don't have anything to do but respond with a flicker. So that battle spell being burnt down. 20 seconds away from the Lord here. The Valera is going to be back up. Wind of Nature now picked up for a defensive item for Yippee. So they will go ahead and make their way to get in the positioning here. As we take a quick look as well for Foot Esports. Again, they're not, I wouldn't say it's too much of a ask to see them try to contest. If they really wanted to, they could probably approach that fight, but one of the biggest parts of it is, again, if they get caught out, and you can see this, the blitz on the Lord, they plan to just take that tier 1, it looks like. So they just go for the tier 1. Foot Esports will get ready for the defense here. But still, I think the biggest thing is Nora. Nora is trying to get these pickups, right? Trying to use the Tsunami Slams. But the problem is once that's used, it's like she's automatically going to go down, right? And then once she's gone, the rest of the team has to rely on who? Unahana, maybe Miria on the Fredrin, if she can help that. But even so, as tanky as they're supposed to be, they're just kind of overloaded.
And another thing to worry about is, I guess, Nora, I mean, at this point only has the Oracle based on the last time we saw the item, so there's no Radiant Armor whatsoever, but still, they successfully go for the setup. There's the Fury of the Phoenix committed as well, but the crossbow of Tang already takes her down, just as mentioned here by Naisu, an immediate -1 for Foot Esports.
I said, Nora, that is a tough position to be in. She knows she has to do that, but as soon as she does, she's gone. So now the shield's gonna pop in the mid. Next focus here is the top. They should still be able to hold on though to the base turrets unless something goes really wrong here again. Dominator's Ascent isn't used, so trying to hold on to that mid lane.
It's just the curtain call for now. They're not gonna fully commit. There's still other waves coming in from the top lane as well, and this is gonna be a very successful take for Onyx Philippines. They took out 2. I said Philippines, but the crossbow of Tang once again coming in from Yippee. Unohana's the only casualty they got from that fight, but they got 2 inhibitor turrets alongside that.
They might look to end it here. I mean, they got a wave pushing in. There's the AOG.
Finally, they use it, but the title strike to somehow deny power of the aggression. But look at that! Sev immediately taking out 2. The Fury of the Phoenix might just save for Esports, but it's a triple after all. Coming in from Livy. Zendaya did her best though, and might have just somehow prolonged this fight.
Might have prolonged it. Again, Yippee is still up. She's gonna go ahead and stay in the base here, but I don't think she can push this in. Whoa!
How was Yippee able to do that? And she got the stacks again! Unohana falls, and now, currently, Yippee, legendary, putting an end to game number 1.
Today, we've seen these gold laners make the decisive decision to go forward and end things if they have to. This time around, it's Yippee from Onyx here. And even with that, what a phenomenal game overall. 10,000 nearly gold lead that they held on to in a quick game. And it looked like, again, you know, in some moments, Foot Esports, they were willing to brawl it out. They were willing to fight in a lot of those moments early on, all the way to the late game.
They actually were. Like, they barely let an entire minute or 2 pass without any fights happening. And it's just so unfortunate, but the confidence was there. So maybe, right?
Let's see what our studio panelists have to say about game number 1.
All right, people weren't kidding. Foot Esports loves to brawl. They love to fight. And Onyx, they matched that. They didn't just focus on the macro. They said, we will fight you. Yes, we'll trade a lot, but we'll win the objective takes.
And that's the thing, right? Because even though we saw that aggression coming through from Foot, it felt like the gold disparity didn't really reflect what we were looking at on screen. I think a big highlight goes on to Sev. Despite all that aggression, that damage coming through from the early stage of the game from Foot, she still remained consistent with her farming pattern, was still able to get the neutral objectives down, and eventually in these other neutral objective takes that happened after, I think around first turtle, she still had an exceptional amount of XP gap amongst the junglers.
And the fact that I love how Onyx just mirrors out the team and be able to actually outplay themselves. That's the point of it. When it comes to that, the team was able to read out, you want to play brawl? We play brawl, but we'll do it even better. And that's how the team was just having a hard time by Foot Esports even try to fight it out.
Nothing too crazy here in the emblem selections. Very run-of-the-mill. Of course, you saw Mieko try to, similar to a lot of the Beatrixes that we've seen here and there in the past few months, picking up the Master Assassin to just see if they can get an early lead. But yet again, Yippee continues to shine. She continues to be golden here for MWI. 0 deaths, and the same goes for Sev. The 2 main damage dealers for Onyx were untouchable.
Yeah, unable to be taken down, which was quite interesting because you would think that with the Kalea being picked after the 1-1, you would think that the Kalea would have a lot more opportunities to take the 1-1 down because the 1-1 naturally would not be able to pick up Purify. And yet, even in that particular scenario, it didn't look like Nora was able to find that ground-breaking tsunami slam either way. Was it like target allocation that was a little off, or did you think that Onyx were the ones to kind of make sure that that never happened?
Well, I think quite clearly. I don't know about you, Fasha, but for me, it was like Foot Esports definitely could have picked their moments better.
I agree with the latter one. I think that Onyx was just doing a really good positioning. They see like, you're not gonna touch Yippee. No way at all. We had like Zas with so much stun. You had Gato Kacha with the avatar of the Guardian just guarding it out, especially with the fact that Zap is just doing well. You can sustain on her own to a point that Team Foot Esports couldn't do anything to break those front lines.
Yeah, and to be fair with how Onyx played with Livy, Navilera, and even Poe all sharing 4 deaths, and with the 2 main damage dealers being untouchable, it shows in the numbers for Onyx that, okay, Poe, Livy, Navi, you're gonna be up front, you're gonna be taking the deaths, but just make sure that our main damage dealers are alive and we're gonna be okay. And I think maybe that's what surprised Foot Esports. The moments where I had a very vocal reaction of like, Nora, why would you decide to go for that target? But in her eyes, it looks like it was a good target. But no, Onyx were just using their key members as bait.
Exactly, because in that particular game, I was like, Navilera, why are you always so forward? Why are you going a little too aggressive when there's no backup? But it turns out that was exactly the plan, right? As soon as Navilera comes down, unfortunately, Foot Esports came in with a composition that was so reliant on resources. So once all those resources were all baited out to take down Navilera, then we see that Yippee was able to fly with the crossbow of Tang and deal out the damage on the important members. And I think that happened over and over and over again.
And the fact that they've been allowing Unohana to do, say like, you know what, let's just be us 4, we can take care of ourselves. But then Unohana was all alone. They needed that backup. You know, they were depending on Unohana to do those, at least push on her own lane. But then again, it was not enough. You need that Unohana. You need Unohana's Hilda to make sure that you can sustain at that most time. And those are the crucial things about Foot Esports was just overlooked.
Yeah. Very clearly by the end of the game, Onyx were making SN bank, but Foot Esports were making money as well, just through sheer volume of kills in the game that they were getting. And I'm surprised, I rarely get to see that, but you see it just really hits a point of diminishing returns on the amount of kills you're getting and trading, that at some point you're gonna have to take the lead, and if until you don't have the lead, you really cannot give deaths anymore.
That's why we were so concerned about that, right? Okay, we know that this is a team that is aggressive. This is a team that knows where to look for the resources. The big question is, where is the conversion going to happen? We didn't see that in game number 1. I hope, again, that gets repaired through game number 2 if they're looking to force a game number 3 from Onyx.
Oh, I mean, definitely. Because again, this is all about how they want to actually put out for the next one. Because brawl-wise, again, you've done it yesterday. It was successful. This is the same storyline that we talked about when it comes to Team Falcon. Are you going to keep on with the same draft, or is it a time for you to adapt and change things around?
Yeah, a little bit of nugget of wisdom here in my very pure and sporadic experiences with being able to consult for teams. It's a very important, nice little quote that I learned in the past. The question is not why do we fight? The question is what is worth fighting for?
Ooh.
Right? So maybe in just a bit, we're gonna discuss a little bit more about the previous game, but I think we have a very important report from Rose right now.
Hey guys, welcome back to another Reporter Hit. You are still here with Bros. Now, over at Stream B, we have just wrapped up a pretty long series of 2-1. And unfortunately, WoW GG's journey in MWI ends here today. However, I actually have a very charming and still happy Ayami with me. Hello, Ayami. How are you doing?
Hi, I'm good. Thank you.
Okay, now Ayami, I know it is your first time in MWI. Maybe you could share a little bit about your experience here with us.
Okay. This stage is my first ever stage, like MWI. It's so, and I gained so much experience. I made a lot of great friends, and that's it. It's it's so hot in here. Like, I'm burning. Oh, it's so hot. And I come back next year and strong.
Yes, we hope to see you come back again stronger. Yes, I hope to see you again next year, okay, Ayami? Now, maybe just one final thing. Now, this one, I want you to say it in your dialect, in your local tongue, okay? Is there anything you want to say to all the fans back at home?
Yeah, back. Тэгэхээр энэ хүртэл ингээд дэмжиж ирсэн, энэ хүртэл ингээд үзээд дэмжиж сууж байгаа хүмүүстээ маш их баярлалаа. Манай багийг дэмжиж чаад баярлалаа. Энэ жил ингээд анхны тэмцээнээрээ ингээд ер нь бол MWI-ийн тэмцээнээр ингээд стейж дээр ингээд байж байгаа гэдэг бол үнэхээр амар том бахархал миний хувьд ингээд Монгол улсаа төлөөлөөд дараа жил ч гэсэн ер нь бол буцаж гарч ирээд бүр илүү хүчтэйгээр ингээд Монгол улсынхаа нэрийг бүр илүү өндөрт өргөх гэж хичээнэ. Тэгэхээр ингээд энэ хүртэл дэмжиж ирсэнд баярлалаа. Дараагийн тэмцээнд маань амжилт хүсээрэй. Баярлалаа. Гэрээхэндээс амар их баярлалаа. Bye.
Oh, so cute. Now, I'm pretty sure Ayami is saying thank you for all the love and support that you guys are pouring in from the home country. Now, actually, Ayami told me she has an announcement today.
I said yes.
She is engaged. You know what? She may have lost the match today. Show your ring. But she definitely won at something else. Now, look at that bling. Congratulations, Ayami. I hope you have an amazing married life coming ahead. Up next, we have Dream Max Gaming going up against Rising Rage. And with that, let us right back to the panel.
That, I think, is one of the biggest plot twists of MWI 2025. Ayami, thank you for the effort that you showed here in the tournament, but congratulations on the engagement.
That's so cute. Yeah. I don't think it's just MWI this year. Sorry, Fasha, but I think it's MWI history. I don't think we ever saw that on broadcast.
A proposal on the broadcast, like somebody being proposed
like from the girls.
Wait, did she get proposed to while she was here, or was that did she?
Yeah, that's what I want to know.
Or did she come here and she was already engaged? I feel like we need to know more.
Because the storyline could be like, you know, like if you could lost the match, but you win someone's heart. You win. You know.
All right. Well, we're gonna get to the analytical stuff later. Please bear for 1 minute of what is now a relationship podcast on broadcast. I'm kidding. I'm not gonna do that.
I live vicariously with the happiness of around people, okay? That's all, okay?
I got nervous for a bit because Renmar, as he was saying that, he was looking at me.
Oh.
It's like,
wait, what? Why?
Why?
I wasn't looking at you.
No, as in like, are you going to ask me when I'm going to, that's going to happen to me? Like, please, not on broadcast.
I didn't even think about that. Oh, look at that. Someone added something into our run of show. Hey, so Eterno, when are you going to, no, I'm not going to do that to you. Folks, the draft is going to show up in just a few minutes. So I think for Foot Esports, I am going to be the guy going, keep it up, keep fighting. But again, remember the question, what is worth fighting for? Pick your battles just a little bit more cleanly.
I I mean, yeah, because the fact is, the moment that you keep on using the same draft, the same gameplay, or even the same mindset itself, this is where the fine line that you're stuck in a rut. You're definitely stuck in a rut and you're not doing anything to fix or even improvise itself to fight off with not just Onyx, but the rest of the teams if you're ever going to meet off or able to go into another lane.
Yeah. If you want to take a good step forward, you gotta bring your best foot forward.
Team's been itching for a real fight. What did you eat for breakfast, Renmar?
I want to do.
You're on a roll.
We are in the same hotel, of course.
But doesn't mean that I take the same food, though. I have my own choice.
I take everything. Okay, so Joy and Phovius gets taken away by Foot Esports here. And the Kalea and the Yisun Shin. Are these, excuse me, please help me jog my memory. Are these the same bands?
No.
The two teams? Okay.
Kalea was not banned in that previous game, right? It was let through. So we're looking at a particular shade of respect coming through from Onyx here onto Foot, denying that away because technically this is one of the heroes that she has picked alongside the Gatot. So if the Gatot gets contested, well, the Gatot's actually banned out. So we're going to be seeing a debut pick in for Nora.
I mean, the fact that they put like a respect as well. Like, okay, so we have Onyx respecting the Kalea, even though it wasn't really that successful on the first run. But then again, they want to make sure that, no, you're not going to be able to go to the back lane. We're going to make sure that you at least have the least amount of pools of heroes for your own choice. But at the same time, when it comes to Foot Esports, they also put a respect on the line as well with that Gato Gacha. I mean, talking about how it was so defensive. It was to a point that there was nothing that Foot Esports could do.
Okay, so with the Kalea ban, it's Onyx showing that we do have something that we really want to protect and we don't want easy access to. But then again, we have to go back to what we mentioned about Onyx yesterday in their near religious devotion to controlling the center of the map and the river. We got to see Foot contest that, and the Kalea did somewhat slow it down to a certain extent. Just to a certain extent. But Foot Esports go with the arguably most contested pick right now in the Uranus, and hey, it's a Farsa and Badang for Onyx.
So now we know that obviously Onyx will have tools to kind of make do with that mid highlights. Can we call it that? Mid highlight coming in from this particular team. The Farsa is going to have a good time in the early stages of the game. I'm wondering how they're going to be able to contest against the Farsa. We've seen a Zetian kind of play into the Farsa. We've seen some Yves who technically is able to clear a little bit faster considering the cooldowns to her skills that are a lot quicker as compared to the Farsa. So that is something that they can consider. Now with the Uranus pick up, maybe we're looking at the Wanwan. Essentially, the Wanwan is still available. Oh wait, but the Irrital is still as well on the other side of the map.
And know that we also have Kimi still open up right now because we've been seeing a lot of the bans from Kimi as well, right? They've been denying. Kimi is one of the mid lanes that it has been from, like we've talked about, it's been years and years of Kimi being denied completely to a point that it gives a little bit of leeway from the rest of the teams. But with the actions coming in from Foot Esports, Ranger will be deprioritized as well as Suyo. I think this is a steal, definitely a steal, because we saw how Zeph was using Suyo to a really good content from the side of Onyx.
Yeah, and now Foot Esports, you did mention the Kimi, they still have room for the Kimi in the mid lane with the Granger already in the gold, so they're not going to be going for the 3 marksman lineup, but you're at least going to get 2 of the 3 that usually pop up there with the Kimi and the Granger. Oh no, Seth got the Fanny.
We completely forgot about the Fanny.
Oh no.
Recognized by RRQ's Sutsu Jin. This is it's a huge hero for Sev.
It never went through, right? Yesterday we didn't even see any Fanny gameplay, and today finally we saw one, right?
Yes, it was banned away from her on multiple occasions. And considering that it's 3rd pick in the first phase, they do have time to take away the counters towards the Fanny. And luckily enough, remember, this is Foot locking in the Granger, so we won't be able to see a Moskov in the gold lane for Foot to try and alleviate that pressure that the Fanny can have.
Oh, and they also dish out a really good ban with the Kufra. I wouldn't be surprised if Onyx even just decide to ban out the Cho as well. Or maybe just anyone with suppress that can lock down the Fanny would be really, really good right now. But Oh my goodness, there's a reason why we're reacting this way. If you missed Stream A yesterday, or excuse me, Stream A, Sev's Fanny was highlighted. Eternal already touched on it with professionals from the other teams also praising the Fanny of Sev. So, you know what? I will just say, paint me excited. Because anyone who gets hyped up as a Fanny god, well, you gotta be ready to show it.
I mean, we've seen it already from MSCYs, right? Like, the guys was able to actually put out a really good show. I mean, talking from the Malaysian division, right? Sikis was well known with how he used the Fanny itself. Now, the question is, the more that you actually give the leeways to the side of Onyx, this is where the fine line of food esport, you have to make sure that you don't want to give so much mobility-wise to Onyx. But again, you talked about show, and there you go. They're not going to allow anyone to get in the way of Fanny's mobility.
However, there is one thing that is important to note about the Fanny. So after the recent changes towards the Fanny, she's not as, I would say, mobile on the map because her energy cost is humongous.
Yeah.
Right? I think it takes, she roams from like one point of the map to half point of the map, and in certain occasions, depending on how many, what do you call it?
Steel cable?
Steel cables that you utilize, her energy depletes. So she's very blue buff reliant at that. So I'm hoping that with the aggression that we know coming from Foot, especially in the early stages, that could be a potential answer to the Fanny in the early game.
Hey, look, a Harith Eterna. Finally. Like, you get the Harith to show up. But yeah, this Fanny is going to be a problem. At this point, they're forced to pick up something like a Franco or a Kaja to lock it down. You can't rely on Jungle or EXP to have lockdown because you already showed the Suyo and the Uranus. It was the perfect pickup in the perfect slot for Onyx. Foot might end up here with a significantly weaker front line though. Yes, they have the Uranus on their side, but one of the biggest issues with Uranus is he lacks crowd control.
Okay, I don't know if this is a hot take or probably you guys will be denying it, but okay. I was about to say Vexana because probably it's one of my heroes that I actually put out as a favorite. But yeah, Jushin as one of the also ultimate or probably another option of mid laner itself. But again, I feel like, is it going to be enough though with Jushin right at the fine line? Because we did saw on our second match itself, this is where, like, yes, Na'Vi was able to actually maneuver from every motion of the Jushin being used, even no matter how hard you lock on it, they'll be able to get away. Oh no, it's getting even worse with Akai. Your favorite panda is back again.
Onyx just pulled off what I feel like a near perfect draft. Real quick, Eterna, we got 20 seconds.
I think I understand, right? They want to have a mid lane that can control and dive early. So they're not looking for lockdown against the Fanny. They're looking to invade and take away these resources. But with the lockdown coming from Akai now, alongside the Badang and the Farsa, will they be able to achieve that?
All right, it's caster time.
I like it. It's time for the casters to come in. Once again, it's me, Naisu, joined here with Brigida to bring you game number 2 ahead of us. It's match point right now for Onyx. This is a spicy draft we have here, simply because the panel talked about it a lot, Brigida. It's the Fanny. The Fanny's coming through for Sev, and we know that this has been talked about from even some of the most known pros around, especially Indonesia.
So many pro players that most of the fans probably look up to acknowledge Sev and how good she plays the Fanny. So now you're gonna start to wonder how Foot is gonna respond to this, because it's not just the Fanny. They did not stop with the Fanny. The Akai makes an appearance yet again, and I'd say one of the good things about the Akai is that in the early game it actually tends to hurt a lot. But wait a minute, they actually tried to stay as aggressive. So this is Onyx clearly trying to deny whatever Foot Esports wants to do in terms of delaying the Fanny.
Yeah, they gotta protect all the buffs. Wow, Unohana.
Okay.
Yeah, she's
I told you it hurts.
It's a Uranus, so you're going to be fine. Sev, though, will get her buff, so this has to be a team effort, and that's exactly what... Whoa! Still, whoa!
I told you it hurts!
It does!
Plus the concussive blast.
I was going to say, plus the concussive blast there. Oh, Yippee burns the flicker, so she'll be fine. Stand still, too, as that shot comes through. Oh, mid lane.
Libby has the wings by wings, so will somehow get to escape, but Sev, are they able to escape? Sev, look at that wall! Oh, help Seb so much in that moment.
I haven't gotten a chance to finish what I was going to say earlier. I was like, it's a team effort. Look at this, they're still going.
I don't think Foot Esports' plan is working. It's going sideways for Foot Esports now, and look at Seb just flying over everyone. Somehow Nora secures the kill, however, but that doesn't change the fact that it's a 4-1 right now in favor of Onyx.
They had to stop it. They had to stop Sev from getting to that point where it would be a snowball already. But there's been a whole lot, as you mentioned, 4 kills on the board. You're finding yourselves almost at 1,000 gold lead at this point. And yes, that might not be too big, but that's the early game. Yep. That's how much they've been throwing in response here to Foot. The fight for the turtle.
Navalera might go down, but actually gets to escape, however. And look at Poe. Might just take out Mireia, and successfully does. Seth makes it just in time, and there's no one stopping her from securing the objective. There's the Lantern Flare from Zendaya. Nora might just try to take her on. Unohana blocking the backlines too, and it's not just blocking that she's doing. She actually takes down Livy, and Nora delivers the final blow onto Navalera as well.
Great response once again from Foot Esports. You still have to respect the damage that a Uranus can do. You can see that she's got the Brave Smite emblem, she's even got the Festival of Blood, so she's got respectable poke and damage when she's around multiple members like this. I mean, multiple low health bars that she can go for, even burning some of the flickers, and then Nora's there to kind of catch them with the power nature there. So great overall fighting that we're seeing from Foot Esports.
They're gonna try to go for it again. Honestly, the saddest thing about what happened in that clash was Mieko was able to join, but was not able to get an assist.
Yeah. A little bit too late to the party,
So she traveled that far only to get nothing. But still, somehow, for Esports, they're still able to keep themselves in the game. Yes, Navalera is having a pretty good time here in terms of the EXP lane, but hold on, in the mid lane, Poe might just get taken out. That's a shutdown. Now finally, even though Mieko wasn't able to get an assist earlier, that's a shutdown kill that she secures.
Yeah, and it went to her, right? So that makes up for it. So she gets herself on the board, gets a little bit of extra gold, and they pretty much just dwindled down any of that gold lead that Onyx had built in those first couple minutes of the game. So this is the best thing that Foot Esports could look for, based on the fact that they're playing against a Fanny like this. A Blade of Pepsi is going to be picked up, though, so now that burst damage potential is going to be a little bit more of a threat, especially Mieko.
Oh, that's Mieko. Seb's trying to take her down. At least forces out the flicker, but that could have been dangerous. Mieko was all alone in that particular area, so they could have really maximized the damage, but Mireia, for the 3rd time in a row, gets taken down by Onyx. Look at the heavy spin. Locking in Nora. Unohana trying to distract Livy though. But they're okay with this. They got the most important member of Foot Esports out already. Seb already catching up. But this might just be it for now.
It's going to be it. Turtles up though. Second one of the game. And Foot Esports will try to get some control back onto this. But like you mentioned from Mireia, she has been having a really difficult time. 0-3 on the studio. Not sure how she's going to fare into this fight. Zon Force.
Oh my goodness, a flicker immediately forced out of Zendaya, but Yippee though already uses Zon Force quite early on. Unohana trying to defend as much as she can, but 3 members get caught in the fist break, fist grab, and there's the follow-up from the Ferret Airstrike as well. 2 members already down. Mireia might just be next.
She has nowhere to go.
Everybody's gonna help one another to take her down.
Oh, and Sev just went up top. The rest of the team here in the mid lane. Great timings just on all the ultimates that they threw into this fight. Unohana is going to try to do her best to hold on to this, but the turret's going to go down. Dominant Force drop Mieko.
Mieko's all alone. Does she really want to take them on? Livy, it seems like she's just trying to look for the right positioning, but they just decide to disengage because Nora and Zendaya are already close by. That was... It's so hard to move as a frontliner if you're Foot Esports, because there are just so many layers of crowd control that Navalera and Poe could offer. I mean, why is Poe 514 on the Badang roll?
That's a great question, and a lot of it again is the synergy between these heroes work out really well. for Poe to go ahead and set things up with a fist break, fist crack combination, but then, you know, not only does that give an feathered airstrike, it's a lot easier to just kind of lay it down into that setup.
Yes! Oh! All I could do was
blink or you'll miss it.
All I could do was scream her name. There was oh my gosh, how do you she had the flicker even, but there was not enough reaction time.
Wasn't enough, and that is only going to get worse here. Livy's going to flicker out. Nora on the chase.
Oh no, Wings by Wings just yes, but Navillera protects Livy, and right after taking down Zendaya, Zeb works on Nora next. Unohana also gets to receive the feathered airstrike, and they turn things around just like that. Even down mid, Mieko might just fall too. Poe on her 6th kill in this game.
They are everywhere right now. Onyx finding wins on all corners of the map. And there's exactly the reason why everybody has been talking about Seb's Fanny, even down to the pros and I mean, all around Indonesia and the world respect it because, and it's funny because as we look at this, it's not just her, right? Anytime it's a Fanny that is impressive, it's not just the Fanny that makes it that way. It's the team, the way they play around this. Even this, the fact that they were able to save them. Oh, hold on.
And once more from Yippee, and they might just take everyone down because Seb also catches up. Livy trying to chase after Unohana, but they change targets. They look for Nora instead. Curse of the Crow might just make it. But will they have enough resources to take Nora down? They're chasing after her. They're not letting her go, but she's just utilizing the brushes, but it's not gonna be enough. Nora! One more hit, and Yippee takes her down. Oh my goodness, and Seb all alone taking on 3 members of Foot Esports. Nearly even got a kill out of that.
And that's the problem with a Fanny that is snowballed to all control right now. It's too much. I mean, 1v3, looking at this too, she has a Malefic Roar, the Blade of FC. She's still working on the 3rd item, but she's able to do that. And even so, as we get further into this game, now Yippee is wanting a bite of the action. You see her being a little more aggressive, flickering forward into the Dominant Force if she has to. And so Onyx has definitely found a good lead to work with. 3,000 gold up. Poe is a problem too. It's quite crazy to think, you know, Thunderbelt and Oracle, and you're 6-2 and 5.
If I were Poe, I wouldn't feel so bad about picking up a damage item right now.
Yeah.
Just to amplify everything, because they're just this much ahead anyway. They can apply so much pressure. She has the same gold as Foot Esports XP laner. But speaking of XP laner, Seb looking for Mieko the gold laner. Zendaya already uses the Crimson Beacon, but Navillera, even though in that very dangerous sequence, was still able to heavy spin her way out.
Yeah, it's so tough. Foot Esports finds some of these moments where it looks like, okay, they'll capitalize on some of the kills. They'll be able to get that to happen, but they just don't have the layering on the right timings just yet. Mieko even having a couple kills is great, but ultimately a big part of your damage. Oh no, hold on. Mieko, as I was just mentioning, run!
No way! Yippee still caught up, and Seb also nearly took down Zendaya. Nora will be the double kill, and another fist break, fist crack onto Mireia. 3 members immediately deleted from Foot Esports.
Oh, it's getting very bleak here for Foot Esports. You can just see everybody from Onyx wanting these kills, wanting that moment for them, and this is going to be a lord in their hands. Foot Esports struggling to really find a way to get this game under control and find a way to actually fight back. I mean, that's what I was saying. You know, you get forced in these situations. As we take a look at the instant replay, this feathered airstrike, finding Mieko to get her down to this, and then Yippee flickering forward amidst it all, just does not care. I mean, how do you play against this, Brigitte?
The lack of crowd control is really getting to Foot Esports right now. Like, they have all those tanky frontliners. They have the Hilda, they have the Uranus. But who's gonna hold and lock down the members of Onyx Esports who are the members of Onyx who just decide to dive in? And there are multiple members who actually decide to dive in. It's either Sev, it's either Poe, even Navillera from time to time. So this is gonna be a very crucial defense considering the gold lead. A 6k gold lead that's in the hands of Onyx.
Yeah, shields are going to pop. Lord is taken care of, but again, Onyx, this is what they were looking for. And again, I think you have to really look at how is this possible for FUT Esports?
Nora gets caught but has the revitalized. Avilera gets punished instead, but Sam looking for all the targets. Yippee with a double kill, but Zendaya gets to shut down the Fanny as well. Unohana right in front of everyone, trying to defend this as much as they can. There goes the fist break. But are they still gonna go for this? They will! Godlike for Yippee! And might just actually take out Mieko, but it's a shutdown instead!
Oh, Mieko so close to dying, but she'll stay alive, and really, Onyx just went in. They forced that fight. They didn't even get the turret. They lose a ton of bodies. They give up a ton of gold to FUT Esports, so that's great for them. We'll see if they can go ahead and continue on. Again, Mariah's been having one tough time in this game. Really difficult for her. You're seeing the gap between the junglers here, but nonetheless, one of the great things is Mieko might be that kind of saving grace in a way to just make things happen. You know, she's got the Sky Piercer and a couple of the crucial items. I'm not sure if she's going to finish that Rose Gold tier 2, but the positioning and her ability to move around these fights is what's really important here. And who is going to do that? Like you mentioned, Nora and Unohana are that front line to go ahead and give that kind of space for Mieko to move around.
Especially if they make use of this, in a way, an unfortunate situation where they're in, that they have to keep themselves safe under the turret, so they can find opportunities to punish those little mistakes that Onyx might do. And I don't even think you could call the setup a mistake. It was just they actually had that much damage that Onyx probably didn't expect. But speaking of damage, Mireya! What an outplay!
Oh my goodness, Mireya, able to stay alive with that. Again, Sev will just do that time and time again, but Mariah's just trying to hold on, honestly. She's just trying to stay alive. This Lord is up, so there's going to be a reset here. Onyx will get in positioning again, still having the lead, still having the firepower advantage too. You can see this damage dealt. Yippee up at the top, Sev there trailing, and Livy, all three from Onyx, and that's going to be a Lord easily secured. There was a play trying to be made up top, maybe to push in that tier 2 turret at least to get something. As Mieko will go ahead and work on that, but they'll have to get back to base to get ready to defend because Onyx is already knocking on the doors here.
Okay, wait. Oh, so we'll be seeing if whether or not something comes out of what happened there later on, but that was such an outplay from Mireya. I'm surprised that she's able to keep herself alive even after all those cables which got thrown out by Sev, but this is gonna be the real test for FUT Esports if they're able to hold it out long enough still, and if Mieko also gets to keep herself alive despite the attempts that can come in from Onyx.
It's gonna be a tough one to defend here. The waves be crashing in. Lord making its way up top. So FUT Esports is gonna have to deal with this the best they can. Now, how do they do that? Mieko's got to play from that back line, shooting off the Rhapsodies and the Destinatas here. Lord's gonna go in with that charge. We'll see what the angle Onyx takes. Feathered Airstrike going to be dropped down already. They're forcing the fight.
Is Unohana going to be the first target here for Onyx? It seems like they're not going to fully commit just yet. Sev shows up as well, but they might just be able to defend the Lord. They get to take things one by one. But what is going to be the plan? Sev flies in, but there's no one. Again, no crowd control to capture just yet.
No crowd control to capture them. They hold on. Into the game they go, but they still want to fight.
Oh, there's crowd control coming in from Onyx. However, Mieko flickers out to keep herself safe. Nora, will she be able to survive this? Probably not. Yippee takes her down. An immediate pickoff for FUT Esports.
Oh, down to one member. Mid-turret's going to be the focus now. Onyx might look to just go for more. Sev taking a couple shots.
Oh, those are 3 members that just can't take the damage coming in from Sev. They're trying their best to defend, but Mireya nearly gets taken out by Yippee. Now they gain access to the base. Zendaya taken out by the Feathered Airstrike. Unohana as well will not be tanky enough to defend. It's only Mieko and Mireya trying to keep this game alive, but even they can't do it anymore as Onyx deliver the second sweep of the day here in Stream A.
And Onyx will get it done once again. Just like we saw from the previous series from Indonesia, they will go forward with a sweep. And again, it's just a showcase of world-class play. I mean, this Fanny, the team that supported Sev on the Fanny, is what was really impressive here. Bringing time and time again, we saw that game unfold, but provide avenues for Sev to shine. Hippie took it in her own hands too. A lot of times being aggressive with the flickers forward. And again, it's just a great showcase of how strong they are. Again, both these teams, Onyx and Foot Esports, can be seen as new contenders really here at MWI for EWC, and it was showcased great here.
Sev is probably never gonna get hold.
Probably never.
Of her Fanny again.
Unless.
I didn't even expect her to be able to use it here in MWI because I thought it was common knowledge for teams to not allow her to get hold of that Fanny. But now that she was able to in one game, all other teams have definitely learned from this. I highly doubt that there is a chance we see this Fanny again ever in MWI.
If there is, if a team decides to go the route later on, especially in the playoffs, to leave it open, then they're for sure gonna have something to counter into it, you know? And that's something they have to do. And like I said, it was a good, basically a really good effort from Foot Esports in the early portions of the game. And I know the panel will break that down a little bit further later on, but it was just like, you know, they had I feel like the right idea, but how do you catch? That's the biggest thing. How do you catch the Fanny? And you're so focused there.
If only they got to play the early game a little more aggressively, be the ones to set the tempo, I guess, in the game. So it will be a little more uncomfortable for Sev to just keep flying around like that, even up against 3. It could have been different, but Onyx knew that was the plan. So they just completely denied them of that.
Yep. Once again, it's me, Nice Sue, and Brigida. We brought you the action for these matches. We're going to be throwing it to the stage for our winning interview. Let's head on over to the stage.
Thank you very much, boys and girls. And first of all, we are joined by Team Onyx Captain Navilera. First of all, congratulations. And of course, we're joined by Vincent for the translations. First of all, you made it into the knockout stage. Tell me, how does it feel being able to do that in your first international tournament?
Jadi pertama-tama, congratulations tentunya sudah berhasil masuk ke dalam playoff atau ke knockout stage. Bagaimana perasaan Anda dan juga gimana pengalaman Anda selama bermain di turnamen ini?
Untuk kita pasti ada pressure dan sebagainya, nervous. Cuman kita udah prepare juga untuk handle itu dari hari-hari sebelumnya. Jadi dengan support dan dukungan dari tim, kayak manajemennya Onyx, kita udah prepare dan udah siap. Tinggal menjalani seperti apa yang udah kita siapin aja.
So first of all, of course, I think we are a little bit nervous and we're a little bit jittery when we are playing. But now we are in the knockout stage, and I think what we prepare and what we already learned from the previous tournament, especially also want to shout out the Onyx management that they're doing a great job, and we're just doing what they told us to do. So yeah, here we are.
I mean, I'll be honest, it didn't feel like you guys were, or you ladies were looking nervous or anything like that. And the performance that you've shown on stage so far has been phenomenal. Now, I want to ask you, how's it been for you in the international tournament and both being in Riyadh? How's the experience been for you, competing in the tournament and being in this country?
Jadi bagaimana perasaannya juga tentunya di sini setelah kalian bertanding di EWC dan juga berada di Riyadh untuk pertama kalinya tentunya buat Navilera.
Buat aku sendiri rasanya seneng dan bangga ke diri sendiri udah bisa membuat diri sendiri nyampe sini gitu. Itu sih yang selalu aku setiap naik ke panggung ini, perjalanan kita yang kemarin-kemarin berdarah-darah, susah, sulit, bareng-bareng sama tim. Ternyata itu buat ini, buat tanding di sini gitu.
So first of all, I think I'm very happy, of course. And I'm also very grateful that all my hard work, all my bloody sweat and tears can make me come here, especially also that we're still playing, we're still doing good, and we just hope that we can keep doing better and better.
Well, so far you've made it into the next stage, and when it comes to the knockout stage, one of the teams, Navi PH, and of course the players who are the previous champions and the reigning champions of the tournament, they said that your team is one of the teams that they want to face off. So, is there something that you would like to say to the other queens that you might face later on in the tournaments?
Jadi tentunya di sini ada juga Navi Filipina yang merupakan juara bertahan dari EWC tahun 2024 dan mereka bilang mereka ingin justru bertemu dengan Onyx gitu di turnamen ini. Apakah ada kata-kata tentunya buat tim Navi?
Ayo kita rematch dengan gameplay yang lebih seru lagi.
Just let's have a rematch and I hope we have a good gameplay.
Well, honestly, I cannot wait to see what these queens will show us in the Land of Dawn, because so far we have 4 teams that have qualified to the knockout stage, 4 teams who have been eliminated, pending the B-Stream matches, of course. Thank you very much, Navilara, for joining us. Thank you very much, Vincent, for translations. And thank you very much, everyone, for joining us. We're going to be heading back to the studio to wrap up day number 2 of MWI 2025.
I have to echo what Sandstorm felt. Ladies, Onyx, you were nervous this whole time? It does not look like it.
Got to speak to them during media day and they did echo that sentiment, right? It's like, Ka is like, to address someone older, she's like, Ka, karena we're really nervous. This is our first international stage. Don't know what we're gonna do, how we're gonna do as well. And then I asked them, like, do you feel pressure coming to this, especially coming from the Indo region, considering how well Vitality has always done on international tournaments? And she was like, yeah, we do feel the pressure, but like she said up on stage, it's just drive for them to do better, because at the end of the day, they're just grateful to be here.
And the fact that I feel doesn't matter whether you have that nervous system or you feel pressure-wise, it's this feeling that you want to do good. Those are the things, because mechanically, skill-wise, does not be affected because of your own emotions. And those are the professionalism that we are seeing coming in from MWI itself.
Yeah, insane mentality showed off by the members of Onyx, that if they are telling us that they are nervous, that they are jittery in game, it really doesn't show when you watch their games. They just look like they are playing incredibly sharp, competitive MLBB. Not the cleanest by a lot of regards, considering that they are dropping kills, but then at the same time, we go back again to that thought that their conversion is still really good.
Exactly. And this was just a steamroll of a game, I think, for Onyx. We were talking about it in the drafts. Looking at the Fanny, we were looking for lockdown heroes. Granted, the Kufra and the Cho were taken away, and unfortunately, they already committed to the Granger into the gold lane. You mentioned maybe the Franco or even the Kaja to try and suppress the Fanny, because the composition here that Foot brought to the table has such a small window to get to that win con, right? You want to be able to gain control of the early game. You want to be able to invade Fanny's personal space to deny the farm. But that's just the only win condition that we can see from the drafts, because technically Granger doesn't scale as well as compared to the Harris in towards the late game. So that window taken out, Onyx, from the early game, everything just went according to plan.
Yeah, with what Eterna said, Fasha, do you feel like there could have still been some recovery by Foot, or at that point Onyx just completely dictated and won the draft already, even before the last pick showed up?
I think the latter. Definitely the fact that they were a bit too soon, try to actually pick up the Suyo, and then they even to a point that, you know, okay, why don't we get Hilda? Hilda was supposed to be sustained, right? You can definitely just give a little bit of disturbance of the Fanny mobility. Nah, you were harassed. You were completely harassed from Harit, from Farsa. Oh, we just gotta give it up to Livy though. Livy just baited out every movement of Team Food Esports itself. She was saying like, get me, but then she ran away and Zeph comes in like the heroine she is. The superwoman goes through and takes down the players of Food Esports.
Help jog my memory. Suyo was picked 3rd, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, 3rd on the blue side. So I agree with that there, because if they maybe held out just a little bit longer for that Suyo pickup, or at least their jungle pickup, they could have swerved depending on what Onyx decided to show in the jungle. They could have picked maybe their mid laner sooner, but then they were also nearly out of options, considering the Zetien at that point, was she banned? Could you remind me?
Zetian was not banned.
Yeah, well, she was not banned, but at the same time, it's like, maybe not just yet. Kimi was banned especially, so yeah, it really felt like Onyx just played the draft so well, getting Sev on her signature here on that Fanny, and it did definitely pop off and showed off a great time. But I mean, I gotta praise the Akai of the captain. the Akai last pick was near perfect for me at Eterna.
Yeah, there were a lot of moments where they were able to get the pin down just so Zev could come in the final moments and just kill everyone, finish things off. I like the highlight onto Navilera, but I do want to highlight Poe as well on the Badang.
Oh, yes.
From the early stages, as soon as she was able to get that level 4, she was a nuisance all around the map. We were talking about lockdown and lack of lockdown, and that was very heavily apparent here in game number 2. It's also quite interesting to note that the Harith was very active around the map even before the Holy Crystal was built up. And that just goes to show when everything is going according to plan in the EXP lane, in the mid lane, the Harith can always join into the team fights knowing that, you know what, despite me not even getting to that power spike yet, I'll be A-okay and I'll be able to get the farm faster to get to the power spike faster.
You know what's funny? We started this off with you giving a hot take about Harith.
Exactly.
Yeah, and then now we get to close off the day with both Indonesian representatives securing their slot, Onyx solidifying themselves as powerhouses, and they did so in a game where they played the Harith, which was, well, to be fair, it was set up very well also. As you mentioned, that was one of the conditions as long as you build around the Harith.
I mean, yeah, definitely. I like the fact that both ours hot takes definitely started out with how I was 50-50 with the Roma, with the healers and stuff. But I mean, again, it's not that I'm against it. I love the support heroes. It's just sometimes there are a certain point of moment that you want to be able to have that momentum that is being seen by all the high level stakes players like Onyx, Vitality. They can actually counter it very, very well. Sustain cannot last long as much as you want to go in for those damage as well. And Eterna getting the hot takes with Harith, I mean, it's proven, seriously, with this game itself.
Yeah, and since they set up Yippee and the Harith incredibly well in that game number 2, and even the Wan in game number 1, it's time for you to find out who the Sony MVP of the day is. And I think it was pretty obvious because of how I set up, Yippee, that transition. It is Yippee who is the Sony MVP of the day. Congratulations, the little sister of Onyx, the youngest in the squad, set up for success by her teammates.
The Bochil.
Bochil.
Bochil. Okay,
Bochil is like
adik child.
Yeah.
Child.
I think the direct translation to English is child. She's like their child.
Okay. But she definitely plays like an absolute beast in the game. She had a near perfect day. She almost ended the day with no deaths at all, although she did get clipped near the end of game number 2. But game number 1, as this Wan, she actually ended this game 5-0 and 11.
Yeah, that shows how much potential that I'm not trying to say like Yippee was just freely was able to go away. It's just that the support, the conquer, the defense that was done by the front line was so super to a point that Yippee was just freely moving, was not being catch off by the team of Fruity Spot itself.
Yeah, and it's great to see with Onyx coming in maybe with their jitters or nervousness, maybe hints of self-doubt here and there. I like the fundamentals that they've built for themselves. They understand fully their condition of just make sure your marksman is comfortable, but they get to that by achieving so many other things. Controlling the center of the map, the conversion. I never want to call a team near perfect, but you know what? Just to be fair, they're really, really good at this.
Shoutouts to Coach Chico, right? Obviously with that guidance coming through from his experience in MPL, not just MPL ID, but also MPL MY.
Yes.
Right? So he has that knowledge under his belt, and you can see that the girls have been properly guided with a proper mapping as well when it comes down to their execution in the game. And to go back to Yippee particularly, I love the fact that she knows when to be aggressive and when to stay in the sidelines. Like that calculation is something that we don't see too often, especially from teams that are new to the international stage, because either their adrenaline hits too hard, they go a little bit too aggressive, but not for Yippee. It's like the perfect balance for me.
And I think pretty much it is also have to be given an acknowledgement to the side of Food Esports to be able to actually pull through, push the games to a point of 16 minutes. I mean, we know for a fact that even on the mid game itself, they were having a difficulty already. It could have been on the side of Team Onyx to end it off already, but Food Esports, they made it through. They were able to actually tone things down, defend on their own turf. But then again, how long can you stand? How long can you be able to defend to a point that all of your turrets been stripped off? So, like in the words of Turkish itself, say, Harika Ohyan.
What does that
Oh,
mean?
it actually means great game, good job.
Harika Oyen. All right, cool.
Harika Oyen.
I learned something new today. Harika Oyen, Foot Esports. You all still have a shot, of course, to secure their playoff slot. They are not eliminated from the tournament. They are waiting for their opponents, of course, which we're going to be figuring out from Stream B. But now we know the two Filipino representatives are locked in. The two Indonesian representatives are locked in as well. So now as we continue our discussion, as we show the brackets as well as that, we're going to be looking at Group A first. But I want to ask you, how has the teams from other regions outside of Southeast Asia performed for you so far, real quick?
I think they've emerged with progress, no matter how hard it is to progress, because I think coming into MWI, we know of regions who are so dominant in their particular region that they don't really have as much competition. And it's unlike the PH as well as the ID regions where, I mean, clearly, right, Onyx giving Vitality a run for their money. There's TL, PH as well coming through, aside from Navi, PH. So hopefully in the future, with more opportunities that are brought to the table and them coming in already allows them a certain amount of prize pool, I think. Hopefully that also helps them progress in their specific regions.
I totally agree on that last note about the prize pool, and not just that, it's the fact that you're giving the opportunity to give like all the experience that is needed for these players, for these teams, because again, we have so many teams that are firstly, like this is their first experience in the international level, so they still need to brush up, they need to learn even more. Like compared to the rest of the teams, they have already built up so much of their past achievement itself.
Okay, Group C now is what is on your screens. Navi PH defeating Terry Queens earlier 2-1. Terry Queens and Virtus.pro still ongoing on over at Stream B to figure out who... Oh, no, excuse me. Is that ongoing? No, yeah, that...
CFU and Virtus.
Yes, yeah. Forgive me for that. Terry Queens and Virtus.pro already just waiting to see which between the two of them will be advancing into the playoffs. And then, of course, earlier in Group B, we saw it's Gaming Gladiators and your hometown heroes in Malaysia and Navi MY waiting to see who will be advancing to the playoffs.
That's... Really
Are you
sad.
nervous?
I am nervous. Actually, when I saw that Navi MY was actually having a tough time, I think there's a possibility that they could have run down a little bit of their morals, but I hope that doesn't shatter them for the next game, because this is, again, they had that momentum already from yesterday, but today something was just a little bit off. There was a lot of something that I even saw the draft-wise. I think there was just some questionable choices that were made.
Yeah, let's see if they'll be able to improve that. And of course, DreamHack Girls and Rising Rage waiting to see which one of those two teams will be advancing. Unfortunately, today we did have to say goodbye to 3 teams. We're still waiting on the 4th team to say goodbye to. But WOW GG from Mongolia, their first foray into the MWI. They looked like Ayami, of course. Congratulations on the engagement. They were happy and proud with their progress that you were talking about, Laterna. Congratulations for them and the effort that they showed. Tidal Legends Gaming and CFU Gaming as well. Though from their sides, you saw a little bit more of the heartbreak, because these are 2 teams who have already competed in last year's MWI. And in their interviews, you saw they were just so eager and hungry to make it to the playoffs, to go even further, place higher than they did last year.
I'm so surprised about these 2 teams, TLG and CFU Gaming not making it, because granted, WOW GG, obviously it's their first hurrah, so whatever happens, they will take home whatever they learned here at MWI, but there was so much hype around TLG, right? The fact that they were doing really well pre-MWI on the international competitions prior to this. And CFU always, once again, being a staple on the international stage in the MWI scene, and not just MWI scene, but the overall women's MLBB landscape as a whole. I'm shocked. I
Yeah.
didn't expect to see these results.
Yeah, exactly. Title Legends Gaming and CFU Gaming, unless you are unaware, they were expected to make it to the playoffs. There are a lot of people thought that they were going to make it into the playoffs. And you could see just how much it meant to them, the pressure that they had on their shoulders to ensure that they carry their region into the playoffs, all of that there. Unfortunately, the nature of competition and all, but hopefully, again, echoing your statement, that they can move on forward and carry on all of this with experience, potentially for the next international tournament, because again, they were going into this as favorites. So, of course, as heartbreaking as it is to talk about the teams that were eliminated, and yes, we will be seeing their keys crushed near the end of Stream A in just a few moments. We're just waiting for the progress of the others. For you, Fasha, let's start with you. Let's now talk about the teams that have made it in so far. Sir, are you surprised that the Indonesians and Filipinos got their slots without that much of a problem, or how do you feel about that?
Are you really asking me that? I mean, come on. We've already known the potential. It's like, it's not just from this game, but from every single game that we've seen so far when it comes to the region of Philippines and Indonesia. You guys, I mean, I'm not trying to
I like that we're still considered.
No, I'm not now brown-nosing you guys, okay? I'm just saying that you guys, when it comes to your region, you have like so much potential players when it comes to playing games. You guys are committed, you have so much passion, and I'm not putting down on Malaysian teams or whatever the rest of the region's team. It's just that you guys have so much dedicated moments to a point that the rest of the regions have to keep up.
Coming from the Malaysian who won MSC last year.
Who won MSC last year?
7 years. Remember that? 7 years of their duration, okay, for them to get that title, which I'm really proud of. Shout out to them.
Yeah, and hey, Navi MY are looking really good as well. Yes, they were taken down by Team Liquid Philippines, but it was a close fight. Up until, of course, that game number 3, where it looks like Navi were just able to fix what they needed to fix. But Navi MY against Gaming Gladiators tomorrow should be a big test more for Gaming, considering that they did get swept by Navi.
Because if I have to, make my power rankings now, top 5 would be including Navi MY.
Oh.
They surprised me.
Yeah. I mean, I got to see the comments of the community on all the social media, and a lot of them have agreed. Yes, they are still looking strong, but a lot of them really are just saying that they've improved so much compared to last year. And I think a lot of that comes, of course, from their performance earlier against Team Liquid Philippines. So for the Malaysian viewers there, and especially for Fasha Bunny over here, and LaFell as well. Am I missing another Malaysian in our broadcast for MWI?
Right now, no.
No, okay.
Oh wait, I mean like Staffa Husky.
Hello.
Oh yeah,
Because I was thinking Gideon.
Staffa, the Group B people, Stream B people over there. So yeah,
Stream B people.
a lot of pride for the Navi MY team. But let's see if maybe Gaming Gladiators and North America will be able to shock them. Let's look at the schedule to expect for tomorrow. And I believe by tomorrow we'll be done for our group stages. It's been a relatively quick journey, but this is a recap of today's schedule. Excuse me. Team Liquid Navi MY winning. Of course, Navi PH as well. Team Vitality, Falcons, Onyx, and Foot Esports.
I think this is such a step up from what has happened yesterday. I think that we were asking, like, definitely it's going to be a tight game, right? The fact that we had 2-0, such a great clean sweep, we want to see more. We want to see some damage a little bit. So it was seen already for today. But what surprises me is that at least we get to see not just a back-to-back or best-of-1 games, is the fact that another 2 clean sweep as well here for the end of our stream.
I think match number 2 should have been a clean sweep as well.
Ooh. Another hot take?
Hot take. Navi PH limit testing, but continue.
Okay, all right. Navi MY versus Gaming Gladiators will open up day 3. Terror Queens and Virtus.pro. Team Falcons and Twisted Minds, and of course Foot Esports still waiting to see who their opponent will be. By tomorrow, we will see who will be completing the picture of the teams making it to the knockout stage. The 8 teams to get that newly revamped MWI trophy and the lion's share of, what was it again? 500,000
$500,000 US dollars.
That's a fantastic prize pool. Very happy about that. And of course, a great opportunity for our ladies. And of course, if you want to make sure that you don't miss any of the action here at MWI, you can of course follow the official channels of Moonton in all of the available social medias there. Just look for the official channels and streams through MLBB Esports _women to follow MLBB Women's Esports, mainly on TikTok and Instagram. And yeah, it has been a terrific day so far. Unfortunately, I don't think we will be covering any of the key crushings. Maybe it might actually be Stream A because they are still ongoing, but we are done here for Stream A. Thank you so much. Real quick, your final thoughts at the end of day 2, heading into day number 3. Start with you, Fasha.
It's amazing. I'm really impressed with a lot of the draft-wise, how the consistency, the persistency that we've seen so far from all the teams. But I'm hoping for those who still have one more life to go, utilize it, potentially go back to the drawing box and do best for tomorrow.
Ashley, you got this. Sorry, that was so depressing.
Wait, did you suddenly just shout out Ashley from Game and Gladiators?
Ashley is my G.
Beside the Malaysian?
Hey, there's got to be some balance.
All right, so
on the panel.
It's clear now. So she's your rival because she's rooting for gaming.
But I said I was her friend. We high five.
Oh,
Friends?
Exactly. That's true.
Friends outside of the land
She
of
just
dawn.
broke the civil.
Enemies inside.
Ah.
Right? That's normal.
I mean, I love it. I love the banner going on here, but of course, it's not about us. It's about all of the ladies who have shown up here in MWI so far. That is it for day number 2. Tomorrow, we will find out who the teams will be for our knockout stages. The teams that will continue to make MLBB Esports women's history. A final word from myself. Remember, it's not about why we fight, but what is worth fighting for. My name is Renmar with Eterna and Fasha Bunny. See you on tomorrow's broadcast for MWI at EWC 2025.
there's a limit in the Women's League. In MWI, we say limit? Watch us bounce. From the MWI queens everyone knows, to the stars who came out from nowhere, to the ultimate champions. Now, MWI is expanding greater than ever. Turkey, EECA, Africa, Mongolia, and beyond. We're stretching the map wider. MWI, where dreams get louder. This isn't just a tournament. It's your passport to the world stage. A spotlight for women in the EWC. No rules, no ceilings, no limits. Just this. We're vibrant. We're